writer Amber Fisher, this is No Sin Situation, Book 6 in the Lights Camera Mystery Series, a lighthearted modern paranormal mystery series of treachery and magic. Intro Reel Recap. Welcome to Sinful House, a reality TV show where the 7 deadly sins live together in the sunny beach town of Odyssey, California, and compete to become America's favorite sin. Previously on Sinful House. Local artist and telekinetic psychic Aaron Burton had a connection to a statue and was inadvertently teleporting the statue around town. Aaron was also accused of murdering actress Tabitha Antoinette, but was later exonerated of the deed. Aaron has been routinely possessed by the spirit of another person, forcing him to sleepwalk and create art against his will. The team suspects the person possessing him is his biological father. As a child, Aaron was a patient of Dr. Andros, the father of shaman Balthazar Andros, and the only child psychiatrist in Odyssey during that time. Dewey Delaney is running for mayor against Portia Cameron. In addition to having his sights set on the office, he's also raising funds for his mermaid church, the Children of Poseidon. You're all caught up. Stay tuned for more rollicking adventures. And don't forget to vote for your favorite sin at the end of each challenge. Happy watching! Chapter 1. Good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today. Before we get started, please allow me to be the first to congratulate you on such a successful show. The country is absolutely in love with the 7 deadly sins. I glanced at the clock with a yawn. It was 8 in the morning. Too early for all this high-energy malarkey this new guy was trying to pull. Even though I'd just met him, he already had 2 strikes against him. 1, he was a producer for a different real TV reality show, one that was about to ruin my life. And 2, I hated it when people said things like, "Allow me to be the first." First, he wasn't the first. Plenty of people had congratulated us on our runaway success. But second, you don't just allow someone to be the first. You're either the first or you're not. No allowance required. As you know, today begins the first day of filming for our upcoming crossover episode of For Love or Money, the reality show where career-oriented singles looking for love are paired up with a mentor for a week in their chosen field. The new producer said with a big smile. I bet he paid a lot of money to get his teeth that white. Afterward, the 2 go on a date arranged by our producers. At the end of their time together, the contestant and their mentor secretly declare their preferred direction for the relationship. Would they prefer to keep working together or try their hand at a romantic relationship? Our show. Yeah, Wrath interrupted with a yawn. We know all about the premise of your misogynistic, pro-capitalist horror show. Nobody here wants to hear some song and dance about it. Can we just get on with the humiliation? The producer, I didn't know his name and didn't care, blinked rapidly, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. After a second of letting him suffer, Trisha spoke up from her perch on the sofa, putting him out of his misery. Don't worry about Wrath, she said. Nobody likes him much. However, he has a point. Everybody knows the routine, Kirk. So why don't you introduce the 3 newest members of Sinful House Investigations? I cringed at the mention of Sinful House Investigations. I understood why she said it. On For Love or Money, the schmuck, contestant, works at a big-name company for a week. Trisha was just emulating that by pretending our unique and utterly contrived situation was a business. But just because I understood where she was coming from didn't mean I had to like it. I was an actual investigator in my regular life before I got fired. I took pride in the title investigator. It wasn't right that Trisha should throw it around willy-nilly. But then again, Trisha didn't care one iota about something like professional respect. She was just a TV lackey. And, if I was being honest with myself, so was I. Right. The producer, Kirk, smiled again, neatly avoiding Wrath's scowling gaze. Well, let's get on with it then. Everyone, take your places, please. We'll try to do this all in one take. Groans of resignation rippled through the room as we all found our spots. I plopped down next to Sloth, who looked minutes away from falling back asleep. I nudged her with my elbow. "Look alive," I whispered. She only moaned in response. When we'd all settled into place, the new producer did a countdown for the camera crew, and right on cue, his face lit up with big TV personality. Here we go, I thought. Let the mumbo-jumbo begin. Our first contestant for this special crossover episode is a 27-year-old juvenile corrections officer from Spokane, Washington, Charla DuPont. Her hobbies include baking, soap making, and taxidermy, but never at the same time. Professionally, while she enjoys working with children and her part in bringing justice, this corrections officer has always wondered what it would be like to work a more cerebral job. As for romance, Charla has been unlucky in love. Her most recent relationship lasted just 6 months. Charla is looking for someone kind and adventuresome with a good head for business. Let's meet her. Come on out, Charla. A woman walked into the recreation room wearing a bashful expression. Her cheeks glowed pink, and her hands were clasped tightly in front of her. She offered a little finger wave as she entered the room and sat in one of the 3 folding chairs set up for our new guests. She glanced nervously around the room and then ducked her head down, biting her lip. She didn't look like a juvenile corrections officer. In my time with the San Diego PD, I didn't have much cause to work with people like her, but I knew juvenile criminals could be just as hard to handle as their adult counterparts. With her strawberry blonde hair, big gray eyes, and freckled face, she was probably a prime target for the more aggressive kids she had to deal with. No wonder she was up for a career change. The next contestant on this special crossover episode is a 37-year-old bounty hunter from Los Angeles, California, Lacey Delgado. Lacey has been a professional bounty hunter for the past 5 years, and while she still loves it, she can't help but wonder if there's more to life than catching bad guys. Her hobbies include motorcycle racing, acting, and 3D printing. In the love department, Lacey is equally happy taking control or letting her partner lead the way. Her last relationship ended 6 months ago and lasted 3 years. She's ready for something long-term, possibly even marriage. So, let's meet our speed queen. Come join us, Lacey. The woman who entered the living room was the polar opposite of the first contestant. Where Charla was strawberry shortcake, Lacey was the Queen of Sheba, if the Queen of Sheba were built like a linebacker. She was at least 6 feet tall, with a high, broad forehead, hands that could crack walnuts, and a crown of shining black curls. Leather pants hugged muscular legs, and a close-fitting tank top showed off broad, toned shoulders and glistening ebony skin. Somebody must have doused her with baby oil for the camera. She flashed a peace sign as she sat down next to Charla, and I noticed how her muscles rippled when she moved. Bounty hunter? Yeah, I could see it. I bet she was great at it, too. Our last contestant is 35-year-old ex-bodyguard Craig Lamb from Chicago, Illinois. Craig speaks 4 languages and loves parasailing, weightlifting, and birdwatching. Craig began his career in the Marines, where he served for 8 years. Most recently, however, Craig has been pursuing a technical career in Hollywood. Craig was married for 10 years, but is newly divorced. He isn't sure what he wants in a partner, except she must be funny and love watching reruns of 80s sitcoms on the couch. Let's meet our meathead with the heart of gold, Craig Lamb. For a second, nothing happened. But then a shadow appeared in the doorway, and finally, someone walked into the room. My jaw nearly dropped to the floor when I saw who it was. This wasn't just any birdwatching bodybuilder. This was my birdwatching bodybuilder. It was Craig the cameraman. Craig! Envy leaped to her feet, blinking rapidly like she thought the man standing before her might be a mirage. Oh my gosh, you're back? What are you doing here? Are you back on the film crew, or are you actually... Trisha chuckled prettily, staving off Craig's response. As many of you know, the network received tons of hate mail from fans furious that we let Craig go. Of course, we thought we were doing the right thing at the time. After all, the show is about the 7 deadly sins, not the 7 deadly sins and their attractive cameraman. Her smile widened as she cast a flirty look at Craig. But in the end, we realized what really matters is satisfying the fans. And now that Craig's romantically available, why not have them on the show? We think he'll make a wonderful addition. The audience will just love it. Trisha turned to face the newest contestant. What do you think, Craig? Do you have a back-to-work speech you want to give? Craig stammered, blushing like a high school teenager. It's not every day you get to pretend to be a Hollywood heartthrob, he admitted. I was a little bewildered when Trisha and Kirk asked me to do this special episode. But I missed being at the house, and I definitely missed all of you. His eyes quickly darted over the housemates. I hope you guys can get over the shock of working with the ex-camera guy and think of me as just a Mr. Lonely Hearts looking for love. Or money, Kirk interjected. Craig laughed good-naturedly. Sure, or money. I watched as Craig walked over and gave Envy a big hug. She was still standing there in disbelief, and I thought I saw tears in her eyes as they sat down on the couch. Well, I guess that tracked. After all, Craig had once rescued Envy from a stalker. I guess she owed him a debt of gratitude. But the way she was looking at him now didn't look like mere gratitude. I wasn't exactly an expert on this sort of thing, but she seemed to be looking at him like a hungry dog looks at a bone. I returned my gaze to Craig, trying to see him in this new light. I mean, I guess he was conventionally attractive with that broad chest, rippling muscles, and kind face. But I mean, it was Craig the camera guy. I wouldn't exactly call him a friend. That would be saying a lot. But I'd definitely come to trust and appreciate him. The last time he was at Sinful House, he had a real job. Now, he was just some down-on-his-luck schmo competing in a cockamamie reality show. Which just goes to show that no matter how much you like and respect someone, they can still let you down. Not that I was anyone to talk. As much as I liked to believe I was above all of this, I was also a contestant on a reality TV show. So maybe Craig and I weren't all that different after all. But then I took in his handsome face, and those muscles, and the way all the women in the room were looking at him and revised my sentiment. Trisha sidled up alongside Kirk, her beauty queen smile plastered in place. As you all know, each Sinful House team is taking on an extra participant this week. Charla, we've placed you with Gluttony, Lust and Greed. You won't be dating Gluttony since he's already happily married. She turned her attention to the bounty hunter. Lacey, you'll work with Wrath and Pride. And lastly, Craig, you get to work with Sloth and Envy. Ladies, he's our only male crossover contestant, so go easy on him. She winked at Envy and Sloth, and they giggled like schoolgirls. But I didn't get the joke. All right, everyone. Before you begin your tasks today, Kirk and I would like to treat you all to a catered breakfast buffet currently being set up in the dining room. The interview rooms are being set up right now. We'll pull Lacey, Craig, and Charla aside at some point for their interviews, per the requirements of For Love or Money. The rest of you, feel free to mingle. We will record breakfast as soon as Kirk and I are out of the way. So, put on your game faces, everyone, and action. Trisha and Kirk scuttled off somewhere the cameras couldn't see them. The rest of us dragged ourselves into the dining room. I was still feeling pretty grumpy about the whole thing, but as I walked into the dining room, the scent of breakfast gave me a big boost to my spirits. Trisha wasn't kidding when she called it a buffet. There were pancakes, waffles, eggs Benedict, French toast, sausage, bacon, biscuits, ham, and at least 4 kinds of cheese. I wasn't sure what we were supposed to do with the cheese. While I was piling my plate, someone sidled up beside me and dug an elbow into my side. I turned to find Sloth smiling at me, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Her plate was piled as high as my own, and I took an instinctive step back so I didn't end up with egg yolk or syrup on my shirt. So, what do you think? I gave her a thumbs up and then mimed rubbing my belly. For once, the network did us a solid. This food looks amazing, and it's safe to eat too. We don't have to worry about any pesky magic being cooked inside. I loved Gluttony's cooking, but it came at a price. Sloth scrunched her nose and rolled her eyes. I'm not talking about the food, you goof. I mean our guests. What do you think about them? Oh! I heaved my shoulders as Sloth and I slid into chairs at the big table. I don't think anything about them, to be honest. It's not like I get to veto having them here, which I would if I could. Sometimes, Sinful House feels small enough with just the 7 of us. How are we supposed to accommodate another 3 people? Well, it's not like they're living with us, Sloth pointed out. I guess they're staying at the Odyssey Grand? They'll be in the house more often than not, I grumbled, stabbing my pancake with a fork. The network will want plenty of footage of us hobnobbing and pretending to have a grand old time. So, yeah, they're not staying here, but it's going to be a tight fit anyway, and you can quote me on that. I paused, reconsidering. Although I don't know why you would, since you don't have a newsletter or anything, but that's a thing people say, right? Sloth thought about it for a second. Anyway, even if they are here a lot, I don't think I'll mind that. Pride. She lowered her voice and scooted her chair closer to mine. Did you get a look at Craig? I've never really noticed it before, but he's absolutely smoking hot. My head snapped up, my brow scribbled into a frown. Really? You like that kind of guy? I wouldn't have thought that. Sloth laughed. And why not? Don't all women think guys like that are hot? I shrugged and stuffed the pancake into my mouth. It tasted every bit as good as it looked. I thought you had a thing for Aaron. We'd met Aaron Burton on a previous investigation. Aside from being a telekinetic with no idea how to control his abilities, he was also being possessed against his will by an astral spirit that probably belonged to his father. Don't let anyone tell you family drama is boring. Aaron? Really? You think he's my type? Quiet, brooding, and artsy? Sloth pushed her food around with her fork. I mean, Aaron's a great guy, but as far as boyfriend material? She lifted her fork to her lips and licked the syrup off. I don't think he's ready for any kind of commitment. And even if he was ready, I couldn't date him. He's my client. Right, I said, chewing thoughtfully. Your cuddling client. But you could just dump him if you wanted to, right? And then you could date him? Sloth blanched, looking truly affronted. Would you date someone who put their own libido before your mental health? Don't forget, Pride, cuddling is therapy. It's my ethical obligation to have Aaron's best interests in mind. If I dumped him as a client so I could date him, that wouldn't be putting his interests first, would it? I guess not, I said. But anyway, you were saying, mind if I sit here? Sloth and I looked up to see Lacey looming over us, a mug of coffee in one hand and a dinner plate stacked with bacon in the other. She gestured with her chin to the spot across from Sloth and me. Nobody's sitting there, right? "Seat's all yours," Sloth said with a grin. Her gaze followed the woman as she maneuvered into place. "You're Lacey, right? The bounty hunter?" Lacey grinned, taking a bite of crispy bacon. "Guilty as charged. And you must be—" She looked Sloth up and down, eyes lingering over the smear of syrup on her chin. "Lust?" Sloth giggled so hard she snorted, then immediately covered her mouth with her hand. "Gosh, no, you're kidding, right?" Lacey's grin deepened as she sipped her coffee, winking over the top of the mug. "Of course I'm kidding. I watched the show. You're Sloth. I probably shouldn't tell you this, but you're my favorite sin." She glanced at me, apologetic. "No offense." I had a mouthful of food, so I couldn't comment that I couldn't possibly be offended since I wasn't even my own favorite sin. But anyway, I didn't need to say anything because Sloth was talking a mile a minute. "Oh my gosh, that's so sweet of you. Really? Gosh, wait till Mom and Dad hear about this. I'm a bounty hunter's favorite." Lacey looked surprised. "Your parents are big fans of bounty hunters?" Sloth waved this away. "I don't think they even know what a bounty hunter is." She paused, licked her lips, and narrowed her eyes. "Wait, do I even know what a bounty hunter is?" She tilted her head to the side. "You know what? I don't think I do. What do you—" "Lacey." Kirk poked his head into the room. "We're ready for your interview." "That's my cue." Lacey dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. "Be back in a jiffy." As she and Kirk disappeared into another room, more people came to sit at the dining room table. Lust was talking animatedly with Greed, and I had to concentrate very hard on not staring at them. I had no reason to be jealous of Greed anymore, since Lust explained that they were both using each other to get what they wanted. He wanted to feature her in his cockamamie tell-all pop psychology book, and Lust was playing a part for votes. But I still hated seeing them together. I looked down to see the mood-monitoring ring Lust had given me. She had a matching bracelet, which transmitted my feelings to her. If I felt scared or anxious, it would send a signal to her bracelet, which would then change colors, alerting her to my feelings. It was a way for normal couples to stay connected even when apart. But we weren't a normal couple. We weren't even a couple. In our case, the point was to show me how normal people respond to other people's emotions. Lust was trying to help me get in touch with my humanity, to teach me how to be human. Those were her words. In my words, I was a human, so however I behaved, I was behaving like a human. But I had a tough time deciphering other people's emotions, and an even harder time knowing how to respond to them. So even though I didn't like her choice of words, I saw her point. But I'm getting off track here. The point is, though logically I knew I had nothing to worry about, I still hated seeing Lust and Greed together. So I ignored her infectious giggles and his slimy attempts at charm and focused instead on my pancakes. Coming toward us, Envy and Craig were also having a robust conversation, though it seemed pretty one-sided to me. Envy was babbling 1,000 words a minute, gesturing wildly with her hands. Craig was nodding along, chuckling and smiling and doing everything you do to pretend like you're interested in whatever someone is telling you. And maybe he actually was interested, but it's Envy we're talking about. So I didn't think so. They sat down across from Sloth and me, taking Lacey's place. And that's when I realized, that pride never bought me that blouse I asked for, Envy was saying. She threw a scornful glance in my direction. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Pride's not exactly fashion-minded, but I never thought I'd get blown off completely, Craig nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, I see where you're coming from." He glanced at me, and I rolled my eyes. 2 tasks ago, she'd asked me to buy her a designer blouse, and I hadn't done it. "You're not still whining about that, are you?" I asked. She stuck out her tongue. "Lucky for you, I don't need the blouse anymore. Ever since my stalker was captured, my Instagram popularity has plummeted. I guess I just have to find a new way to get instantly famous, though that's a lot harder to do when you're trying. Well, I'm sure you'll think of something. Craig patted Envy lightly on the hand, offering her a sincere smile. People love you on this show. I bet you get tons of votes. We're not allowed to hear our vote totals anymore, Sloth sighed. So Envy could be in first place for all we know. But I guess we'll just have to wait until the end of this series to find out for sure. That's a big change, Craig said, his brow wrinkled. But everything else is the same as before, right? Envy, Sloth, and I exchanged looks. Well, not really, Envy said. They took our phones. And our computers, Sloth added. And gave us new phones with keyloggers and tracing devices and who knows what else. Envy whined. Craig blinked in surprise. You're kidding! Why'd they do that? Somebody snuck into the attic and installed cameras in the bedrooms, Envy explained. So now the network is worried about someone cheating. Things are getting serious around here. Craig clucked his tongue as he dug into a mound of eggs. Yeah, sounds like it. Any idea who might have done something like that? Not yet. We just found out about it, Sloth said. Envy accused Wrath. I didn't accuse him, I just said. But Trisha said there was no evidence suggesting anyone in particular. It's an ongoing investigation. Sloth raised her brows and smiled. And now that you're a contestant on the show, maybe you can help us catch the creep. Catching the camera creep is not on the agenda, I said. Sloth? You have better things to worry about. Craig glanced at my housemate. Oh? What's going on? The usual, I said. We have our cases to focus on for one. For two, we have these idiotic love show contestants to drag around. No offense. And for three, Sloth and I have to help Aaron find his father so he can ask him to stop taking over his body. Aaron, the statue guy? Craig said. That's him, Sloth said. It turns out his dad is a painter who might be trying to take over Aaron's body and his life. We think he was using Aaron's body the night Tabitha Antoinette was murdered, and that's why Aaron doesn't remember being there. Also, he wrote a book about astral projection. I ordered a copy. It should get here any day now. I'm hoping it'll give me some clue about where he's hiding out. Sounds like Pride's right, Craig agreed. You have a lot on your plate. Maybe let someone else investigate the camera thing, huh? Sloth made a face and bit into her toast. Maybe, she said, around a mouthful of jammy bread. After we finished our breakfast and cleaned our plates, I changed into a pair of tennis shoes and sweatpants and headed outside for my morning run. Lacey was pacing up and down the driveway, a cell phone pressed against her ear. She was muttering something in hushed tones, gesturing fiercely with one hand. When she saw me coming, she lowered her voice and ducked around a corner, disappearing from sight. I sat down to tie a shoelace that had come undone and noticed the mailman had left our mail on the porch instead of the mailbox where it belonged. The pile of junk mail and bills lay in a scattered heap, ready to blow off into the wind. I cursed under my breath and gathered the letters, looking up and down the street in case the culprit was still around so I could give him a piece of my mind. Who left mail on the porch? A stiff breeze could send it into a neighbor's yard. I didn't see the mailman, though, so I was about to slip everything into the mailbox when the top piece of junk mail caught my eye. It was an advertisement in bright aquas and pinks with clip art mermaids running down the sides. In bold letters, the ad read, "Seek the truth. Come to the Children of Poseidon rally this Friday at Odyssey Shores. Support Reverend Dewey Delaney and receive the blessings of the sea." I almost choked on my tongue. Dewey Delaney was a local con artist, at least in my opinion, running for mayor. He was also the head of a completely made-up church called the Children of Poseidon, who worshipped mermaids and water spirits. I didn't think he had much of a following. His church didn't even have a physical building, just a website and a bank account. But if he was holding a rally, maybe his teachings were gaining traction. I hope not, for Odyssey's sake. I hated to think the locals were that stupid. I was stuffing the mail into the mailbox so someone else could deal with it when the front door opened again. Wrath bounded down the steps, a scowl etched over his face. Man, can you believe this? They brought back Craig to be a contestant. What a circus. And all that food? What's that about? I bet they don't even try to donate the leftovers. They're all just going to end up in the trash. Excess waste is one of the worst parts of capitalism. Hey, have you seen that bounty hunter woman? Tracy or whatever her name is? Lacey, I said. I gestured with a nod toward the far side of the house. I saw her walk back there. She's on the phone. I don't think she wants to be bothered. Why? Wrath dug his phone from his pocket and shoved it in my face. Because she's on our team and I'm ready to get started on our challenge. I set up an appointment to talk to the women from the Red Rum Mystery Book Club, he said. I figured now was as good a time as any. So much for my run. Once Wrath got an idea in his head, he was like a dog with a bone. All right, well, when Lacey comes back, we can fill her in on... Fill me in on what? Lacey ambled over to us, thumbs hooked into her hip pockets. Wrath folded his arms over his chest. What do you know about our assignment? He asked. Not much, she admitted. A local book club reported a woman named Paige Nesbitt missing, and we're supposed to find her. Wrath and I exchanged looks. Haven't you ever watched our show? He asked, incredulous. Religiously, she said, her eyes narrowing. I know there's a catch, if that's what you're wondering. But they didn't tell us newbies what the catch was. You're supposed to bring us up to speed, on camera. Here, let me grab a camera guy. Lacey disappeared into the house and returned a moment later with one of the camera crew in tow. I'd seen him around before, a small, lanky fellow with a scraggly beard and prone to wearing flannel, even in this weather. He looked like he was auditioning to be in a 90s grunge band. Okay, are we rolling? Lacey asked. The camera guy nodded and gave the thumbs up. Turning away from the camera, Lacey said, Okay, so what's our assignment? I cleared my throat and read from my phone. Members of a local book club received pages of a strange manuscript from an anonymous sender. Book club member Paige Nesbitt volunteered to put all the pages in the right order and make copies of the complete manuscript for the other members. 3 weeks ago, the members received a text from Paige that said, She's going to kill me. Please help. Afterward, Paige vanished. Your job is to find out what happened to Paige. Lacey clucked her tongue, a worried expression creasing her face. If she was worried about being murdered, and it's been over 48 hours, there's a good chance she's already... Lacey made a slicing motion across her throat, accompanied by a disgusting slurping sound that made me wince. Yeah, Wrath agreed. I've seen true crime shows too, but if you'd been paying attention when you watched our show, you'd know there's always more to the story. Lacey said nothing, arching her eyebrow as a quiver fluttered over her lips. See, Paige Nesbitt isn't missing, Wrath continued. She lives here in Odyssey with her family. She runs a medical clinic and takes Japanese classes and stuff. She's probably one of those people who fetishizes Asian culture, which is probably why the network assigned her to me. It's like they can't tell the difference between Japanese and Vietnamese, man. It's disgusting. My cheeks burned hot at Wrath's diatribe. The second-hand embarrassment was so bad that I felt like I might incinerate on the spot. But Lacey didn't seem to notice. Ah, that is an interesting turn of events, and it makes sense. Otherwise, putting a bounty hunter on a simple missing persons case would be really unfair to the other teams. I turned to Wrath. You said we have an appointment to meet with the book club? He glanced down at the time on his phone. Yeah, and we're already running late, so should we get this show on the road? He didn't wait for an answer as he headed toward the car. When Wrath was out of earshot, Lacey nudged me in the side and asked under her breath, "Is he for real?" "As far as I can tell," I said. Which didn't mean much, but Lacey didn't need to know that. The woman dropped her chin and gave a low whistle. "Wow, gods be good. I've got my work cut out for me then, huh? And I'm supposed to go on a date with that guy?" I chuckled and offered a cheesy grin. "Welcome to Sinful House. Which sin is your favorite?" Chapter 2. With a name like the Red Rum Mystery Book Club, I expected the gathering to consist of retired Stephen King fans puttering around in nylon jogging suits and offering us cookies and tea. And I have to admit, I was looking forward to some snacks, even though we had just had an enormous breakfast. But as we pulled up to the house at the end of Riptide Drive, I didn't see any Cadillacs or Crown Victorias that would indicate old women. I did see ghosts wandering down the street, more than I usually saw in neighborhoods by a good margin. I saw a woman in an Empire waist gown strolling with a parasol, a balding fat guy walking a dog, and several ghosts who, given their attire and dripping hair, probably died while surfing. Seriously, this town needed to invest in lifeguards. It was getting embarrassing. A couple of older men wearing matching golf outfits ambled by and tipped their hats at me in greeting. I lifted a hand to return the gesture, but when I saw Wrath giving me a screwball look, I let my hand fall limply to my side. Our appointment with the book club was at the home of a woman named Marie-Laure Perrault. But calling it a home was pretty generous, because what we arrived at was a gigantic and utter disaster. A massive Victorian loomed before us, sprawling wings and soaring towers casting long shadows across the lawn. Scaffolding wrapped around one side of the weathered purple facade, while tarps fluttered in the breeze, covering piles of debris. I caught a whiff of fresh paint, mixed with the musty odor of old wood as we walked up the long driveway, dodging workmen coming in and out of the home. "This place is a disaster!" Wrath howled, hands dug in his pockets as laugh lines formed around his eyes. "I mean, even when this place was in its heyday, it was an eyesore. Who paints their house purple? I bet the HOA lost their minds." "I would think you'd approve of that," I said. "Giving the HOA the finger, I mean. Shouldn't people be allowed to do whatever they want with their homes?" Wrath gave me a somber look. "You can't just let people run around ruining property value for their neighbors. We live in a society, man. You're free to swing your fists as long as you don't hit my nose." "Anyway," I said, gobsmacked by Wrath's unassailable logic, "painting Victorians' odd colors is traditional. Victorian homes are supposed to look like dollhouses." Not that I knew why anyone would want to live in a dollhouse, but I at least understood the intention. "Well, this place is a disaster. Does anybody actually live here? This would drive me nuts." As we approached the house, I had to concur with Wrath's assessment. The front door was open, and peeking inside revealed a living space twice as chaotic as the outside. Plastic sheeting hung from an ornate ceiling medallion, drop cloths covered the floor, ladders leaned against walls, and tools were strewn everywhere. Sawdust and plaster dust hung in the air, stirred up by the ongoing renovations. It was clear the aging mansion was midway through an extensive restoration, but for now, it felt like an OSHA nightmare. I leaned into the doorway. "Hello? Anyone home? It's, Sinful House Investigations," Lacey called out. "Coming! Just one moment, please!" A minute later, a woman appeared, thumping down wooden stairs in the middle of the house, dressed in a colorful silk caftan adorned with birds. The petite black woman had light skin, a pug nose, and dark eyes that crinkled when she smiled. Her long, thick braids cascaded to the middle of her back. Extending one hand in greeting, she clutched the lapels of her gown together with the other. A black witch hat sat askew on her head, the cone slumping over at the midpoint like it was too tired to stand a moment longer. "Good morning. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Marie-Laure. Please excuse the mess." She spoke with a slight French accent, far less pronounced than I expected with a name like Marie-Laure Perrault. She spoke in a way that suggested her mouth was just as comfortable saying boulangerie as in and out. I guessed she'd lived in America for a long time. "We're in the middle of extensive renovations. Please come upstairs. The others are waiting." Marie-Laure led us up the narrow wooden steps into a carpeted living area with 2 large sectionals, a love seat, and a handful of upholstered chairs. Overhead, soft operatic music drifted from speakers I couldn't see. I didn't recognize the song. Something French. The only opera I knew was Phantom of the Opera, which was actually a musical. And this wasn't that. Which is too bad because that soundtrack is pretty good. Whatever this was left much to be desired. Sweeping into the room, Marie-Laure announced, "Ladies, our guests have arrived. I'd like to introduce you to Pride, Wrath, Lacey, and, She raised her eyebrows at the cameraman. "Sir, you are—" "Ignore him," Wrath said, plopping down on the couch. "Act like he's not here." Behind the cameraman gave Marie-Laure the thumbs up. Marie-Laure made a face, then followed with a crisp nod. "All right, team, these are my friends, Shannon, Violet, and Hannah Eve." A tall, slender woman wearing a slinky black caftan loosely tied at her waist lifted a wan hand in greeting. She wore a silver tiara that sparkled in the thin light, coming to a delicate, bejeweled point in the center of her forehead. Her fingers dripped with silver jewelry, and a moon goddess pendant glittered at the hollow of her throat. She looked like she was auditioning to be an extra for the craft. "You can call me Hannah," she said. Bright blue eyes peered from beneath a sheaf of black curtain bangs framing a heart-shaped face. The woman beside her, shorter, rounder, and dressed like a normal person, added with a grin, "You can call me Shannon." I drew my brows together. "Isn't that your name?" A stammer. "Yes." "Then of course we can call you that," I stated. I turned to Marie-Laure. "So this is everyone? This is the Red Rum Mystery Book Club?" Marie-Laure motioned for us to sit. "Thank you so much for coming. I must say I'm absolutely obsessed with your show." The woman blushed deeply, biting back giddy giggles. "You especially," she said to me, a schoolgirl twinkle in her eye. "The way you solve the most complex mysteries is just so incredible. You're my absolute favorite sin, and it's not even close. You must have the most fascinating mind." I was about to fall through the floor with embarrassment when Hannah said, "Marie-Laure, you are so easily impressed." She gave her friend a cheeky grin and said to me, "The mysteries weren't that complex. I solved most of your cases before the reveal. But then again, I'm an expert in solving puzzles. It's my passion." "I'm not that easily impressed," Marie-Laure said with a pout. "And I do think Pride is a genius. And once this case is solved, everyone else, including you, will think so too." From her perch on the couch, Violet loudly cleared her throat. "Ladies, stay on task, please. We're here for a reason, after all." Marie-Laure stuck her tongue out at Hannah, who pinched her lips and rolled her eyes. "Violet's correct. We ought to get started," Marie-Laure continued. "But before we begin the interview, we should bring our meeting officially to order." She waved a hand at Hannah, who retrieved a silver tray from a bar cart at the other end of the room. Atop the tray was a set of cardinal red crystal goblets with dancing flames etched onto the surface. The cut glass caught the light as Hannah passed them to the club members. For the rest of us, Lacey, Wrath, and me, Hannah fetched simple solo cups before returning to her place. I sniffed my drink tentatively. The liquid was dark red and smelled aromatic and Christmassy, with spicy overtones of cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove. "What is this?" I asked. "Red rum, of course." Violet winked, taking a sip of her drink. "It's actually wine mulled with herbs and spices that open the third eye. I make the mugwort tinctures myself with a few pieces of equipment I might have borrowed from my lab." Shannon made a gasp of faux surprise. "You stole lab equipment? Did you write it off as broken?" Violet sniffed. "Of course. The students in my lab are klutzes. They're always breaking things." She turned back to me. "Anyway, mugwort is mildly hallucinogenic. It gets us into the right mindset for our meeting. But it tastes terrible. Hence, the wine." I set my drink aside. I didn't need my third eye opened more than it already was. "You have to get tipsy to talk about books?" I asked. "Not tipsy," Hannah corrected. "Open, suggestible. Mugwort lets you explore possibilities your rational mind would usually discard. I can get you some to take home if you like. I grow all our mugwort in my garden." I kept my snorts to myself, but of course she grew it in her garden. She looked exactly the type, with her over-the-top witch outfit and mysterious vibes. The effect might have been charming at Halloween, but during a missing persons investigation, it was simply annoying. "Not necessary," I said. "So, should we start?" But the other ladies ignored me. They downed their drinks, put the glasses aside, and linked hands. They let their eyes flutter closed as their breathing slowed and their bodies began to sway. After a minute, they began to chant. "Pages turned and secrets found. To each other we are bound. Mysteries lie within each book. Clues we find in every nook. With magic aid and clever minds, the culprit's trail will soon unwind. Let our meeting now commence as we discuss the evidence." Second-hand embarrassment washed over me like a tsunami as I watched these grown women giggle like schoolgirls after releasing each other's hands. A rhyming chant to open their book club? It was absolutely mortifying. This kind of thing is why I don't have friends. Intimate relationships make you susceptible to any number of unforgivable crimes, such as being corny in public. Wrath sipped at his wine politely before setting it aside. "So, this is your book club? Seems more like a witch's coven." Mary Lore chuckled. "Yes. Well, what's the point of life without a little magic? Besides, Hannah's always wanted to be a high priestess." Hannah blew a raspberry at Marie Lore. "I want to be a famous healer," she corrected. "I just cosplay a priestess to get the other thing." "My sister is going to be a world-famous authority on alternative healing therapies," Shannon said, her eyes bright and proud. "She's already written a book and she's working on a second." "Anything I might know?" Lacey asked. "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. It's a mystery," Hannah said playfully, dropping Lacey a cryptic wink. Wrath rolled his eyes and sucked in a breath. "Right. Okay, well, let's get the party started. How do you all know each other?" Shannon sat up taller, inching to the edge of her seat. "Well, Hannah and I are sisters," she began. "And Violet and I work together at the university's environmental science lab. I met Marie Lore on Discord, and it all bloomed from there." "It was a Discord server for Seekers of Truth," Marie Lore explained, adjusting the witch hat atop her braids. "It's a group for people trying to find meaning in life and such. The server had a separate space just to discuss books, and I posted asking if anyone had recommendations for good mystery books because I love a good mystery. I got some excellent recommendations from lots of members, including these ladies here," she said, gesturing to her friends. "But the server admins told me mystery books was off topic and to start my own Discord server. Instead, we started a real-life book club. We chose Red Rum because it's an anagram for murder, and Hannah is a big fan of puzzles and word games." "Anagram?" Lacey repeated. You mix the letters up to form new words, Marie-Laure said. Live and evil, God and dog, listen and silent, admirer and married. Word games challenge the mind, Hannah said. She smiled wanly, absently worrying a spider ring on her pointer finger. My own name is a palindrome. It's the same forward and backward. Hannah Eve Otto. You can blame my parents for my lifelong obsession. Backward, your name would be Otto Eve Hannah, I pointed out. Not Hannah Eve Otto. Hannah eyed me carefully but offered no reply. Marie-Laure was kind enough to open her home to us. The third woman, Violet, said. She had dark skin with purple hair cut into a chin-length bob and wore a t-shirt that said Odyssey University College of Environmental Sciences. It's especially suited for housing a mystery club. I looked around, unimpressed. Seems like you all could use someplace a little less destroyed. The house wasn't always like this, Marie-Laure said sheepishly. But I'm turning this home into a retreat for mystery writers. It'll be unlike anything available today. She stood, motioning for us to follow. Come! You can see for yourself. I didn't really want to see for myself, but everyone else was already climbing to their feet. We followed Marie-Laure single file down the hall, around a bend, up another staircase, and into the 19th century. My breath caught as we entered the room. We were in one of the towers I'd noticed from outside, but what I hadn't appreciated from the street below was just how impressive the room was. It was a library with vaulted ceilings and floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that lined the walls. Several ladders leaned against the shelves, allowing access to even the highest and hardest-to-reach volumes. Thin streams of colored light filtered through stained glass windows, bathing the space in a kaleidoscope of hues. The place felt like it belonged in a fairy tale castle instead of a rundown building in the city. This is the reason, Marie-Laure said, gesturing to the space around her. As I mentioned, I'm converting this building into a retreat for mystery writers. But it won't be just any retreat. It will be an immersive experience. This small library is the prototype for what we are trying to create. This feeling, this ambiance. Our library will be filled with everything a mystery writer needs to be inspired and informed. Books about anatomy, herbalism, poisons, weapons, police procedure, international law, and novels by the world's most famous mystery writers. But all that's just the beginning. What do you mean by that? Lacey asked. What good is an immersive mystery retreat without its own mystery? Marie-Laure's smile widened as she motioned for us to follow her to a table at the other end of the room. It was covered in blueprints. Do you know Sarah Winchester? Rath shook his head. No. Does she live here in Odyssey? No, she's a famous eccentric. Lacey laughed. She was married to William Winchester. You know, like the Winchester rifle guy. After her husband died, Sarah inherited a fortune, bought a farmhouse, and began a weird lifelong construction project. A lifelong construction project, Marie-Laure agreed with a wistful sigh. And that's putting it mildly. Sarah believed she was haunted by the ghosts of people killed by Winchester rifles. She continuously expanded her home to confuse these spirits and keep them at bay, resulting in a sprawling, confusing mansion with hundreds of rooms, staircases leading nowhere, and doors opening into blank walls. You can still visit the house today. You can even rent a room overnight. It's called the Winchester Mystery House. The room fell silent. Rath said, So she was a whack job. I was inspired by Sarah's story, Marie-Laure continued, ignoring him. I think anyone writing mystery novels would appreciate the strangeness of the Winchester house, don't you? And what mystery house would be complete without secret passages and hidden rooms? But the project has been overwhelming. Many times I've wanted to give up, but this group has been such a huge help. She turned adoring goo-goo eyes toward the other three women, a sappy smile plastered on her face. Having friends who support you, there's just nothing like it. Violet and Shannon have been my cheerleaders, and Hannah has been staying with me off and on, keeping me grounded and centered through everything. I couldn't have done this without them. So that's why we meet here. It's empowering for me. Should we go back down? Back in the carpeted area, the opera music had switched to something fully instrumental, which you might think was better but wasn't. Lacey pulled out her phone and hit record on her memo app. Tell us about this missing woman. Paige. The mood in the room shifted, each woman glancing down into their laps. It seemed no one wanted to be the first to speak. Finally, Marie-Laure cleared her throat. She's just the most talented, insightful soul you can imagine. She knows everything about gardening and psychology and home improvement, and she adores this house. She added with a wistful smile. She's just a delight, mesmerizing and full of life. She waited, breath held, for the others to chime in. No one spoke. Wouldn't you guys agree with that? The three women exchanged somber glances. Yes, Shannon answered shyly. Paige is brilliant and charismatic. Tell us more, Lacey said. She was vibrant, Marie-Laure continued. The kind of person you want to be close to. But she was also mysterious. She loved puzzles and magic. Oh God, I shouldn't speak in the past tense. Marie-Laure pressed a hand to her lips, a fierce look flashing over her face. You know, sometimes I can still feel her presence. I smell her perfume. I hear her voice. I hear her wandering the halls. Marie-Laure grimaced, tears stinging her eyes. I know she's gone, she whispered thickly. But she shouldn't be. We have to find her. Rath pulled up a headshot of Paige Nesbitt on his phone. Is this her? Is this your friend? This is the woman the police say is the real Dr. Paige Nesbitt. That isn't our Paige, Shannon said. So you don't recognize this woman? Rath pressed. Are you sure? Hannah sighed dramatically, smoothing her feathery bangs from her eyes. Dr. Nesbitt has a reputation in Odyssey as an amazing healer and podcaster. I've listened to her show for years, but I had no idea what she looked like. But she's not the Paige we know. That's not our friend. Rath squinted at the women. So you mean to tell me a woman in your club claimed to be a well-known doctor and podcaster here in town, and you all just accepted it? What are you, stupid? Rath! Lacey shot him a horrified look. What a horrible thing to say. What's the matter with you? But Hannah took the accusation in stride, chuckling lightly and batting her lashes. It's all right. It's an understandable question. She was very convincing. You don't seem very bothered to discover your friend isn't who she claimed, I said. Hannah blinked. Should I be? It's creepy to pretend to be a famous person, I said. Hannah drew a long breath, head dithering side to side. Oh, not necessarily. It's a way to change your perceptions of yourself and form new habits. You align yourself with someone whose values you want to embody, and, well, essentially, you fake it till you make it. She smiled, glancing from me to Rath and back again. Donning new personalities and new names can be life-changing. Haven't you found that to be true? I considered her question. Since coming to Sinful House, nobody ever called me by my given name. Here, I wasn't Sydney Sheridan, special investigator for the San Diego police, fired due to budget cuts right after being dumped by my long-term girlfriend. Here, I was Pride, a well-known ghost whisperer who solves complex paranormal mysteries and brings peace of mind and harmony to the locals. Here, my failures didn't follow me like a shadow. Here, I was, well, free. I suppose I see what you're saying, I admitted, though I still think using a famous person as your new identity is pretty sketchy. The room fell quiet, the words hanging uncomfortably in the air. "Tell us about the events leading up to Paige's disappearance," Lacey said. "You said you received a manuscript?" "It was left at the house," Marie-Laure confirmed, "in a plain manila envelope with our names across the front." "Left where?" "In the mailbox?" Lacey asked. Marie-Laure shook her head. "On the porch. There was no postage. One of the workers found it and brought it in. I opened it up and found the manuscript inside." "We think that's what it was," Violet said, "but it's hard to say for sure." The three of us exchanged glances. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked. Marie-Laure drew a breath, leaning forward slightly and worrying the rings on her fingers. "It was a manuscript, but it was strange," she said. "It was handwritten on old paper in some other language." "What language?" I asked. Marie-Laure shook her head. "I don't know. I didn't recognize the script. It might have been Arabic or Thai or something like that, and it was illustrated down the left side with an intricate border composed of mermaids, seaweed, whales, all kinds of ocean imagery. But beyond that, it made no sense. I pored over it for days on end," Marie-Laure confessed, a blush rising in her cheeks. "I admit I became a little obsessed with it. I have expertise in nautical mysticism. I once studied with a great master of sea spirituality, so I thought I could get to the bottom of it, but I couldn't. I was really spiraling." "Where is the manuscript now?" I asked. "Gone," Marie-Laure said. "What do you mean, gone?" Marie-Laure sighed. "When I couldn't decipher the document alone, I shared it with the other rummies. We discussed it for several meetings, but we were getting nowhere. Eventually, Paige offered to take the manuscript home to try to order the pages and study them. But then we got a message from Paige that just said, 'She's going to kill me. Please help.' And then we never saw her again." "Any idea who she might be?" Lacey asked. The women shook their heads. Lacey leaned forward, tapping her fingertips together. "Did any of you try calling her?" "We don't have her phone number," Shannon explained. Wrath spread his hands, imploring. "I thought you said she texted you." "She sent a message to the Discord channel," Marie-Laure explained. "That's our only form of communication. We haven't received any further messages from her, and given the nature of that last message, we suspect the worst." I leaned back into the cushions, thoughtful. "Do you think the manuscript and her disappearance are related? Perhaps someone knew she had the manuscript and wanted it for themselves?" The women shrugged in response. "We don't know what to think," Marie-Laure said. "And the police haven't helped at all since the quote-unquote real Paige isn't missing, and no one else has submitted any missing persons reports." Lacey blew a noisy raspberry and ran a hand through her hair. "Whoever she is, you ladies realize this woman was probably running a scam on you, right? She sees this big house, smells money, and hatches a plan to rip you off. Have you all checked your accounts? Your finances? Assets?" "I've noticed nothing out of the ordinary," Violet said. "But then, I wouldn't be a target. I'm not rich." "Do you have good credit?" Lacey asked. "Because even if you don't have money, she could use that." "If we notice anything odd, we'll let you know," Marie-Laure said. "But I prefer to assume she wasn't trying to rip us off. Can you operate under that assumption? Can you look for her assuming she may be in trouble?" "Of course we can," I said. "It's not like we have a choice. The network forced us to be here for the show after all." Both Wrath and Lacey threw me dirty looks. It must have been something I said. The women accompanied us downstairs, where we exchanged contact information. The club members promised to make themselves available to answer any questions we might have. It took longer than expected to get out the front door since several workers stopped us wanting autographs and pictures. The attention made me feel like a total schmuck, but you can't exactly refuse these requests because the camera guy is filming the whole thing, and then you look like a giant jerk in front of the whole world. So we jotted our names on napkins and posed for what felt like a dozen selfies before finally heading out to the car. Once we were on the street and out of earshot, I said, "So, what do we think?" Wrath slid into the driver's seat and snorted. "Man, those women are clearly lying." I angled myself toward him, surprised. "You think so?" They seemed genuine to me. "That's because you're a big softy who sees the best in people," he said, which was totally unfair because I pretty much think everyone is kind of terrible. This whole thing is a marketing ploy for this writer retreat. They practically admitted it themselves. There's no evidence of a missing woman other than their word. There's no evidence of a weird alien manuscript other than their say-so. And the woman they claim is Paige Nesbitt isn't the real Paige Nesbitt. "It is suspicious," I agreed cautiously. "And what was up with that weird chant and those nutty outfits and drinking that disgusting wine in the middle of the day? Look, alcoholism is a disease, and I have mad respect for the struggle. But this is all marketing, man. It's a ploy, a sham, and the network is too stupid to realize it." "If this is really a marketing scheme," Lacey said from behind us, "they're playing a very long game. The house is a long way from ready." She glanced out the window at the construction work. "Like, a long way." Wrath turned around, his face scrambled into a frown. "You're telling me you actually think those ladies were legit?" "Well, no, not exactly." Lacey folded her arms over her chest. "I just don't think it's a ploy. I think a woman really is missing, but I also think Marie Laure knows more than she's saying. I wouldn't be surprised if she's responsible for Paige's disappearance." I unbuckled so I could swivel backward in my seat. "What? Why do you say that? Didn't either of you notice that Marie Laure did all the talking?" Lacey scoffed, rolling her eyes. "She's the ringleader. They meet at her house. She spoke for the group. She found the manuscript. She filed the missing persons report. She's the one pulling all the strings." Her gaze drifted out the window, landing on the half-constructed home looking over the street. "Marie Laure knows something. I can feel it." She paused, her expression hardening. "We should go rough her up. Get some answers." Lacey was already climbing out of her seat when Wrath smacked the door locks, foiling Lacey's escape. "Easy there, Dirty Harry. We're not roughing anybody up. Let's just think about this logically." Wrath gave me a, "Can you believe this psycho?" look, the sentiment of which I completely shared. If Marie Laure kidnapped Paige or killed her or whatever, why would she report her missing? "Well, that's not unusual," I admitted reluctantly. "When I worked for the police, we saw it sometimes. People report their own crimes to seem innocent and concerned, or sometimes they do it to manipulate the investigation." Wrath's phone buzzed. "Looks like we have an appointment to meet the real Paige in 30 minutes. Lacey whistled, impressed. "Wow, that was fast." "Yeah, apparently she's not any good at her job and doesn't have any patience right now," Wrath said with a shrug. "I meant," Lacey chuckled, "it's impressive that you got your phone to do the legwork. That would come in handy in my line of work. Have you thought about a career in bounty hunting?" I laughed, buckling my safety belt. "Wrath's day job is a computer programmer or something. His technopathy comes in handy in his line of work too. And anyway, outside of this show, I don't see Wrath hunting down bad guys." "I locate people who skip out on their bail," Lacey clarified. "Whether they're bad guys is for a jury to decide. It's got nothing to do with me. But if you miss your court date, I'm coming to find you. Dangerous work, but we can't just have fugitives running around, so somebody has to do the job. Might as well be me." "That's one way to look at it," Wrath said, turning to Lacey with a sneer. "Bail is just another way rich people get off without the same consequences as the rest of us." Oh no. I knew where this was heading. I sucked in a breath. "Wrath, think about it this way, man," he continued, holding up a hand to silence me. "If I get arrested and the court sets my bail at $30,000, that's a lot of money to me. More money than I can even think about. So, I'm gonna rot in jail because I can't afford to get out. But let's say Portia Cameron gets arrested for the same crime, and her bail is also set for 30 grand. That's nothing to her. Chump change. She's out in the time it takes to call her accountant. Is that fair? Wrath? So, instead of a flat fee that disproportionately punishes the poor, bail should be a percentage of your total net worth and assets." Wrath jabbed a finger in the air. "That's the only way to make it fair, man. Otherwise, rich people just buy their way out of problems. Just like they do now." I heaved a sigh, resigned to my fate. "Can we just head over to Paige's house?" My finger hovered over the navigation screen on the car's infotainment system. "Address?" Wrath started the engine with a growl. "Car, navigate me to Paige Nesbitt's house." The screen flickered, and directions to our destination bloomed over the screen. Lacey whistled from the back seat. "I bet you never use that trick at the bank to put more money in your account or anything like that, do you?" "Shut up." "Yeah, capitalism's a real bummer, isn't it?" Lacey jeered. Wrath ignored her and put the car in drive. And just like that, we were off. Chapter 3. Dr. Paige Nesbitt lived at 2246 Halibut Way in a swanky neighborhood on the outskirts of Odyssey. As we pulled up to her home, I groaned inwardly, bracing myself for the rant I knew was coming. After all, I knew from experience that Wrath had opinions about doctors who made big bucks while their patients suffered. He believed doctors should fix people out of the goodness of their hearts. An ability to pay didn't factor into it. And just between you and me, I kind of understood where he was coming from. If you had the power to heal someone, you should heal them. The problem is, the real world doesn't work like that. Everybody has to eat and drive Porsches or something. But to my dismay and great pleasure, Wrath said nothing as we marched up to the front of the house. Maybe he was still stewing about Lacey's too-close-to-home accusation about the bank deposits. I wasn't sure whether to be impressed or worried. Wrath was like a toddler. If he was quiet, it meant he was brewing something we'd be sorry about later. Lacey pushed the doorbell with her elbow. While we waited, she turned to Wrath. "So, have you thought about our date yet?" The technopath shot her a disgusted look and shoved his hands into the pockets of his many-zippered nylon pants. "I'm trying not to." Lacey smirked. "Why? Am I not your type?" Wrath grunted. "Let's just say I like my women like I like my men, geared up and already knowing the boss fight strategy ahead of time." Lacey's brows quirked as a strange expression stole over her face. It took me a second to identify it because it was so out of place, but after a second, I caught on. I think it was respect. "Hold on. You game? What do you play?" The front door opened, cutting Lacey off mid-sentence. The woman on the other side wore dark blue scrubs with white sneakers. Dishwater blonde hair was pulled back into a slightly oily ponytail held in place by a neon orange scrunchie. Her bare face was smattered with mild acne and a suggestion of rosacea in both cheeks. She wore a large smartwatch and a thin gold bracelet on her right wrist. "Hi, you must be from the show." I gave her a once-over, impressed. More often than not, when people know they're going to be on our show, they get all dolled up, which really gives the lie to the whole reality show thing. Most ordinary people don't hang out at home in full makeup, wearing their Sunday best right down to their pearls. And yet, that's actually how people open the door, pretending to be surprised to see us. "Oh my, I wasn't expecting you until tomorrow. Please excuse the mess," they'd say, and then lead us into a suspiciously immaculate home. You'd be surprised how often this happens. Or maybe you wouldn't, if you're not a moron and you know how vain most people are. But this woman clearly did not care about any of that. She looked normal. "You're Paige Nesbitt?" Rath asked. The woman stepped aside with a nod. "I am. Come on in. I know I agreed to meet you at this time, but if you don't mind, we need to keep our voices down. Skylar is recording a new podcast episode, and I don't want to disturb him. He should be down any minute, though. He wants to meet you all. Big fan. Please, come have a seat." We followed Paige into a living room and settled in. It was a large, comfortable room adjacent to a formal dining room that looked like it was being used for sorting mail. Envelopes and packages were stacked in the corner, and slovenly piles of paper and random items littered the table. Paige caught me looking at the mess and chuckled. "Fan mail," she explained. "Skylar gets a ton. I get my fair share too, but he handles all of it. I just don't have time. An assistant checks our P.O. box once a week and brings all the stuff over." Rath's eyes bugged. "All that is from just this week?" "Unfortunately," Paige said. "Skylar tries to read all the letters, but we can't keep everything people send us. It's just too much." "What do you do with it?" Lacey asked. "We donate anything we can, and some of the nicer stuff we use for giveaways. Handmade art, books, things like that." Paige shrugged and offered a proud smile. "Sometimes things get damaged in transit, and we hate the thought of throwing out items listeners take the time and money to send. Right now, Skylar is annotating a damaged book a listener sent us, and he'll raffle it off and give the proceeds to Odyssey Children's Foundation." Lacey snorted, arms folded across her chest. "Wow, that's wild." She glanced between Rath and me. "Do viewers send you gifts?" "I've never gotten anything," I said. "They do," Rath said. "It's just that we're not allowed any contact with viewers until the show is over. The network hangs on to our fan mail." I cocked my head at Rath, evaluating him in a new light. How did he know that? And more importantly, why didn't I? I wondered idly what packages might await me at the show's conclusion. I couldn't decide if the thought was exciting or anxiety-inducing. The doctor kicked off her shoes, tucking her feet into the crevice between the cushions. She wore mismatched socks, one bright yellow with cartoon characters, the other pale blue with hearts. "I don't watch your show myself," she confessed. "I don't have a lot of time for TV. Between caring for my 2 girls, running the clinic, and taking Japanese classes at the university, I just run out of energy." "Watching TV doesn't take much energy," I said. Paige grinned. "I guess I prefer to read in my downtime." "So why didn't you just say that?" Rath threw me a warning look and turned to Paige. "So your husband doesn't help you care for the girls?" It was my turn to throw him an exasperated look, but Rath was much better at ignoring me than the other way around. Paige balked, blinking rapidly in surprise. "What?" "No." In perhaps a Sinful House first, Rath was shocked into silence. After a long pause, he found his voice and croaked out, "No." "You asked if my husband helps me care for the girls," Paige said. "He doesn't help me. The way you phrased the question assumes I'm primarily responsible for their care and well-being. That isn't the case in our household. We are equal partners. We support each other in all things: housework, income, and child rearing. We try very hard not to succumb to outdated language or gender roles, and it takes a lot of unlearning. So no, my husband doesn't help me raise the girls. We work together." She smiled brightly at Rath, whose mouth was hanging open as he made goo-goo eyes at the doctor. "Is that what you meant?" I bit down on my tongue and averted my eyes to keep from laughing, but I was actually cheering inside. I'd never seen Rath beaten at his own game. It was a delight to behold. He was quiet a moment, and then cleared his throat. "Well, glad to hear it. Anyway, I guess you know why we're here?" Paige nodded pleasantly. Someone's been impersonating me, although for my life, I can't imagine why. She laughed, gesturing around her house. There's nothing glamorous or envious about how we live. I'm just a very normal working wife and mother. With a top-rated podcast, I added. But Paige shook her head firmly. No, that's Skylar's baby. I make guest appearances from time to time, that's all. I have other hobbies. Like what? I asked. Lacey cleared her throat and took out her phone to record the session. She plunked it down on the table between us. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, she said. We're here because someone reported you missing. Paige's expression was stoic. Yes, but here I am. And you don't know the women who reported you? Paige shook her head. Remind me of their names? Lacey faltered, and I answered in her place. Marie-Laure Perot, Violet Washington, and Shannon and Hannah Otto. Sisters. Paige let the names simmer before offering a forlorn shake of her head. No, those names are not familiar. And these women claim I've been attending a book club with them? That's very strange. You don't have a twin or anything like that, do you? I asked. Paige smiled ruefully. I'm afraid not. Lacey asked, Do you use Discord? The woman's brow knitted in confusion. Discord? It's like a chat program, sort of, Rath explained. You can make your own server and invite your friends to chat via text or voice. These women said you sent a message to the Discord server claiming someone was going to murder you. Paige's attention drifted, her face darkening. We sat in stuffy silence together, not even the whir of an air conditioner in the background. They must have turned it off so the ambient noise didn't interfere with the podcast being recorded elsewhere in the house. I'm sorry, I find this all pretty disturbing. Is this something I need to worry about? Am I in danger? It was a reasonable question that I had no way of answering. Did you speak with the police? I asked. Paige nodded. Yes. They came to the house to perform a wellness check. They explained that a woman had reported me missing. Ah, Mary something? Marie-Laure? I offered. Yes. Paige nodded. Marie-Laure, that's right. But after I explained that I had no idea what the officer was talking about, they chalked it up to some kind of practical joke. The words were couched in nervous chuckling, but certainly there was no mirth in Paige's face. But I don't find it very funny. Why would anyone do this? Someone's running a scam. Lacey leaned forward, elbows on her knees. Her face was severe. I don't know who, and I'm not even sure if you're the target or if the red rum ladies are. But in my experience, immoral people are always trying to get one over on somebody. And from the looks of your house, you have a lot someone might want to take. Paige looked around as though only noticing for the first time how good she had it. I never thought of it that way, she admitted. You spend your whole life giving to your community. You don't expect anyone to want to take advantage of you. People are jerks, I said. You're a doctor, right? Tell us about your practice. What kind of doctor are you? A smile broke over Paige's face, and that simple expression eased some of the tension in the room. I practice osteopathic medicine, she said. I help people who are in chronic pain feel better. Rath sneered, his eyes flashing dark. You mean to tell me you dilute herbs with water to the point where there's no medicine left and call it a cure? And you charge people for that? Paige paused, biting back a smile. I think you are confusing osteopathy with homeopathy there. Common mistake. Osteopathic medicine emphasizes a whole-person approach to treatment and care. We employ more non-traditional modalities to treat our patients, but everything we do is science-based. We're real doctors. We go to med school and everything. Rath's face blushed bright red, and I had to stop myself from punching the air in glee. Dr. Paige 2, Rath 0. I wasn't much into sports, but this was a toe-to-toe match even I would have paid top dollar to see. Silently fuming, Rath pulled out his phone and opened his photo app. he navigated to a set of selfies he'd taken with the women at the house. "Have you seen any of these women before? Maybe someone is a patient?" Paige quickly browsed through the photos, shaking her head. "I don't recognize them, but I see a lot of people in my line of work. We may have met, but none of these faces are familiar." Paige continued staring at the photo as though willing the situation to make sense. "I do receive a lot of requests from our listeners," she said. "People who want to be on the podcast, want me to endorse their product, or want me to diagnose them. Most of these interactions are fine, but occasionally I get someone who might be, I don't know, a little obsessive, I suppose." "Like a crazed fan?" Rath asked. Paige gave him a doleful look. "I don't like that language. I would say someone deep in the throes of a parasocial relationship." "Whoever this woman is, she's using your name. Sounds obsessive to me," I said. Dr. Nesbit dipped her chin but didn't reply. "We'll get to the bottom of it," Lacey assured her. "In the meantime, do you have a gun?" Paige scoffed and glanced up, brow furrowed in confusion. "A gun? No, of course not. Why would I?" Lacey jumped to her feet, reached into her jacket, and retrieved a pistol from its holster. She ignored our collective gasp as she expertly removed the magazine and placed the weapon and the ammo noisily on the table beside her phone. "You should take that, just in case." The stark, stunned silence was broken by someone clearing their throat. "You can't do that," the voice said. We all turned to see the camera guy peeking around his camera, eyes wide, ears and cheeks an astonishing shade of pink. "You can't give her that gun," he repeated. "It's illegal to loan a gun in California. We can't air you doing illegal activities." "That's a lie," I said. "The network has aired us doing illegal stuff plenty of times." "Well, this is like jail time illegal," the camera guy pressed. Lacey made no move to retrieve the weapon. "The gun's not loaded. You saw me remove the magazine. Under California law, I can loan a gun to a person over 18 years of age if they're going to use it as a prop in a movie or television show." Lacey spread her arms wide. "This is a TV show, right?" "But that's not a prop," the cameraman objected. "You're giving it to her for safety reasons." "I'm giving it to her because it'll look cool on TV. Come on, did you really think I was going to let this lady keep my Springfield?" "Psht." She snatched up the gun, replaced the magazine, and secured it in her holster. "You ruined that shot with your interruption, though. Should we take it from the top, this time with no ad-libbing from the peanut gallery?" "What? We're not redoing the shot," Rath sneered. "The whole point of a reality show is that it's supposed to be real." Lacey sucked her teeth. "What do you care, as long as you get votes? Anyway, where were we?" "I think you were just leaving." Paige was on her feet, looking apologetic but also impatient to be rid of us. And who could blame her after what Lacey just pulled? "I really hope you find whoever you're looking for, but oh, damn it." Paige paused, her eyes flitting to the staircase. "My husband really wants to meet you. I thought he'd be down by now. I hate to interrupt him when he's recording, but I know he'd prefer the interruption to not meeting you. Do you mind?" "Nah, it's cool," Rath said, which is what we have to say whenever a fan wants something from us. I don't know why anybody would ever want to be a celebrity. It's exhausting. "He upstairs?" Paige motioned for us to follow her but stopped short at the bottom of the stairs. "Maybe you should stay here with the cameraman," she said, eyes flicking to Lacey. "My husband doesn't like guns." For a second, I worried the gun-happy bounty hunter would make a scene, but she just shrugged and slumped against a wall, shooing us with her fingers. Rath and I followed Paige up the stairs, down the hallway, and to a closed door. Paige knocked gently. "Honey, the psychics are here." She turned the handle and quietly pushed open the door. "I know you wanted to meet them. I'm sorry to—" The door opened, and for a moment, Paige stood rigid, unmoving. But then the air went out of her as she breathed. "Skylar?" A heartbeat. Then a ragged shout. "Skylar! Oh, God!" Paige darted into the room with Wrath and me hot on her heels. The podcast room was small and padded for soundproofing. In the middle was a desk containing a laptop, a few other podcasting paraphernalia, and a microphone. And seated at the desk was a man. Except he wasn't so much seated as slumped across the desk in a very worrying, very familiar position. Oh boy. Chapter 4. Paige flew to the man's side, grabbing him by the collar and thrusting him backward. His jaw hung slack, eyes closed as the woman screamed his name. She pressed her fingers to his jugular, shaking and sobbing. The man did not respond. Skylar was dead. I'd seen enough death in my time to recognize a corpse when I saw one. The fact that a new ghost, bewildered and aghast, stood shaking in the corner was just the icing on the cake. Wrath whipped out his phone, screaming at it to call emergency services. While Paige tried to revive her husband, Wrath babbled to the emergency dispatcher, and I made a beeline for the ghost. He was in shock. He shivered violently, lips quivering as he watched in paralyzed horror as his wife tried to revive his lifeless body. I stood before him, lamely shifting my weight from foot to foot. I had some experience chatting with the newly dead, but not a ton. Usually by the time I arrived at a murder, the ghosts were already gone. But this guy was frozen to the spot, mouth agape and eyes bulging as he tried to understand what was happening. Finally, he found his voice. "Wake me up," he said. The door burst open, and Lacey and the cameraman poured into the office. Lacey had pulled her pistol and was ostensibly clearing the room, which made her look absolutely absurd, but maybe it was necessary. I mean, it wasn't necessary, we were the only people present. But Lacey didn't know that, and she was right to be cautious. Odyssey was proving to be a very dangerous town. I approached the ghost, trying to block his view of the morbid chaos at my back. "She can't wake you up," I said. "Nobody can. You've died, Skylar. But I need you to focus." "What happened?" The shaking man craned his neck, trying to glimpse the scene I was adeptly blocking. I needed him focused and alert, not freaking out. And everybody, and I mean everybody, freaks out at the sight of themselves dead. Skylar stammered, I don't know. I was recording my podcast and the pain, I couldn't." He clutched at his chest, his eyes bulging from his face. His voice was high-pitched, bordering on screeching. "Did you eat something you're allergic to? Do you have respiratory issues? Did you—" "Pride, what are you doing?" Lacey shouted from the other side of the room. "Help me get this guy on the floor. I'm gonna give him CPR." I turned to see Lacey dragging the body out of the chair to lay him prone on the carpet. I didn't have the heart to break the news that Skylar had already bought the farm. The paramedics could do that thankless job when they arrived. "No allergies," the ghost wheezed as I faced him again. "I'm healthy and robust. I can't die. People respect me. I have over 1 million listeners. I can't be sick. I certainly can't be dead. The world needs me." I tilted my head toward Skylar's unresponsive corpse. "Well, unless you know how to project your soul from your body, then you're definitely dead, and I'm talking to a ghost. Because here you are, and there's your body. Is there anything you want me to do for you before you go? Maybe a message for your wife?" The ghost was weeping now, his words hard to make out. "I should have kissed Paige more. I should have spent more time with the girls. Please tell my wife that—" "Pride." I turned around again to see Lacey fruitlessly compressing the dead man's lungs. "Have you lost your mind? Please come help me." I watched as Wrath edged an increasingly hysterical Paige out of the room. He shot me a look I couldn't read. Lacey had moved on to mouth, which was no longer a recommended practice, but now didn't seem the time to mention it. I spun back to the ghost, ready to ask what he wanted me to tell Paige, but by then, the ghost was gone. The paramedics arrived not long after in a swarm of uniforms and efficiency. They loaded up Skylar's body and then herded a shaking, borderline hysterical Paige into the ambulance. Before you could say, "This podcast brought to you by BetterHelp," they tore off for the hospital. Lacey and the cameraman stood huddled in the hallway, faintly shivering. They looked like they might also be going into shock, and since the last thing I needed was another medical emergency, I went to find some blankets to wrap them in. But before I even made it to the bedroom, Wrath shouted, "I knew this was gonna happen!" I spun around, scowling. "What are you talking about now?" Wrath pounded down the hallway, finger thrust in my face. "Every time you work on a case, somebody dies." I stumbled backward, surprised. "What are you talking about?" Wrath was hell-bent on invading my personal space, moving too close for comfort, his whole body vibrating with fury. "You and Lust found that dead soup hunter in a freezer," he said. "You and Sloth found that old woman murdered in her house. Then, you and Envy found that dead mortician at the funeral home. And then there's that actress, the one Aaron was accused of killing." "I had nothing to do with her," I shot back. Which was a weird thing to say since I didn't have anything to do with the others either. But it was true I'd found the bodies. "That murder was connected to a case you were working on," Wrath insisted. "Plus, you've been held at gunpoint at least twice since we've been at Sinful House. Meanwhile, everybody else is working on cases about cats that tell the future or Ouija board messages from long-dead American presidents. Why do you keep ending up on cases where someone winds up dead? Don't you think that's suspicious? Is that a ghost whisperer thing, where you just attract death wherever you go? Because if so, you need to disclose that, man. I have the right to know that my life is in mortal peril." "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Lacey stumbled toward us, some of the color returning to her cheeks. "That's a pretty reckless accusation, Wrath, and I don't see anything to suggest that. Pride wasn't even upstairs when this happened." Wrath's eyes bugged out of his head as he glanced from Lacey to me and back again. "Are you too stupid or something? You think all this," he waved his arms around wildly, "is just coincidence? This has something to do with pride." "That's absurd," I said. Wrath scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Are you seriously telling me that all the people who died in or around cases you were working on were just pure coincidence? You can't honestly think that, right? You're not that stupid, right?" I said nothing, my mind racing. If Wrath hadn't said anything, I probably could have chalked this up to coincidence. Wrong place, wrong time. After all, before I became a reality show loser, I was an actual investigator. Wrong place, wrong time was the name of the game for most of the poor schmucks that ended up on a slab in cold storage. But now that Wrath had voiced this thought, I couldn't shake the paranoia that crept up on me. Was there something about being a ghost whisperer that linked me with people falling over dead? The thought was too awful to dwell on. "Wrath, I had nothing to do with this, and you need to calm down right now." Wrath exhaled noisily, running his hands through his bleach-blonde hair, making it stick up all over his head. "Don't tell me to calm down. Anger is a perfectly natural human emotion." Wrath let out a frustrated groan and punched the wall. Not hard enough to damage the wall, but hard enough that he shook out his hand, wincing. "Just once, I'd like to work on a case that turns out to be nothing. What's the matter with this town? Why does all this weird crap go on here, like, every day? Is this place founded on an ancient Indian burial ground or something?" "Sort of," I said. Wrath and Lacey turned big eyes to me, looking like I'd just started speaking in tongues. "I was being hyperbolic, man. What do you mean, sort of?" Odyssey was founded in 1785 as a Catholic mission, I explained. A lot of the indigenous people who lived here were either forcibly converted or displaced. And by displaced, I meant massacred, but I didn't need to say that. Everybody looked pretty spooked as it was. But anyway, that probably has nothing to do with why weird stuff happens here so often. Probably just coincidence. If you think that, Wrath said, you're even stupider than I thought. Question coincidence pride. People in power want you to believe that sometimes things just happen. They don't. Follow the money. I knew enough about Wrath to take this advice with a grain of salt. Thanks, I said. I'll do that. Lacey ambled around the room, then pulled out her phone and started taking snapshots. I watched her for a moment, dumbfounded, before blurting out, "What are you doing?" "A man just died in this room," Lacey explained. "I'm documenting the evidence." "Evidence of what?" Lacey made vague, sweeping gestures, her expression bordering on bewilderment. "I don't know. I've never done this kind of thing before. It just seems like we should record a momentous occasion." "You just want to show all your friends back home the scene of the event after it airs on TV," Wrath grumbled. "That's so morbid, man. Way to co-opt the poor guy's demise." "Just give me a minute," Lacey said, taking careful snapshots of Skylar's desk. "I'm not going to touch anything. I just want to record all this for posterity." Behind us, the cameraman cleared his throat. "What am I? Chopped liver? I'm already recording—" "Shut your trap," Lacey barked. "Let me work in peace." Wrath wandered over to a bookcase at the other end of the room. The shelves were sparsely decorated with houseplants, photographs, and candles. Not a big reader, this guy. The only books over here are some photo albums. That's weird. "Not really," I said. "Plenty of people still have photo albums, even in this digital age." "I meant the lack of books, Sherlock." I shrugged offhandedly. "Oh, well, it's still not weird. Plenty of people don't read." "Which is why this country is in decline, man," Wrath said, shaking his head. "Literacy rates are through the floor. This country is so focused on getting kids into STEM programs that we forgot to teach them how to read. And don't get me started on media literacy. Did you know?" "I've never seen you with a book ever," I interrupted. "All you ever do is play video games." At those magic words, Lacey's face lit up. She squealed in delight. "That's right. What kinds of games do you play? First-person shooters? Real-time strategy? JRPGs? Do you prefer PC or console?" Wrath rubbed his hands together and started babbling some gibberish about the superiority of roguelikes and Xbox controllers, to which Lacey began gushing about something called Game Pass. They were technically speaking English, but I only understood about 20% of their conversation. Wrath was talking. "And I'm in a guild called the Knight's Vengeance. A guild is a group of people who play together all the time toward a shared goal." Lacey blinked at him. "I know what a guild is," she said. Wrath nodded absently. "Great. Well, I can probably get you an invite code if you want. To join our Discord server, I mean. We're supposed to be recruiting new members anyway, so if you want." He let his voice trail with a shrug. "I mean, it's not a big deal, but you know, it could be cool." I snorted. I'd played Wrath's game with him before, and let me tell you, getting invited to join his guild's Discord server was no privilege. The language those people used would make the devil blush. But Lacey actually looked excited about the prospect, which just goes to show that people from all walks of life can have the same garbage taste and preferences. "What's your guild called?" "Lux Eterna," Wrath said. "If you want—" "Hold on!" Lacey grabbed Wrath's arm, staring at him with big cuckoo eyes. "The Lux Eterna?" Wrath balked. "You know it?" "I know the drama," Lacey explained. "The guy who founded the guild, Debian Lux, was arrested for impersonating an FBI officer. He even created a fake LinkedIn profile and everything. And, of course, the fake Discord account. That guy's a total lunatic." Wrath pulled a face and bobbed his head side to side, dithering. Yeah, all that happened, but it's only because Debian was a famous YouTuber and an obsessed fan was stalking him, thinking she was in love with him. Debian only started the FBI stuff to get the girl to back off. You can kind of see where he was coming from. That girl was a psycho. Lacey grunted her grudging agreement. Yeah, parasocial relationships are weird. Dr. Nesbitt was right about that. I guess for that reason, I'm glad my acting career never took off. I don't know if I could handle that kind of unwanted attention. Don't you agree, Pride? I scowled at her. I don't have any para-whatever relationships. I barely have relationships. Well, Lacey said, you might not have any, but I bet your fans have a parasocial relationship with you. She must have deduced from my blank stare that I had no idea what she was talking about, because she added, it's when a person has a one-sided relationship with someone they only know from media. They feel like they know you because they see you often, but you don't even know they exist. I narrowed my eyes at her. How is that different from high school? Lacey chuckled and returned her attention to Wrath. Anyway, yeah, send me an invite. Wow, Debbie and Lux's guild, that's so cool. I closed my eyes and started counting backward from 10. Nothing is more mind-numbing than listening to two people discuss a hobby you don't share, especially when that hobby was mostly populated by antisocial dullards who still lived in their moms' basements. So while those two jabbered, I perused the desk. There wasn't much to see. A water bottle, a half-empty Doritos bag, the microphone, a laptop, and a dog-eared self-help book titled The Infinite Masquerade by Ing Baptiste. The book lay open, warped pages sticking out like someone had left it in a bathroom with a hot shower running. Notes were scribbled in the margins, and neon post-its stuck out on the top and sides. A quick perusal of the inside cover showed the author's signature in large, looping script. The laptop was open to his podcast software, which was still recording. I clicked the stop button. A few printed pages were scattered on the desk and floor. From what I saw, it looked like a script for the show. Curious, I lifted the first page. This is what it said. And that's why understanding Goffman's dramaturgical analysis is so crucial for mastering social interactions. Goffman suggested that people live their lives no differently from actors performing on a stage. We are never the same person all the time. We are aspects of ourselves. It's not about being fake or inauthentic. It's about strategically presenting different facets of your personality to achieve your goals. Think about it. You wouldn't behave the same way around your grandma as you would around your drinking buddies, right? That's because you inherently understand that different audiences require different performances. The key is to be intentional about it. Ask yourself, what version of me does this person need to see right now? What will make them like me, trust me, or want to help me? Maybe it's the empathetic listener, the assertive go-getter, or the laid-back joker. Whatever it is, lean into that role. Embody it fully. The more convincing your performance, the more effectively you can influence how others perceive and respond to you. But here's the really powerful thing. Over time, consistently presenting a particular persona can actually shape your self-concept and habits. Act like a confident leader long enough, and you'll start to become one. It's like Aristotle said, we are what we repeatedly do. Your performances can become self-fulfilling prophecies. I'll be giving away a pre-release copy of a book that delves into this a little deeper. It's called The Infinite Masquerade by local self-help guru Ing Baptiste. It's all about how mastering the art of social performance is the key to unlocking doors, winning allies, and shaping your life however you want. And that, my friends, is what this podcast, Fellowship by Design, is all about. I reread the same lines of the script multiple times, and a chill ran up and down my spine. Was this script suggesting what I thought it was suggesting? Could people learn to make people like them? Was there actually a cheat sheet for winning friends and influencing people? Without thinking, I folded the script into a small square and tucked it into my backpack. "Hey, Wrath!" I tapped loudly on the desk to draw his attention. They were still yapping about video games. "Do you think you can get this computer to send us the audio file Skylar was working on when he died? It was still recording this whole time, and I'd like to know what this latest episode was about." Wrath's eyes narrowed, and he stepped nearer to the laptop. "I can, but why? This guy's podcast has nothing to do with our case." I swallowed and tried to look nonchalant. "No, I know. I'm just curious, that's all. Can't you just indulge me and quit it with the 20 questions?" Wrath held up his hands, placating me. "Sheesh, you don't have to get defensive. Laptop, send the latest audio recording to my phone." Wrath looked down into his own device, and after a minute, his device beeped. He tapped something into the phone, and the device beeped again. A second later, my own phone buzzed. "There, you both have the audio file. Happy listening." He grinned like an idiot, but after a second, the smile slid into a scowl. "Well, don't you both thank me at once?" He didn't need to worry about that. I had no intention of thanking him in the first place, and I was about to tell him as much when my phone buzzed again. It was a text message from Lust. "Hey, freak show, your mood ring says you're feeling a little overwhelmed. I hope your challenge is going okay. I just wanted to let you know I was thinking about you." Unconsciously, my thumb drifted to the heavy metal ring on my middle finger. The color had shifted to an ochre tone. I spun it absently in languid circles. "Also, if you have time tonight, I thought we could go for a walk on the beach. Enjoy the day. Lust." My heart rate skyrocketed. A walk on the beach with Lust? We hadn't had a romantic outing like that since, well, never. The prospect was both exciting and frankly terrifying. I mean, what did you wear on a night walk on the beach? Swimming clothes? Shorts? A caftan? Something more romantic? Like what? My ring turned a deeper ochre. I was overwhelming myself, apparently. What was wrong with me? Pride? The sound of Wrath's voice snapped me out of my reverie. I shoved my phone into my pocket, my cheeks flushing red-hot as Wrath and Lacey ambled over to me. Wrath paused, eyeing my pocket and my quiet embarrassment. "What are you hiding? You watching dirty videos or something?" I rolled my eyes and turned my back to him, but Wrath didn't take the hint. You know, the adult industry can be exploitative, but some women find it empowering. It's okay if you like that stuff, just maybe don't watch it in public, man. There are kids. I gestured around the empty room. "There's no kids." "So you were watching naughty vids." Wrath smirked. "Don't worry, I won't rat you out to Lust. So, what do we do now?" "I need to get back to the house for my next interview for the network," Lacey said. "So I guess we're done here for now. Let's go home and regroup in the morning. Sound good?" "Sounds great," I agreed. And for the first time in a while, I actually meant it. With my newfound knowledge that I could learn to be likable and that Lust wanted to spend the evening with me, well, despite another Odyssey resident kicking the bucket prematurely, things were starting to look up. Chapter 5. Returning home to Sinful House was always a bit of a mixed blessing. On the one hand, who doesn't like kicking off their shoes at the end of a long day and relaxing with a drink in one hand and a remote control in the other? But on the other hand, this was Sinful House, and things were never that simple. For example, you might wander into the kitchen looking for an afternoon snack, find a batch of freshly baked cookies, and take an innocent nibble, only to find that gluttony had baked in magic that forces you to laugh at other people's jokes, no matter how corny or inappropriate they might be. Or You might find one of Envy's undines in the bathroom, trying to scrub a ring of grime around the bathtub, but accidentally spraying water everywhere, leaking into the hallway and soaking the carpet so severely it starts to mold in a few days. Today, however, was even worse than usual. I stepped into the house and immediately knew something was wrong. Rose petals and discarded foliage littered the floor, suggesting somewhere in the house was an assortment of cut roses. With the exception of Sloth, my housemates were not especially messy, but neither were they the kind of people to decorate with expensive flowers that would just die in a few days anyway. So that was weird thing number 1. Weird thing number 2 was the candles. Someone had lit white pillar candles and placed them all over the house. Judging from the lack of cars in the driveway, I knew nobody was supposed to be home. Everyone was out working on cases, especially since we had our annoying buddies from the other reality show in tow. So not only was I questioning who lit the candles, I was also wondering who was stupid enough to leave unattended candles burning in a house that had already been visited by the fire department because one of Envy's sylphs had run amok, producing so much incense smoke, everyone thought the house was burning down. I was walking from room to room, extinguishing candles as I went, when I ran into Trisha Woodward. The woman yelped in surprise, pressing her palm against her chest. "Oh my gosh, you scared me," she breathed between nervous laughs. "I didn't think anyone was home yet." "We just got back," I said. I glanced around the room before returning my attention to Trisha with a frown. "What are you doing here? You usually only show up when we've wrapped up an episode." Trisha took a second to catch her breath. I guess I'd startled her pretty good. "Yes, well, things are different this time around, aren't they? I was just putting a few finishing touches on the house. You know, making it cozier and more romantic. Trying to set the mood." I narrowed my eyes at her. "Set the mood for what?" "For tonight's dinner?" Trisha said, a look of confusion on her face. "Didn't you get the memo?" I wasn't sure how to respond to this. I knew that the question, "Didn't you get the memo?" was something neurotypical people said to other neurotypical people when they were passive-aggressively trying to indicate that the other person should already know something. In other words, it means, duh. But also, this was Sinful House, and she could have literally been asking me if I'd gotten a memo from the producers, which, if that's what she was asking, did not bode well at all. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said at last. "For tonight's segment, we're doing a group interview at dinner," Trisha said. "Kirk thinks it will add romantic drama to the show, something for their viewers to really latch on to. Who knows? Maybe sparks will fly and romantic interests will be kindled across the dinner table. So I'm setting the mood. Roses and candles all over the house. We want everyone to feel properly inspired." I glared at Trisha. "I don't feel inspired," I said. "I feel annoyed. You already made me spend the day with Lacey, which was bad enough. Did you know she carries a gun?" Trisha's eyes went wide. "Really? How do you know that?" "Because she tried to illegally give it to one of our clients, but that's actually not the point." I pointed a finger in Trisha's face. "You never said anything about a group interview. I never signed up for that, and I don't want to participate. Where's the box I need to tick to opt out of this cockamamie nonsense? Isn't it enough that I have to drag around a gun-toting Philistine and take her on a date? Now I have to let these idiots ask me personal questions? I don't think so," I said. Trisha, however, was unfazed. "You have something to say about everything, don't you? Well, it's out of our hands. This is what's happening tonight. So you can either make your peace with it, or—" She let her voice trail off with a shrug. "Or not, I guess. It's up to you. But one way or another, this is happening. Get on board, Pride. I don't want to have this conversation with you again." Without waiting for my reply, Trisha breezed past me and marched into the next room. Aside from extinguishing miscreant candles, I had no other plans until dinner. So I went to my room, slipped on sweatpants and my favorite Lisa Frank unicorn t-shirt, and climbed into bed. Then I searched for info on Skylar Nesbitt's podcast. I found his website easily enough. By day, Skylar was a life coach, whatever that meant. By night, he hosted a podcast called Fellowship by Design, which sounded like a cross between a Bible study and a home decor show. But after reading the blurb, I realized the whole podcast, not just his most recent episode, was all about influencing people and making them like you. Learn the skills of interpersonal connection and discover how to use influence and magnetism to form long-lasting bonds stronger even than the blood bonds of family. I reread the blurb a few times to be sure, then looked up at the ceiling, bewildered. All this time, I'd been walking around doing life with a giant handicap when you could learn to get along with people. Why hadn't anyone told me? Ravenous to learn more, I found the show on my podcast app and started the first episode. I'd just made it past the first commercial break when a familiar voice said, "What you doing?" I popped my left earbud out of my ear and glanced at the ghost sitting next to me. Her knees were pulled up to her chest, arms wrapped around her legs, hugging them close. She was looking at me with big brown eyes, a curly Q smile on her face, her head cocked mischievously to one side. I couldn't help but smile. It had been a while since I'd seen her, and she was overdue for a visit. "Listening to a podcast," I said. "What are you doing?" The ghost girl grinned. "Sitting on your bed, watching you listen to a podcast. What's it about? Is it about serial killers?" I shook my head. "No." "Unexplained hauntings in New Orleans?" "Nuh-uh." "Okay, then is it about why people with type A positive blood are more likely to buy Girl Scout cookies than people with B positive blood? And why people with O negative blood tend to be more susceptible to pyramid schemes than people with O positive blood?" I squinted at her. "Still no, but that's oddly specific. Are there podcasts about that topic?" The ghost girl shrugged. "How should I know?" "I can't listen to podcasts on my own." "No phone," she said, despondent. The ghost girl looked so disappointed that if she were a regular kid, I would have tousled her hair to cheer her up. But she wasn't a regular kid, and I couldn't touch her. Believe me, I'd tried. Usually, when the ghost girl appeared, she asked to play a game. But most games she wanted to play required her to touch things. Checkers, video games, Connect 4. And every single time we tried, her hand slipped right through the objects. Same thing if I tried to touch her. Which is why I still found it odd that she could sit on my bed. Why didn't she just fall through to the floor? And for that matter, why would the floor stop her? Why wouldn't she fall straight through the earth and end up in space? I guess because of gravity, except I'm not sure gravity works on ghosts. Ghost physics don't make any sense, is what I'm saying. "Well, if you want, I can play the podcast out loud," I said. "Would you like that? Do you want to listen?" The ghost girl peered over my shoulder. "I don't know. You never told me what it was about. Would I find it interesting?" I shrugged. "I'm not sure. It's not a podcast about animal facts, and I know that's a passion of yours." The ghost girl scrunched her nose and peered up at me. "I'm not passionate about animal facts," she objected. My eyebrows shot up. "Oh, really?" "You could have fooled me. In all the years we've known each other, that's the one consistent thread in our relationship. You love to regale me with animal facts." "It's not because I'm passionate about them," she said. "It's because you don't know anything about animals, and I find your ignorance insulting." "Well, this podcast is all about how to make friends, how to get people to like you, how to influence them, stuff like that." The ghost girl made a face. "Yuck. Why would you want to listen to that? Making friends isn't hard. You just walk up to people you like and ask them if they want to play. Then later, if you liked playing with them, you just ask if they want to be friends. I do it all the time." I smirked. "No, you don't. Maybe you did when you were alive. But you're dead now. Almost nobody can see you." The ghost sighed in reluctant agreement. Yeah, I guess you're right. But anyway, why are you listening to this? It's for a new case, I lied. The ghost's eyes lit up. Oh, yeah? What are you working on? Did somebody else die? Yes, I said. But that's actually irrelevant. This guy Skylar Nesbitt is really interesting. I always thought life coaches were shysters, but this guy seems to know his stuff. I wonder where he gets his ideas. Probably from books, the ghost girl said. That's where most people get their ideas. I shook my head. No, I don't think he was much of a reader. How do you know? I only saw one book in his whole office. His bookshelf was filled with decorative junk. The ghost raised an eyebrow. Okay, but maybe he reads e-books or even audiobooks. I readied my mouth to object, but immediately clamped it shut as a slow blush crept up my neck. Had I just been outsmarted by an 8-year-old ghost who didn't even have a smartphone? Actually, I didn't think of that, I said. Lots of people don't read physical books, the ghost continued, oblivious to my utter mortification. E-books are easier to store and carry around. With an e-reader, you can have an entire library in your pocket. She looked very pleased with herself, her smile taking over her whole face. Do you have an e-reader? Of course I do, I said, still thinking about the ghost's idea. I mostly read science fiction, but maybe I should get into self-help. I wish Skylar were still alive so I could ask him for some recommendations. The ghost made a non-committal sound and shrugged a wan shoulder. Well, you can ask Wrath to access his e-reader library. He can probably figure something out. E-readers are technology, right? I stared at the ghost, wide-eyed. Did she just give me another stellar idea? I'd always known the ghost to be precocious, but I'd never known her to outsmart me. I swallowed down my embarrassment. That's a good idea. Thanks. Well, right now I need to listen to this podcast. Are you staying? The ghost made a face again and climbed off the bed. Nah, sounds boring, but good luck with your case. I hope you win. Also, you might want to change your clothes before you go down to dinner. She looked me up and down judgmentally. You don't want to go on TV looking like a clown. Not that it matters, though. Lust seems to like you just how you are. Later. A second later, she was gone. Chapter 6. The evening started out okay. The dining room smelled delicious, and the table was set for royalty. For all their faults and flaws, when it came to food, the network never cheaped out. Tonight, the table was set with a pot roast, mashed potatoes, salad, ratatouille, and several bottles of wine. Most of the housemates and unwanted guests had already arrived and were seated at the table, nibbling appetizers. Lacey and Wrath were huddled over a handheld gaming device, making weird sounds under their breath. They might have been cheering, but they also might have been cursing somebody out. It was hard to tell. Sloth and Charla were showing each other cat videos on social media, and Lust and Envy huddled together, whispering and giggling. There were only 2 empty chairs. One was next to Lust, which of course was where I wanted to sit. But she and Envy looked so cute together I didn't want to interrupt. Plus, what if I said something moronic at dinner? What if Lust tried to touch my knee under the table? What if I choked on squash and Lust had to give me mouth to mouth? There were too many variables, and I hesitated too long because before I could unglue my feet from the floor, Craig pulled out the seat next to Lust and plopped down beside her. I cursed under my breath. You snooze, you lose. And I was the biggest loser ever because not only did I not get to sit beside Lust, but the only other available seat was next to Greed. Heaving a sigh and putting on my best game face, I slid into place beside my mortal enemy, pouring myself a hefty glass of wine. Hello, Pride. Greed peered at me over the rim of his glass, a crooked smile spreading like oil over his lips. It's been a while. I held back a grimace. Not long enough, believe me. I took a swig of wine but couldn't contain the grimace this time. Wine was my least favorite food group. You still writing that book? Greed chuckled, tapping his glass with a nail. I'm sure he only did that to annoy me. But then, everything about Greed annoyed me, so maybe it was more of a me problem. Of course. By the time this whole thing is over, I should have my pick of publishing houses. I'm dreaming of a 7-figure advance and a well-earned vacation in Switzerland. Home of the Loch Ness Monster, I said. Seems fitting. That's Scotland, he corrected, but A+ for effort. My ears burned hot with embarrassment, and my eyes darted around for the camera, praying to whatever deity would have me that no one had picked up our conversation. If America saw that I'd confused Scotland and Switzerland, I would have to change my name and move to Botswana, and I didn't have the complexion for that. Did you enjoy your first outing with the bounty hunter? He asked. I scowled. No, she's hot-headed, brusque, likes to do illegal stuff, and she plays video games. I don't have anything in common with her. Sometimes it's the people we are least like that we are most compatible with, he said with a haughty lift of his brows. I was saved from further conversation with Greed by Gluttony striding into the room, his hands filled with pans of fresh-baked dinner rolls. I hope y'all ready to throw down, he said, placing the bread in the center of the table, because this food bout to slap. Giggles and applause went around the table, but I did not share that enthusiasm. I raised my hand. Gluttony, did you help in the kitchen? I thought the network had this catered. Gluttony gave me a doleful look. What's the matter, Pride? You think I didn't wash my hands or something? You think I forgot the good seasoning? Another flush crept up my neck. No, I'm more worried about magic. Gluttony stared at me a moment before bursting into laughter. Fool, I know what you're on about. Don't worry. Everything's on the level. Dig in. Somebody pass me the ratatouille, please. He accepted the tray from Craig. Before we get started, I'd like to share something that's been on my heart. The table chatter quieted. When Gluttony felt all eyes were on him, he was such a glutton for drama sometimes, he said, Today is my oldest sister's birthday. It's the first birthday I've ever not spent with my family, and there's a big part of me that feels sad about that. He paused, and I thought I saw his lips quiver. But it might have just been a trick of light. But if I have to be anywhere else but with my family, I'm glad it's here with y'all. But don't get it twisted, he said, holding up a hand. I'd rather be with my family, and y'all ain't my family, not second family or found family or none of that mess. Y'all are my competition, and I haven't forgotten that. But every person at this table has contributed blessings to this here town, which, I might add, has got to be cursed or something because these rich folks got problems. Woo! A laugh went around the table. Anyway, y'all brought some peace and goodness to this town, and I just want to go on record saying that before we get to the next part of the evening. A smattering of coos and applause provided a tender finale to his speech. It was a nice thing for Gluttony to say, I guess, but I couldn't tell if he was genuine or showboating for the cameras. It seemed real enough, but we all know how skilled I am at deciphering these things. I took solace in a mouthful of mashed potatoes oozing with melted butter. One bite told me those were genuine enough. Yum. So, the correctional officer, Charla, had her elbows on the table, her chin perched atop clasped hands. Is this the part where we get to be nosy and ask questions? Gluttony grunted. I think that's the plan, he said. Great. Charla peered around the table like she was playing a mental game of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I willed myself to be invisible. Lacey, what was your last relationship like? I almost choked. That's what she wanted to know? Of all the things she could have asked, she wanted to know more about Lacey's love life? I couldn't imagine why anyone would care about that, but at least it meant I was in the clear. Well, for now. Lacey dabbed her mouth with a napkin before answering. We met at work. Charla nodded politely. Oh, he was a bounty hunter? Lacey shook her head. No. He was a con artist running a Ponzi scheme that went belly up. He missed his court date, and the state wanted him found. They hired me to do the finding. Charla's mouth dropped open. And you fell in love with him? Lacey shrugged, her smile widening. What can I say? He was charming. I mean, of course he was, right? I caught up with him in Atlantic City. He told me he'd let me take him into custody if I gave him one night on the town. So I thought, what the heck? We made a night of it. Went to a fancy dinner. Did some gambling. Next thing I know, it's 6 weeks later, and he's living in my apartment. It was great for a while. We were together for 3 years. But eventually, I noticed some things I couldn't ignore. Money going missing from my account, threatening phone calls, him not being where he said he was going to be. It started to feel unsafe, so I knew it was time to get out. So I did what I was born to do. I turned him in. Sloth gasped. You what? I know it seems cold-blooded, Lacey continued, making patting motions with her hands. But I gave him an extra 3 years. I'd say I did him a favor, wouldn't you? I stared at Lacey, aghast. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I don't understand love and relationships. I couldn't imagine spending 3 years with someone, living with them, watching TV with them, sleeping in late on weekends with them, and then just turning them over to the authorities on a whim. When we were still together, Shada and I had our problems too. But I couldn't imagine either of us calling the police on the other one, no matter what crimes we had committed in our past. You know what? Forget I said that. This cockamamie TV show must be going to my head. Of course I could imagine calling the cops on Shada if I found out she was doing horrible things behind my back. Love is a contract, and if you break the contract, you pay the price. I don't believe in unconditional love. Not the romantic kind anyway. Love absolutely comes with conditions, and it should. Otherwise, you get that codependent thing Dr. Zena was always warning me about. The only people who should love unconditionally are parents, but honestly, I wouldn't know anything about that. Still, the way Lacey described the whole thing made me feel kinda sorry for the guy. Well, thanks for sharing, Charla said, smiling politely. That was enlightening. That's one way of putting it, Wrath grumbled. To me, it sounds like self-serving grandstanding. You caught the guy taking money from your account, so you ratted him out to the cops? It's not like you didn't know what you signed on for when you started shacking up with a con artist. What did you expect? The problem with modern women is you guys keep thinking you can fix men. Men can't be fixed. No one can. You just have to accept people for who they are, and if you can't do that, walk away. I don't think I agree with that, Envy said. Otherwise, why do people go to therapy? People can change, Wrath. Just ask Greed. He's a shrink. He sees people change all the time. Right? Greed laced his fingers together, lips twisted as he thought. Truthfully, Envy, people change far less than you might think. In my practice, I don't change people. I try to heal them. Do you think healing counts as change? Envy shrugged. Well, sure. I mean, it depends. Maybe? If you broke your arm and I put a cast on it, did I change you? Doubt clouded Envy's expression. Well, no, but... Psychiatry is no different, he drawled on, a slim smile forming. We can't change people, only heal them, and only if they want to be healed. Some of my patients don't want to get better. Their illness gives them a certain power, and not everyone wants to give that up. Isn't that right, Pride? All eyes turned to me, and I froze, my fork of mashed potatoes halfway to my mouth. I blinked, my brow scribbling into a frown. What? Well, you quit seeing your therapist, didn't you? Was that because it wasn't working or because it was? The room fell deathly silent, and that's saying a lot since getting a room full of wannabe reality TV stars to shut up is quite a feat. I felt their piteous eyes on me, even as my gaze was stuck on Greed's self-serving, oily grin, the glint in his eyes that even I could read at 100 paces. Greed 1, pride 0. I forced my face into a neutral expression and stuck a forkful of mashed potatoes in my mouth. How about you, Charla? What was your last relationship like? It was such a cowardly, insincere thing to say, and I hated the words as soon as they were out of my mouth. I should have defended myself, loosed a battalion of my own insults perfectly aimed to knock that bastard down 1,000 notches. It wasn't like Greed was wanting for flaws. Why had I backed down? Why was I so weak? Charla, however, was oblivious to my internal crisis. "Oh wow, that was a train wreck," she breathed, brushing the hair from her eyes. "His name was Skip." I should have known, right? Anyway, he was in finance, 6'5", blue eyes. I couldn't focus on whatever Charla was saying, not just because my interest in Charla's love life was an asymptote approaching 0, but because I was too angry and abashed to concentrate. Why did I let Greed get under my skin? Moreover, why did he seek to rattle me at every possible opportunity? It had to be more than a mano-a-mano competition for lust's affections. Greed genuinely hated me, and I couldn't understand why. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than to bolt from the table, lock myself in my room, and blast rom-coms into my earholes and eyeballs until I cried myself to sleep. I was so consumed with self-pity and angst that I almost didn't notice when my phone buzzed. I discreetly pulled it out to glance at the screen. It was a text from Lust. "Hey, your mood ring says you're feeling embarrassed. Don't be. You handled Greed like a champ and gave Charla a chance to talk about herself, which is all she really wanted anyway. Great job, freak show. Don't let the bastard get you down." I glanced up to see Lust watching me with a smile. She winked, and I immediately dropped my gaze, a blush rising in my cheeks. What was it about Lust that she always knew exactly what to say to make me feel like maybe I wasn't a hopeless loser after all? I refocused on Charla, now babbling about a gluten-free diet she wanted to try. But all I was thinking about was Lust. By dinner's end, I knew more about Charla than I knew about myself. Strictly speaking, that's not true. And I hate it when people say cockamamie things like that because overusing hyperbole defeats the purpose of using it at all, but I don't think I've used it too much, so it's probably okay, but also she talked a lot about herself, is what I'm saying. It was too much stimulation for me. So instead of helping to clear the table with the others, I made a beeline for my bedroom. I needed time alone to decompress and collect myself before my moonlit beach walk with Lust. I changed back into my comfy loungewear and climbed into bed. I was just getting ready to put on an episode of Fellowship by Design when there was a knock at my door. "Go away!" I called. My door opened slowly. Sloth's blonde head peeked through the entry, eyes scanning the room. "Can I come in?" she asked. "Now's not a good time," I grumbled, turning on my side and giving her my back. "I really just want to be alone." I didn't hear anything in response. No retreat, no apology, no click of a door shutting. Eventually, I rolled over again to find Sloth standing inside the door, chewing a pigtail and shifting her weight from foot to foot. I was capable of a lot, but being mean to Sloth was not on that list. With a sigh, I relented and sat up. "Well, don't just lurk in the corner," I said. "If you're going to come in, come in. I don't want to talk about what happened at dinner." My housemate padded over to my bed and sat on the edge. "Good. Neither do I. Guess what came in the mail today?" I hadn't noticed her holding anything until she plopped a book into my lap. "Aaron's dad's book," she said. "Scoot over." Absently, I scooted aside as Sloth climbed into bed next to me, pulling the covers up to her waist. "I've only looked through the table of contents," she said. "It looks fascinating. The first few chapters explore astral projection in different cultures. Who knew people all over the world had stories about the soul leaving the body? I was going to start reading it tonight. Unless you want to, she added quickly. I have a podcast to listen to, I said, thumbing through the pages. It was a slim volume, the paper old and yellowed. A previous owner had scribbled notes in the margins, now faded with time. The front cover read, The Invisible World Within Our Reach by Gaspar Mascarenhas. The artwork depicted a person sleeping in a bed with their soul hovering over them, looking down on their sleeping form. It was kind of creepy, if you ask me. I flipped to the About the Author page and studied the black and white photo of Aaron's dad. Hard to see a family resemblance in this photo, I said. It's there, I guess, but faint. Maybe because he's so much older in this photo. Sloth shrugged. Well, he's definitely Aaron's father, or my name isn't Susie Snuggles a lot. Your name isn't... It's him, Pride. Read the dedication. I flipped back to the front of the book. Para Luís, meu maior arrependimento na vida é nunca ter conhecido você. I gave Sloth a doleful look. I don't even know what language this is. It's Portuguese, she said. I Google translated it. It means, for Luís, my greatest regret in life is never having met you. My skin pimpled over with the sentiment. Luís was Aaron's given name at birth, though he went by his middle name. This book was published 10 years ago, I said, looking at the Library of Congress information in the front matter. If that's his biggest regret, why not just remedy that? They're both adults now. Why not just make the effort? Sloth offered me a soft smile. Things aren't always that easy, Pride. Gaspar might not have reached out to his son for a million reasons. Read the bio. I flipped back to the end of the book to read the author's biography. It was mostly a recap of things I already knew. That Gaspar was a painter from Brazil who came to America for an education and to pursue his dream of becoming an artist. But then I read something that made my blood run cold. Sloth, I breathed. It says here that Gaspar was in a car accident that destroyed his hands and forced him to retire from painting. The accident diverted his attention from the physical world to the spiritual. I looked at Sloth, eyes wide. Do you remember the night we found Aaron sleepwalking at his apartment? It was the night we figured out that he was being possessed. When I touched him, I saw visions of a man lying in a hospital with ruined hands. Sloth gave me a slow nod. It all adds up, Pride. This man is Aaron's father. Maybe he was ashamed, maybe he was embarrassed, maybe he was physically unable. So many possibilities. Is it any wonder he never reached out to his son? We should go see him, I said, returning the book to Sloth. Aaron, I mean. See how he's doing. We're overdue for another cuddling session anyway. If you want, you can... I don't want to cuddle with Aaron, I said. I didn't mean that. I was going to say... Sloth's words were interrupted by my bedroom door swinging open. Nobody in this house has any respect for boundaries. It's maddening. Lust stood in the doorway, hands on her hips, eyes wide in disbelief as she locked eyes with me, cuddled under the blankets with Sloth. Pride? I panicked, pushed Sloth aside, and kicked the covers off my body. Lust! I swear it's not what it looks like. Yes, it is. Sloth giggled, burrowing into my side. It definitely is. I froze, heart hammering, willing myself to prove to Lust I wasn't doing anything wrong when my housemate squealed, Are you two having a slumber party without me? Then, without waiting for an invitation, she charged into the room and dove onto the bed. Make room for me! As Lust slid under the covers, Sloth climbed to her feet. Should I get ice cream? She asked. Bring the whole gallon, Lust confirmed. And 3 spoons. As Sloth plodded down the stairs, I turned to Lust. So, no nighttime walk on the beach then? Chagrined, she bit her lip. Is that okay? I mean, is this okay with you? I laughed. It's really very much okay. And it was. Sloth returned with a gallon of Neapolitan ice cream, 3 spoons, and a canister of whipped cream. And I didn't think about greed or Aaron or anyone else the rest of the night. Chapter 7. So you want to see what book Skylar might have been reading? Why? It was morning, and Lacey, Rath, and I were waiting for our order at a local coffee shop. I read somewhere that you can tell a lot about people from their coffee orders. For example, I ordered an Americano with room for cream because I'm not a psychopath who likes their coffee bitter and surface of the sun hot. Lacey ordered an iced cold brew to go and a double shot espresso for right now to wake her up. That made sense because espresso is potent, direct, and not for the faint of heart like Lacey. But then Rath ordered a matcha latte with oat milk, a pump of vanilla and extra whip, and I gotta tell you, I didn't know what to think about that. I folded my hands on the tabletop, twiddling my thumbs. I had rehearsed this several times, but I was still nervous. It wasn't like I could tell the truth and admit that I needed to learn everything I could about how to get people to like me. I could never admit out loud how badly greed had rattled me. I think it might help with the case, I said. I spoke too quickly, willing this whole encounter to be over with. Hear me out. What if there is a connection between our 2 pages? And what if the husband is responsible for the one who's missing? It's always the husband, I reminded them, leaning into a narrative popular among true crime aficionados. We have no idea what's going on in this case or if everyone involved is on the up and up. For all we know, the Paige Nesbitt we interviewed is actually the real Paige Nesbitt's evil twin, and Skylar bumped off his wife for the insurance payout. If Skylar happens to be a fan of books about abductions, missing persons, insurance fraud, I'm just saying his reading habits might be incriminating. I held my breath and waited for a response. It was a flimsy excuse at best. If Lacey had made the same suggestion, I would have told her she was barking at shadows and needed to get her head examined. But either my comrades weren't too sharp, or they just didn't care that much because eventually Rath shrugged and said, "What the heck? We don't have any other leads, so it's as good a place to start as any." Lacey pulled a chair from another table and propped her feet up, legs crossed at the ankle. Is there a reason we're not interrogating Paige? Rath scowled. We already talked to her, remember? You were there. That was before we found her husband dead, Lacey countered. We have a whole different line of questioning now. Pride's right. His death casts doubt on her story. He died of natural causes, I reminded her, parroting back what we'd heard from a network producer who followed up on the incident. Probably for insurance purposes. I can't imagine it was because he actually cared. Besides, we're not going to badger a grieving widow unless we have something to go on, I said. So let's start with the basics. Skylar's library. I gestured at Rath. Do your thing, technopath. The barista called Rath's name. He hurried to the counter and sauntered back, sipping his matcha latte with oat milk, leaving a cream mustache over his upper lip. Well, it's a little more complicated than that, he said. First, we have to figure out which e-reader service he might use. There's more than one out there. How many can there be? I asked. Let's start with the most popular one and work from there. As it turned out, there were more services available than I thought. But luckily for us, the third service we tried was the charm. Rath snapped his fingers, a delighted smile blossoming over his face. Bingo! He set his phone on the table and pounded its surface with a finger. Here we go. Skylar Nesbitt's reading list. Read it and weep. The 3 of us huddled together as we examined Skylar's library book by book. I didn't notice any books about how to get away with murder or insurance fraud 101, but I did find a long list of self-help and philosophy books. Not all of them were on the topic of relationships and influence, but some of the titles looked promising. See any books about offing your wife and having her evil twin steal her identity? Wrath asked. Lacey shook her head. Nope, nothing fun. Well? She pushed the phone toward Wrath. It was a good idea. Now what? Go ahead and send me a list of the titles in his library, I said with forced lightness. I'll take a closer look on my own when I have time. Wrath rolled his eyes and shook his head like I'd just made the world's dumbest request. But he obliged without argument. My phone pinged with the arrival of Wrath's email, and I smiled to myself in victory. I was one step closer to winning the war with greed and learning how people make friends. This case was shaping up to be my favorite so far. My order and Lacey's were up next, and I volunteered to retrieve the drinks. I carefully carried the 3 drinks to the table, sliding into my chair. You know what might be a good idea? Looking at everybody's reading lists. And browser history, too. If Marie-Laure or anybody else in that group was researching ways to eliminate a colleague, we should know about it. Unlike my first request, this one was entirely legitimate, and I felt a little dumb that I hadn't thought of it before. Wrath grabbed his phone, staring down into it with a wrinkled brow. It might take some time to get the browser history. We'll have to give it some parameters, or else it'll come up with loads and loads of junk we won't want to wade through, he explained. But I can definitely get their ebook libraries, assuming they have them. I shrugged. Okay, so do that. He did. Or at least he tried. But after 10 long minutes of searching, we hadn't found any ebooks sold to any Red Rum Mystery Club member. I can't say I'm surprised, Lacey sighed, recrossing her feet in the other direction. They seem like book nerds. Like the kind of people who post pictures of their bookshelves on social media and sign up for advance reader copies. Those types only buy physical books. What about Paige Nesbitt? I offered a bashful shrug. Anything for her? Wrath searched in silence, tongue poking out between his lips as he focused. A moment later, he blew a raspberry. She's a more well-rounded reader. Some fantasy, some romance, some mysteries. Which Paige Nesbitt is that? I asked. The one we're looking for or the other one? Wrath shrugged. This is the only Paige Nesbitt with an Odyssey zip code. I don't know how else to search other than by that name, man. If you have a better idea, knock yourself out. I didn't. We sat in silence for a minute, drinking our coffees and people-watching. Wrath was checking out a couple of co-eds at another table playing Magic the Gathering, while Lacey had her eyes on a guy in a tank top reading an issue of Sports Illustrated. I didn't even know that magazine still existed. Wait. Wrath sat up straight and pulled out his phone again. Their group has a Discord channel, right? Maybe they have a group reading list there. He fiddled with his phone for a minute, giving it various commands until he found what he wanted. A historical accounting of all the books the Red Rum Mystery Club had read over the years. He paged through the list with focused attention. Lots of Agatha Christie, he said. That's surprising. I leaned onto my elbows. Why? She's basically the queen of mysteries. Because Agatha Christie is an old white lady, he answered. And those women seemed like they'd be more progressive than that. How about some diversity, man? How about some books by queer authors? He shouted. Or Vietnamese writers, huh? This list reads like an AP high school summer list, and that's not a compliment, man. Do you know how overwhelmingly white high school curricula are? I bet. Do you see any true crime books or anything that might suggest these ladies were in cahoots to make Paige disappear? I interrupted. Because that's all we need to know. You can save the discourse on modern literature. Modern literature studies, he corrected. Anyway, let's see. The Name of the Rose by Umberto Eco, a white guy. That's a good book, though, Lacey said. The murder weapon was a tome in the library. Wrath kept going like she hadn't spoken. A Study in Scarlet by Arthur Conan Doyle, another white guy. Never mind, I sighed. Do you see any true crime books or not? No, I don't, Wrath said. I think the book thing is a dead end, man. But I have opinions on modern literature too. Well, more about the incredible elitism of the entire publishing industry. Did you know? So we're back where we started. Lacey sat up tall, kicking her footrest back to its original table. We have nothing solid to go on. Wrath cleared his throat. That's not entirely true, he said. Both Lacey and I turned to look at him. Well, put up or shut up, she said. In role-playing video games, Wrath began, his eyes lighting up. When you don't know what to do next, what do you do? He obviously wasn't talking to me, so I settled back into my chair, letting the two gamers do all the brainstorming. Look for a new quest, Lacey said. How? She thought for a second before her brows rose to a peak. Talk to the random NPCs wandering around town, she breathed. She turned to me with an apologetic smile. NPCs are non-player characters, basically every character in a game that isn't you or your real-life friends. In role-playing games, random characters in taverns or even the town square frequently will tell you about rumors they've run across or troubles they're having, starting a quest line you can investigate. All you have to do is ask them. Town gossip, Wrath agreed. And I know you're not going to like it, Pride, but maybe it's time to visit our very own town gossip. Hearing those words made me so miserable I could have broken down into tears. Ruefully, I climbed to my feet. Come on, time to go see my least favorite dog groomer. All Dogs Go to Odyssey was a dog grooming salon owned by town busybody and my mortal enemy, Stephanie Jones. Stephanie ran Odyssey's most popular newsletter, a gossip rag specializing in spilling the tea, chewing the fat, dishing the dirt. It didn't matter to Stephanie whether the stories she ran would hurt anyone or not as long as they got people talking. She once ran a story about how Envy got head lice, and the entire cast of Sinful House had to stay in a hotel while she was being treated. Okay, to be fair, we kinda asked her to run that story, but the point is, she didn't even bat an eye at the request. The doorbell over the entry tinkled as we entered the boutique. The place smelled like an ice cream shop had a baby with a PetSmart. Most of Stephanie's clients were tiny, yapping purse dogs, an abomination I couldn't stand under the best circumstances. Being surrounded by them in the presence of Stephanie Jones? It was like my own version of hell. I'll be with you in just a minute, a voice called out. I could tell from the cheer in those words that Stephanie hadn't noticed who had come in. Lacey stood in the doorway, hands on her hips, peering in awe around the room. Never in all my life would I have suspected a place like this exists. A Sephora for dogs? I guess it's true what they say. Rich people have more money than sense. I cringed at her butchering of that phrase. If you're going to use an idiom, at least use it correctly. Dollars than cents, I corrected. It's a play on... Oh, not again. Stephanie's piercing complaint interrupted my impending lecture. She was marching toward us, a grim look on her face. What did I do in a past life to be deserving of this constant irritation? If I knew my past sins, I would repent in earnest if it meant I could be relieved of ever seeing your faces again. Nice to see you too. Wrath grinned. How's business? As if you care. Stephanie's eyes trailed the length of Wrath's body. I see you got dressed in the dark today. I refused to laugh and give her any satisfaction, but Wrath did look particularly insane in his board shorts with cartoon characters all over them paired with a black and white checkered hoodie cut off at the waist. When he moved just right, I could see his belly button. Wrath started to retaliate, but Stephanie waved a dismissive hand, her gaze settling on Lacey. She looked the big woman up and down, evaluating. You look familiar, she said. But I don't think you have a toy poodle, do you? You don't seem the type. Have we met? Lacey shifted her weight, something flashing over her face, an expression I didn't quite catch. I don't think so, she stammered. I don't live around here. Stephanie stepped closer, hands on her hips as she studied Lacey's face. No, but I'm certain I've seen you before. You're not a bodyguard, are you? Are you on Dewey Delaney's payroll? No, ma'am. Color rose in Lacey's cheeks, and for the first time she looked uncomfortable. I must just have one of those. Just then, Stephanie snapped her fingers, her face alight with recognition. Oh, I know where I've seen you before. You were a contestant on that show, Rogue Warriors. You're Bethesda, the battle axe. Time seemed to slow as Wrath and I turned to stare at Lacey, her face now a deep fuchsia. She clenched her teeth, tendons standing out in her neck. I'm surprised you've seen the show, Lacey grunted. It only aired for 5 episodes before it was canceled. Nobody watched that show. It was a terrible show, Stephanie agreed. All those over-muscled meatheads on steroids running around in leotards, trying to take each other out with makeshift weapons that looked like enormous Q-tips. Horrendous show. You all looked like such idiots. Lacey bobbed her head, her color deepening. She looked like she would rather be dead, actually dead and buried, than be standing here right now. So why did you watch it? Stephanie laughed, a high, piercing sound. Ha! Who could look away? It was an absolute train wreck. But you were my favorite, she admitted, a twinkle in her eyes. I was rooting for you, Bethesda. If the show had stayed on the air, you would have gone to the championships, I can tell. Oh, but what a terrible show. Tell me, what was the casting call for that like? Did you have to audition? Was it mortifying? Do you have an agent? Lacey opened her mouth to answer, but my interest in the conversation could not possibly get any lower, so I interrupted. Stephanie, we're here about a case. I already know that, she said without looking at me. She was still gazing at Lacey. It's not like you're bringing me any business. She turned to face me, sighing with resignation. Okay, what is it, Pride? How can I help you win your case today? Have you ever won a case without consulting me? I didn't take the bait. What have you heard about a missing woman? Stephanie's brow quirked, and she cocked her head to the side. Missing woman? Who? That's kind of what we're trying to find out. I offered a crooked smile that she did not accept, her expression stoic. A book club filed a missing persons report, but the woman they reported missing isn't missing. Stephanie gave me a long blink. Beg pardon? They filed a report that Paige Nesbitt was missing, Lacey explained, looking relieved to be onto a topic that wasn't her 15 minutes of gladiator disgrace. But the real Paige Nesbitt isn't missing. Furthermore, the group claims the 2 women are not one and the same. Stephanie made a screwball face. That's very confusing, so is someone missing or not? I sighed. You tell us. Have you heard anything? The gossip queen thought for a moment before shaking her head, looking moderately disappointed. I haven't heard anything like that. I have heard whispers of wives leaving their husbands, but they're not so much missing as gone. A pink tongue darted over her lips as she continued thinking. Who did you say reported the woman missing? The Red Rum Mystery Book Club, I said. Stephanie's brow darkened. You don't think that means anything to me, do you? Specifically, a woman named Marie-Laure Perot. Stephanie snorted, her entire body language changing. She relaxed, the stiffness seeping from her shoulders as her body rippled with chuckles. Oh, you can stop right there. Marie-Laure Perot? And here I thought you had something interesting to discuss. I frowned. What do you mean? Stephanie continued chuckling, her amusement tinged with exasperation. Marie-Laure Perot is mad as a badger. I blinked. What? She's not playing with a full deck, Stephanie said. I stared at her. What are you talking about? She's 1 sandwich short of a picnic, 3 fries short of a happy meal. Stephanie stared at me expectantly. What on earth? She's saying Marie-Laure is a fruitcake, Rath said, throwing up his hands. She's nuts, right? He faced Stephanie, who had begun to bubble over with laughter. Is that what you're saying? Loony as a tune, she cackled, covering her mouth with one hand. Absolutely non-compos mentis. I clenched my fists at my sides, willing myself to stay calm. But this conversation was triggering every fight-or-flight response I had. My whole life, people had talked about me exactly the way Stephanie was talking about Marie-Laure now. It made me feel a frenzy of emotions I could scarcely distinguish from one another. Anger, confusion, embarrassment. For a moment, I almost turned around and walked out. Instead, I took a breath and said, "Why do you say that?" She seemed okay to me. Except, admittedly, for the part where she was building a house with staircases that went nowhere, but everybody's got to have a hobby, right? Stephanie tossed a stray blonde curl over her shoulder and pressed her lips together like she was blotting her lipstick. Marie-Laure and I were friends as girls, she said. Our mothers were friends, so we spent a lot of time together. Rath stared at Stephanie in a daze. Really? I assumed she grew up in France or Quebec or at least New Orleans or something. She has an accent, he explained. Stephanie clucked her tongue with amusement. Yes, well, she studied abroad in Belgium and came back speaking like Jacques Cousteau. Marie-Laure Perrault is Odyssey born and bred. We did cheerleading together, volunteering, debutantes, the whole thing. Even dated a pair of brothers at one point. We stayed close until around college when Marie-Laure started getting strange. Strange how? I asked. Well, you know. She paused, letting her voice drop. I hate to speak ill of old friends, but everybody already knows this, so I suppose it can't do any harm. I could tell from her face that she was dying to tell us what she knew. Ugh, I hated Stephanie Jones with the strength of 1,000 stars. She moved to an ashram in Nevada to study with some New Age guru who was later convicted for fraud and money laundering. But not before he performed a mass marriage for all his followers. Marie-Laure ended up with a husband she had never even met before. It was a whole thing. But she made out in the end because the guru is serving like 20 years and her rich husband up and died and left her his entire estate. Lacey gaped. No way. Stephanie's head bobbed excitedly. You can look it up. She's using the money to fund that monstrosity she calls a house. Her guru renamed her Shakti Love and assigned her to write his biography. Apparently, she spent all her days and nights with this charlatan, doing his bidding. She gave her best years to that man. And for what? Stephanie gave an exaggerated sigh. But that's Marie-Laure for you. She's always needed someone else to do all the thinking for her. She's just one of those weak women who needs to be led by the nose, I guess. I watched Stephanie's face, looking for telltale signs that she was messing with us. After all, she disliked me as much as I couldn't stand her, and it wouldn't be the first time she'd intentionally made me look like a fool. But as I scrutinized her face, looking for signs she was lying, I couldn't find any. Not necessarily because they weren't there, but because I'm just not very good at that kind of thing. I said, Stephanie, is all this true? The woman blinked at me. Would I lie to you? If it was in your best interest, I said. Stephanie's face broke into a smile. Pride? Has anyone ever told you how quick and clever you are? I glowered. No. The other woman clucked her tongue. Well, no one's going to tell you today either. Yes, I'm telling the truth. All of this is public record. Ask those idiots at the Paranormal Research Society. They'll tell you the same thing. After all, they kicked her out when they learned what she'd been up to. Lacey's brow furrowed. What's the whatever society? Local buffoons, Stephanie said, her nose in the air. Ask your friend Pride if you want to know more about them. There's a long and sordid history there. Lacey tore her eyes away from Stephanie's triumphant smirk and gave me a, "What's that all about?" look. I sighed, resigned. The short story is, it's a group of rich people who mess around with paranormal stuff as a hobby. They used to operate in the basement of a coffee shop until Envy burned it down when she tried to destroy an underground lab used to experiment on supernatural creatures. Lacey snapped her fingers and pointed, head bobbing up and down. "Oh, that's right. That was a great episode." To Stephanie, she said, "So why did they kick her out?" The bell over the front door tinkled, snatching Stephanie's attention. Her voice went all falsetto and fake as she called out to the customer. "Barbie, hi! I'll be with you in just a minute, sweetie. There's white wine in the fridge. Oh, is that Pixie? Oh, she looks just precious. Be there in a jiff." She waggled her fingers at the woman in oversized black sunglasses carrying a chihuahua in her Birkin bag. "That's all the time I have for you today. You'll have to do the rest of your investigating yourself." She flashed us a cool smile and vanished, joining Barbie and Pixie for an alcoholic refreshment we were definitely not invited to partake in. The three of us ambled out onto the street to regroup. "What a waste of time," Wrath scowled. "We didn't learn anything." Lacey hooked her thumbs into the pockets of her pants. "Are you kidding? We learned a lot. The lady has a history of getting suckered. Maybe Paige was trying to pull something over on her, and she snapped?" I scratched an eyebrow, mouth twisted as I thought. Maybe, but I wouldn't jump to any conclusions just yet. Although that bit about getting kicked out of the Paranormal Society is interesting. Wrath shrugged, unconvinced. "Okay, so then, should we talk to these paranormal people?" "Probably, but before we do that..." I turned to Lacey. "Bethesda the battle axe?" Lacey's face flushed red hot, and she ran a hand over her hair as she blew out her cheeks. "I really thought you were going to let that go." "You don't know me very well," I conceded. Lacey heaved a sigh. It was a long time ago. It was a game show where ordinary people battled each other in an arena like modern-day gladiators. My agent thought it would be good exposure for my career, but I never landed another role after that. Not sure if the show tanked me or I'm just a super lousy actor. "Probably a mix of both," I said encouragingly. "So is that why you're on this show? Still trying to break into the industry?" The bounty hunter shrugged, looking more morose than embarrassed. "All I can tell you is I have an emptiness inside me. Something that only seems to fill up when I'm on camera. I feel like it's my calling, you know?" I wasn't sure how to answer that. I couldn't relate to the part about being on camera at all, but the emptiness part? Yes, strangely that part made a grudging kind of sense. I didn't answer her because I didn't need the whole world to know what I was thinking. But for a second, I understood where Bethesda the battle axe was coming from. Chapter 8. Returning to Sinful House after a full day of investigating should have been restful, but nothing in my life ever goes the way it's supposed to. Envy was in the recreation room crying. I sighed. Part of me wanted to pretend I'd never seen anything. I could just go to the kitchen, grab a snack, and head upstairs to call Victoria Webster, the president of the Paranormal Research Society. I might even have time to listen to some podcasts before dinner. But Envy was my friend, so I couldn't do that. I ambled over to her, plopped down beside her, and said, "Why so glum, chum?" Envy's eyes were red, her cheeks tear-stained. It looked like she'd been crying for a while. "Why don't you ask Greed?" she said. "He's the one that got me into this mess." That brightened my spirits. I know how that makes me sound, but anything that makes Greed look bad feels good to me. "Why?" What happened? Envy was too busy sniffling and digging the heels of her hands against her eyes to answer. Luckily, Gluttony ambled into the room, hands on his hips. Greed had another premonition, he said, and everybody's up in arms about it, especially the network. I lifted my eyebrows in surprise. Well, are you going to tell me what he said? Before Gluttony could answer, though, Greed appeared in the doorway, a thin frown tugging at the corners of his mouth. Wrathful spirits will claim their due, and the keep of sin will split in two. My skin pimpled over as a cold dread welled in my stomach. I stared at Greed, jaw clenching involuntarily. It didn't take a genius to understand why that premonition might have ruffled a few feathers, especially that last part. The keep of sin will split in two? Did that mean Sinful House? If so, that could have several meanings, but none good. I turned to Envy. All right, but why are you so upset about that? Because everyone thinks Greed's talking about my elementals. Envy's sobs returned in force, her slender body heaving as she covered her face. She was really crying now, and her voice was all high-pitched. Trisha and Kirk said if my elementals caused damage to Sinful House, I could be held personally liable, and that's not fair. They hired me because of the elementals. It's not my fault I can't control them. Do I deserve this stress? Imagine what it's doing to my face. I don't have the money for another round of Botox right now. I glanced at Greed, who looked more vexed than I expected. For all his faults and flaws, and trust me, they were innumerable, Greed was usually confident. As a result, he usually looked either stoic or smug, and the fact that he didn't made me more nervous than I let on. Is that what you saw? Envy's elementals destroying Sinful House? Greed shook his head, readjusting his posture as he leaned against the wall. I don't see the future in my mind's eye, Greed said. It's more like I hear the future whispering in my ear. I just relay what I hear. Which is why you shouldn't have said anything without discussing it with the housemates in private. Gluttony stormed over to Greed, pointing a finger in the other man's ghostly white face. You have a gift. I can't deny that. But your gift requires interpretation. None of us has any idea what those words actually mean. And as you can see, they've caused harm to people we consider friends. Why didn't you think before you acted? Why did you have to go and tell the network what you think you know? But I already knew the answer to that. Greed hadn't been getting as much screen time as he wanted, so he wasn't getting as many votes. If he could stir up drama and be at the center of it, that was good for Greed. I turned to Envy, covering her hand with mine and squeezing. Don't worry, Envy. This will work itself out, okay? Don't cry. Think about your wrinkles, I joked. But it was apparently the wrong thing to say because Envy threw up her hands, her red and puffy face distorted with distress. All I do is think about my wrinkles, Pride. But what am I supposed to do? Forget the network for a second. If Greed's vision is right and I cause harm to Sinful House, how will I live with myself? How? She started crying again, and I put my arm around her, patting her shoulder and shushing her the best I could. One thing about me, I'm lousy at comforting people. But calming Envy was a good way to focus my attention, because otherwise I was gonna throttle Greed. Envy, let's put a pin in this, I said. I have too much going on to deal with this right now, but I know people who can help you. There's a shaman in town named Balthazar who might be able to teach you to rein in your elementals. And even if he can't help, he'll probably know someone who can. I don't want you to get bent out of shape over this, okay? We're your friends. We will get to the bottom of this. Envy nodded weakly, and I gave her a final pat before I got to my feet. As I passed Greed, I rammed his shoulder with mine and whispered, I won't let you use Envy to get more screen time. This is low, even for you. Greed made a strangled sound and said, I wish this were a mere ruse. Truly. I paused, not sure what he meant, but when I saw the look on his face, my stomach dropped. Greed was scared. Maybe this wasn't about votes after all. I picked up the pace and headed to the kitchen to find a snack. But on the way, I realized my appetite had gone, so I went upstairs to call Victoria for an appointment. "Pride? Is that you?" She sounded chipper, and I thought I heard seagulls in the background. She must have been taking a walk on the beach. "It's so good to hear from you. Are you well? Tell me everything." I grinned, relaxing into a chair and kicking off my shoes. "Things are good, Victoria. You? Have you had any luck finding a new location for the Paranormal Society to meet? You know, since the crypt burned down?" Victoria inhaled sharply. "Actually, we did. You should come see it. The Odyssey Museum of Modern Art has rented us the top floor of their building. It's perfect for us. As much as I loved the crypt, being in a basement always felt a bit stuffy." Before envy burned it down, the crypt was the basement of a coffee shop. It had been the headquarters of the Paranormal Research Society, and home to a couple dozen ghosts, spirits of those who had died in Odyssey and couldn't move into the afterlife for whatever reason. But the new place has floor-to-ceiling windows, tons of bright light. It does mean we have to be careful about preserving our older books. But it's so worth it. And the ghosts. Victoria was giddy with joy. I think the ghosts adore it too. I cocked my head to the side. "You think the ghosts like it? Nobody's asked them?" Victoria's glee took on an edge of embarrassment. "Well, no one in our group can see them, let alone talk to them, so we can't know for sure." I quirked an eyebrow. "So if you can't ask them, why do you think they love it?" "Well, I'm basing it on the vibes. The place has a spectacular energy. Luckily for Victoria, I liked her, so I didn't want to embarrass her by explaining that this was not, in any way, how any of this worked. Vibes were not a thing. Not when it came to ghosts. If you couldn't see or talk to them, you had no way to know if they were happy or sad. They were kind of like people that way." I glanced down at my mood ring and thought of Lust. Thanks to the matching bracelet on her wrist, she was the only person in the world who knew what I was feeling without seeing or hearing me. The knowledge of that intimate connection warmed me down to the soles of my feet. Still, I didn't think they made mood rings for ghosts. I cleared my throat and pushed the image of Lust from my mind. "Victoria, do you need me to check on the ghosts?" "Oh, Pride, would you?" Her voice quivered with fake relief. She knew I'd never refuse a request like that. It would mean the world to me, to all of us. We might not be able to interact with the ghosts, but their well-being is very important to us, as you know. Are you sure you don't mind?" "It's not a big deal," I said. "In fact, I was hoping we could meet. I need a favor." "For you, anything," she breathed. "Can you come by tonight, perhaps around 9? I nodded. "See you then." I thumbed the phone to disconnect and dashed off a message to Rath and Lacey. "Change of plans. Meeting Victoria tonight at 9. A message from Rath flashed on my screen. "Man, tonight? I have raids." "Being a grown-up sucks, doesn't it?" I wrote back. "Gaming can wait. We have a missing woman to find." I put the group chat on ignore and pulled up another episode of Fellowship by Design. I could probably get in 2 full episodes before it was time to head out. "I'm so glad you accepted my invitation on such short notice." Paranormal Research Society President Victoria Webster met us in the courtyard outside the Odyssey Museum of Modern Art, hugging her hellos and kissing the air beside our cheeks. She radiated joy, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Her blonde hair fell in fat ringlets around her face, giving her a cherubic appearance. "Everyone's going to be so happy to see you, and wait till you see the place. You'll hardly recognize it." Using a key card to enter the building, Victoria led us through the lobby, chatting the whole time. We followed her up an open, winding staircase to the top floor with the camera guy trailing at a distance to get what he called primo shots. At the end of a long hall was a set of locked doors bearing a gold plaque that read, Odyssey Chamber of Garbage and Recycling. I nodded to the sign with a chuckle. That's a nice touch, though you'd have to be an idiot to accept that the garbage collection people have offices in a museum. Victoria pressed her key card to a reader beside the door, winking at me over her shoulder. Lucky for all of us, then, that the average person is easily led. Come, see what we've done with the place. Victoria pushed open the door, and my breath caught as soon as we stepped inside. The new headquarters for the Paranormal Research Society was everything Victoria said and more. This was a serious upgrade from the crypt. High ceilings, lots of windows, and ample overhead lighting gave the place an inviting and modern look, far different from the spooky vibes of the crypt. If you were just a normal person, you'd never know the place was crawling with ghosts. Stepping inside the open space, Lacey whistled her appreciation. "This is wild," she said, eyes bright and round. "What is all this stuff? I mean, what do you guys do here?" "Oh, a little of this, a little of that," Victoria said mysteriously. "We're oath-bound, of course, so I can't divulge most of our secrets. But you're free to look around. Just please don't touch anything." Hands dug into my pockets, I ambled the perimeter of the room, surveying the space. The bookshelves were a paranormal nerd's dream. Classics like The Demonologist and the Complete Encyclopedia of Ghosts and Spirits shared shelf space with more obscure titles like A Beginner's Guide to Interdimensional Portals and Pocket Realms and What to Possess When You're Being Possessed. There was even a whole section on cryptozoology, featuring the Bigfoot Casebook and Hunting the Mothman. The maps on the wall were just as intriguing. An old, crinkled parchment depicted ley lines crisscrossing North America with specific points highlighted in red ink. Another seemed to be a hand-drawn rendering of the mythical island of Atlantis. The largest was a detailed street map of Odyssey with colored pins marking sites of paranormal activity, everything from reported ghost sightings, which I could almost guarantee were bogus, to suspicious pet disappearances. It looked like they'd been busy. My eyes were drawn to the strange devices scattered throughout the room. One contraption featured a tangle of wires connecting crystals, feathers, and what looked suspiciously like bones. An oversized compass sat beside a half-melted candle, a pendulum, and scattered rune stones. The purposes of these devices were anyone's guess. Despite the headquarters' shiny new look, these little details made it clear that Victoria and her friends were still the same old lunatics we all knew and loved. An unexpected squeal caught my attention, jolting me away from a display of antique tarot cards. Curiosity piqued, I crossed the expansive room, weaving between the eccentric artifacts and furnishings. A gaggle of ghosts, their translucent forms shimmering and shifting in the light, were split into two groups while a central figure struck various poses, and one team shouted in infectious enthusiasm. "Oh, come on, give us some better clues." A plump elderly ghost waved her spectral arms in exasperation. "It's a movie. 4 words. Second word sounds like..." The performing ghost, a lanky figure with a handlebar mustache, dramatically mimed reeling in a fishing line, his face contorted in exaggerated concentration. "Fishing? Angling? Casting?" The other ghosts shouted, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of guesses. The mustachioed ghost nodded vigorously, his wispy form vibrating with the motion. He held up 2 fingers, then repeated the motion. This time, he followed up by holding his hands far apart and bringing them closer together. Wide? Smaller? Reduce? Oh! The second word is like fishing but shorter. A wayfish ghost wearing a headband and 80s workout attire squeaked, bouncing on her toes. Mustache Man nodded eagerly, making a rolling motion with his hand. "Fish!" someone shouted. The mustache punched the air, bobbing his head in enthusiastic confirmation and held up 4 fingers. "4th word, okay," the plump lady ghost said, narrowing her eyes in concentration. "Let's see, a movie, something, fish, something." I watched, amused, as the ghosts threw out guesses, growing increasingly animated with each passing second. The lively scene was a stark contrast to the lifeless displays surrounding us. The mustache finally threw his hands up before pointing to an elderly ghost wearing a wilted witch's hat. All eyes turned to her before someone shouted, "Witch? Woman? Old biddy?" That earned a couple of good-natured chuckles. Suddenly, a dapper ghost in a bowler hat leaped up, his eyes wide with realization. "I've got it! A fish called Wanda!" he proclaimed triumphantly. Mustache Man clapped his hands, grinning from ear to ear. "Yes! Finally!" he exclaimed, taking a dramatic bow. The first team of ghosts, the ones who had been guessing, applauded and cheered, even whistling their appreciation. But the second team looked less than thrilled. A muscular, middle-aged man with slicked-back hair straddling his chair backwards said, "No, that doesn't count. You forfeit your turn. You can't just point to Wanda when the word is Wanda. You have to act it out." "How do you act out Wanda?" another ghost asked. "You have to be creative," the muscular ghost said. "Tug your ear for sounds like. Then mime using a magic wand. Wanda. It's actually super easy. Miming Drusilla or something, that would be hard. Wanda is practically a gimme." Wanda stood, primping and preening as she blew kisses to the crowd in her side-leaning witch hat. "Don't be a spoil sport," she called out. "Shall we pay another round or switch to name that tune?" As I stood watching the whole thing, and for the record, I think Team 2 made a very valid point, Victoria sidled up beside me. "Either you've entered some kind of strange hypnotic fugue or you're ghost watching." She clasped her hands excitedly beneath her chin. "Tell me what they're doing." "Team 1 is cheating," I answered. "Or at the very least being pretty lax with the rules. If I were refereeing, I wouldn't give them the point." Victoria stared at me. What? Oh. Realizing my mistake, I blushed and ran a hand through my hair. "They're playing charades." Victoria laughed, clapping in glee. "Oh, that's darling. I love that. And you said Team 1 is cheating? Who's on Team 1? Anyone you recognize?" I surveyed the assemblage and shook my head. "No, but I don't think everyone's here. Did all the ghosts make the transition?" I craned my neck, looking around for Eleanor Romanovsky, an old woman Sloth had befriended on an earlier case. The place seemed sparser than I remember, but maybe that's just because the new space is so much bigger. Victoria's face twisted with distress. "Oh my, I certainly hope we didn't lose anyone. Perhaps they've just stepped out for a smoke break." I was about to tell her that smoking was a strictly before-death activity when Lacey appeared at my side. "So, is this it? I thought you said there would be ghosts." I gave her a blank stare. "And?" "Well, I don't see any ghosts, and the hairs on my neck aren't standing up or anything." Victoria and I exchanged glances, the blonde woman biting back a smile. "We're surrounded by ghosts," I said. "There's one right there." I jutted my thumb toward Wanda, who was humming a very off-key rendition of Unchained Melody. Lacey stilled, goosebumps breaking out along her skin. "Wait, seriously? Right there?" "Right there," I confirmed. "Would you like to meet her? Wanda!" The ghost stopped humming and drifted over to us, looking thrilled to have someone to speak to. "Have we met?" she asked, round eyes bright. "I never forget a face, but I don't recognize yours." "I'm Pride," I said. "I know your name because I saw you playing charades. I wonder if you'd like to meet the woman who runs this place. Wanda, this is Victoria Webster. Victoria, this is Wanda, and this is Lacey." Victoria tipped her chin politely. "A pleasure to meet you," she said. Lacey was quiet a moment, taking it in. Then she laughed, slapping me on the arm. "You almost had me." The corner of my mouth quirked into a smile. "You think I'm joking because you can't feel anything, right?" My teammate looked unsure. Well, yeah, I guess so. Victoria laughed, a high tinkling sound that reminded me of wind chimes. I assure you, the ghosts are here, whether you can sense them or not. They are, I agreed. And honestly, maybe it's better that you're not sensitive. Believe me, it's not all fun and games being able to see and talk to spirits. They can be a handful. There's like a couple dozen ghosts in this place. They're actually making a lot of noise, I added, as the charades game rose to a joyful tumult. Now that I've told you that, how does it make you feel? The bounty hunter's face looked like she'd just found a cockroach crawling over her bare skin. Her body shuddered involuntarily, and her cheeks lost their color. I saw her fingers twitch like she wanted to pull her gun or a knife, but that twitching was quickly followed by a look of pure panic when she realized no earthly weapon could protect her from ghosts. I didn't tell her that she didn't need protecting because, thanks to the fact that they couldn't interact with physical objects, ghosts were utterly harmless. I admit it was fun watching her squirm. After what felt like a long while, but was probably only a few seconds, Lacey said, "I've never felt more creeped out in my life. My skin feels like it's on fire. My stomach feels like it's gonna revolt, and I can't tell if I'm gonna barf or the other thing." I pointed to the door. "Bathroom's that way," I said. As Lacey scurried away, I returned my attention to Wanda. "I apologize on behalf of the living. They think they know everything." "That doesn't change in death," Wanda sighed. "If you've never had Moore's Law mansplained by a guy who died in the 1800s, you don't know what you're missing." Wanda drifted back toward the other ghosts, and Victoria linked her arm in mine. "Anyway, you mentioned on the phone that you needed a favor. Is there anything I can help you with?" I was about to dive into a brief rundown of our case when Wrath called out from the other side of the room. "Hey, Pride, I think you're going to want to take a look at this." Arms still linked, Victoria and I walked over to where Wrath was hunched over a collection of parchment papers scattered across a large oak desk. The papers were in pristine condition, a chaotic mix of notes, diagrams, and what looked like ancient symbols, all of it illuminated under the soft glow of a desk lamp. "Do these look familiar?" Wrath asked, not looking up as I approached. I leaned over Wrath's shoulder to look. The single-sided pages were handwritten with whimsical illustrations decorating the left edge. Mermaids, sea lions, dolphins, and myriad other sea creatures intertwined with a jagged border with odd symbols here and there with no discernible pattern. The drawings were so intricately detailed they almost seemed alive, as if they could leap off the paper at any moment. A jolt of recognition hit me, and my breath hitched. Hang on a second, does this match the description of the manuscript Marie Lore said showed up at her house right before Paige went missing? Wrath turned around, a smug smile plastered over his face. "I mean, that's what I'm thinking, man. This is a dead ringer." My mind was racing a mile a minute. I turned to Victoria, who was watching our exchange with a confused look. "Where did you get this?" I asked her. "Did you find it somewhere, or—" Victoria shook her head adamantly, gesturing towards the room's entrance. "One of our members found it one morning," she explained. Apparently, a manila envelope had been slipped underneath the door. This manuscript was inside. No note or return address or anything. The envelope was simply addressed to the Odyssey Paranormal Research Society. We have no idea where it came from. Lacey stepped into our little gathering, still looking green around the gills but in no immediate danger of regurgitating her stomach contents. "So the Red Rum Mystery Group had a manuscript delivered to their headquarters, it went missing, and now the Paranormal Society gets a similar package." She cocked her head to the side, thinking, "Do we think it's the same manuscript? Or is someone delivering manuscripts to multiple groups around town?" It was a good question, and Lacey was definitely on the right track to ask it. But my thoughts skewed towards more immediate matters. "Victoria, do you guys have cameras on the premises?" any way we could identify who left the package?" Victoria rubbed the back of her neck, looking equally baffled and concerned. "Unfortunately, we haven't gotten around to installing our own security cameras yet. This place is still a work in progress." She gave a wistful glance around the room, as if imagining where future cameras might be placed to capture any nefarious activities. This town was rotten with nefarious activities. "What about the museum?" Rath asked. "There's no way they don't have cameras." Rath pulled out his phone and barked in a command for the museum to send relevant footage to his email. But after a few minutes, Rath scowled and put his phone away, so I guess he didn't get anything. "Do you mind if I borrow these?" I said, waving my hand over the papers. "I'll bring them back in perfect shape." Victoria nodded as I gathered the manuscript, tucking it carefully into my backpack. "Why are you also interested in this manuscript?" she asked. "Does this have to do with a case?" I took a deep breath, weighing how much to reveal. It was never a great idea to disclose evidence about a case to the public unless you had to. The more information people have, the better lies they can tell. But I had no reason to believe Victoria was involved, and besides, I'd worked with her before. She was one of the good guys. "This actually leads us to that favor I needed to ask you," I said. "A woman from the book club received a similar package, and shortly afterward, one of their members went missing. That woman was Marie-Laure Perrault." Victoria gasped. "Marie-Laure's missing?" "No, she's the one who received the package." A cloud passed over Victoria's face, and she released my arm, her body going limp. "I see," she said. "You're here to ask me what I know about her." "Two groups associated with her received the same package," Lacey replied. "That can't be coincidence. There must be a connection." Victoria closed her eyes, lips pursing as she blew a slow, controlled breath. "Perhaps we should have a seat." The four of us retreated to a table in an empty corner of the sanctuary while the camera guy skulked off to a corner, trying to get the best angle. I heard him mutter something about a point-of-view shot. "Stephanie Jones said you kicked Marie-Laure out of the Paranormal Research Society," I said. "Well, not you, personally. But she was kicked out." Victoria's body stiffened, her nostrils flaring. "I swear that woman will say anything for a reaction," she hissed. "Is that really what she said? That we kicked her out?" We silently nodded in response, and Victoria scoffed, trying to keep her composure. "We did not kick her out," Victoria said. "She left of her own accord." She paused before adding, "Though I guess you could say her departure was mutually beneficial." Victoria sighed, her previous exuberance evaporating. "The society has always attracted a wide range of characters. The core of the group is predominantly people with ties to the supernatural. For example, you'll remember that I was plagued by poltergeists as a child." "I remember," Rath said. "One of our founding members grew up in a haunted house and was obsessed with ghost hunting," Victoria continued. "Another founder lost her dog in the infamous ghostfish affair. She first looked to the paranormal to try to speak to her dearly departed pup spirit." I made a face at her. "What's the ghostfish affair?" Victoria tutted. "Oh, it was a dark time in Odyssey's history. Many years ago now. A bunch of dogs in the ghostfish neighborhood died of mysterious causes. Suspected poisoning. There were some mutterings in select circles that a teenage girl was responsible, but that was never confirmed. Very sad business all around. But if it hadn't happened, our little research society might not exist today. Our charter from the beginning was to learn as much as possible about the invisible world and expand our knowledge in ways that improved us as people and benefited society. More than anything, we craved wisdom and understanding." Lacey adjusted her seat, recrossing her legs. "And would you put Marie-Laure in that group?" "Yes, I suppose so." Victoria cleared her throat. "Marie-Laure was a believer, but she was also, how can I put it? She was a born follower, the kind of person who seeks out a guru or a mentor. She was always looking for someone to put her on the right path, someone to tell her what to think. This jibed with what we'd already learned from Stephanie. Okay. Was there something wrong with that? It was off-putting, Victoria drawled, because she tried to use our group to fill that need in herself. She never followed her own interests. She just absorbed what everyone else was doing. If crystals were fashionable, she'd buy hundreds online. If the tide turned to ESP, she was the first to sign up for $1,000 sessions. She watched every documentary, listened to every podcast. She wasn't finding herself in our group. She was just a chameleon. And for what it's worth, our group isn't about that. We relish independent thinkers. And Marie-Laure isn't that. Sounds kind of elitist if you ask me, Rath said. The poor lady was just trying to fit in. You act like that's a crime. After we confronted her about this, Victoria continued, we started noticing other changes in her. She became obsessed with the ocean and water spirits. She went on weird diets and lost too much weight. Victoria shuddered, shoulders crumpling. And then we noticed she was secretly recording our meetings, especially when the talk turned political as it often did, what with so many of our members sitting on the city council. Lacey made a face. Why was she recording the sessions? Again, Victoria sighed, her expression suggesting she didn't really enjoy this conversation. She was feeding information to someone in whom she'd placed her trust and admiration. A new guru, you see. She caught my gaze, her mouth pressed into a hard line. I know you know where this is going. I really don't, I said. Did she? Oh, no, wait. You've got to be kidding. My brain finally caught up with all the little hints Victoria had dropped, and I gaped in incredulity. She was a spy for Dewey Delaney? Victoria chuckled, brows lifted. You say his name the way I say his name, which is how I know you're the real deal. She sniffed and made a disgusted face. I think Dewey put her up to it, and she agreed to gain his attention and affection, just like she'd done with us. The idea of being a Dewey Delaney groupie was so pathetic I could hardly even process it. But even serial killers got married in prison, which just goes to show that having a brain doesn't mean you necessarily have to use it. Dewey has had political ambitions for ages, but never any sway, Victoria continued. He's slimy, obnoxious, and, if I'm being honest, stupid. Though perhaps not as stupid as I thought. I don't know what devil he sold his soul to, but Dewey has actually managed to gain a following. His ridiculous Children of Poseidon Church has grown significantly. They're even holding a rally here in Odyssey, if you can believe that. So I saw. I leaned back in my chair, arms folded over my chest, as I thought. So then what happened? We had an intervention, Victoria said. We told Marie-Laure we were worried about her. She needed to learn to think for herself, and not just glom onto any so-and-so who claimed to have life's answers. We were concerned about the money she was donating to Dewey and the information she was feeding him. Not because any of that information was especially harmful, she clarified, but because it made Marie-Laure look untrustworthy. Remember, she was our friend. We wanted what was best for her. Let me guess. Lacey craned her neck until it made a cracking noise, which gave me the willies. It didn't go the way you hoped. It went badly, Victoria agreed. She said we were attacking her, and if we couldn't accept her for the person she was, she wanted nothing to do with us. She left the group and cut off all communication with us. It's a shame because she's very knowledgeable about the paranormal. I hope she finds whatever she's looking for. We sat in silence a moment before Rath slapped his forehead with a loud groan. He leaned onto his elbows, face buried in his hands. Hold the phone. Wait. We're all so stupid, he bleated. The manuscript is covered in sea creatures. It's so freaking obvious. How did we not see this sooner? See what? I asked. Rath sucked his teeth and made a face. Think long and hard. I'll give you 3 guesses, and the first 2 don't count. Wrath, I have no idea what you're... But as I spoke, a sense of horror stole over me. My mind reeled back to the morning I'd found the mail scattered on our porch, mail that contained an advertisement for one of my least favorite people on the planet. Oh no, I groaned, finally catching on. Dewey Delaney. He's got to be behind this, Wrath said. I don't know what he's playing at, but this whole thing reeks of his stupid church. We're gonna have to bite the bullet and talk to that creep. I massaged my temples, feeling a headache coming on at the mere thought of dealing with Dewey. But Wrath was right. Between the nature of the manuscript and this new information about Marie Laure, he was the linchpin connecting everything, making him our most promising lead, as much as it pained me to admit it. We needed answers, and if that smarmy charlatan held the key, then I guess we were about to take an unpleasant trip to the children of Poseidon. I only hoped we weren't diving into shark-infested waters we couldn't swim out of. Chapter 9. The next morning, I ignored the smells of pancakes and coffee drifting from downstairs to lie around in bed with another episode of Fellowship by Design. Now that I'd been listening to it for a while, I found Skylar's voice soothing, though I initially found it annoying. Skylar had a high-pitched, energetic voice that sounded like those insufferable influencers on social media who tried to convince you that the 100% polyester leggings they bought on allcheapcheap.com would change your life forever. If I hadn't seen him dead in his office, I might have assumed he was actually a woman. In this episode, he was talking about sacred space. Not like magic circles or anything woo-woo like that. He was talking about how to design your physical surroundings, whether home or office, to influence how people felt about you and by extension how they interacted with you. Man, the number of ways you could manipulate people was kind of incredible.
Your home is more than just a place to lay your head at night,
Skylar said.
It's a reflection of who you are, a manifestation of your deepest desires and aspirations. And when you invite someone into that space, you're not just inviting them into your home. You're inviting them into your very soul.
I scoffed, fluffing the pillow under my head. I wasn't so sure about that whole inviting them into your soul bit, but I could see where he was going with this. All my housemates had very particular styles that were reflected in their rooms. Envy's room was filled with expensive garbage she'd bought because influencers on social media convinced her she needed it. Sloth's room was a mess, but filled with comfy pillows, blankets, and stuffed animals for cuddling. And Wrath's room was wall-to-wall computers and gadgets, the epitome of a man cave if I ever saw one. And as for my space? I looked around my room, brow furrowed. I'd never thought about my living space as an extension of myself. To me, a house was just a shelter, 4 walls, a roof, and a place to keep my stuff. And at Sinful House, a place for my housemates to pop in uninvited.
But don't take my word for it. For today's show, I brought in an expert, the most adept person I know at creating comfortable spaces. Longtime listeners already know who I'm talking about. Thanks for being on the show, babe.
The timer on the blueberry muffins goes off in 20 minutes. If you have me out of here on time, you're welcome. If the muffins burn, you're dead.
I grinned at the banter. Skylar was right. I did know who the woman was. She'd been on almost every previous episode. It was his wife, Paige, the now grieving widow who had so comfortably put Wrath in his place at their first meeting. Skylar often incorporated her into his episodes, which made the show feel less like a monologue and more like a conversation, undoubtedly contributing to the show's popularity. Judging by the comments I read online, Paige was a huge hit, and it was easy to see why. She was playful, smart as a whip, and sassy. The two made a great team.
Let's make this fast then. When you were designing the outside space of our home, You had a specific feature in mind.
Right, the maze.
And what was the goal of the maze?
Initially, it was a way to trap you into going for long walks without me so I could have some alone time.
You wanted a maze to distract me? Is that what you're saying?
Sort of. I thought it would be funny if you got lost in there and had to call me for help. Paige, can you come get me? I'm lost in our backyard. It would make a great story.
Well, you do love your tricks, but that one didn't work. You ended up using the maze more than me.
That's true. I find it quite meditative. That's okay, though. I still have more tricks for you.
I'm sure, but back to the backyard. What was your real purpose there?
I'm not an outdoorsy person, but I am outsidey. I enjoy being out in the fresh air and getting some sun, and I especially love plants. I even use herbal remedies in my medical practice. My patients respond well to plants too, and I frequently encourage them to grow their own. Studies have shown that exposure to natural settings can reduce stress, enhance mood, and improve cognitive function. You can attest to that, right? Don't you love our outdoor space?
I like that I was never stupid enough to get lost in the maze.
Yeah, right. Anyway, my own experience mirrors this research. Spending time in my garden has a palpable calming effect, not just on me, but on friends and family who visit. And to bring this all back home, the people who experience that calmness associate that feeling with me, which changes how they perceive me. And I guess you, by extension, through no merit of your own. But seriously, if time, budget, and space allow, everyone should have a garden. Flower, herb, vegetable, it doesn't matter. Just a private place to be in nature. Tend to your garden, and your worries will tend to themselves.
So, you're saying a bit of dirt under the nails might just be what we all need?
Honey, if I ever suggested you get your hands dirty, you might divorce me. I've never seen you so much as lift a hammer, let alone plant a flower. Anyway, am I done here? Blueberry muffins?
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is proof that I am the luckiest human alive. What did I do to deserve this incredibly talented, well-rounded woman?
Absolutely nothing. I was tricked into this marriage. I want a refund.
Skylar's laughter was drowned out by someone knocking on my door. Go away! I called out. The door creaked open. Seriously, I don't know why anyone in this house bothers. And Craig Craig Lamb, eligible bachelor, opened the door wide enough to poke his head inside. Morning, Pride. I didn't mean to bother you. Have you got a second? Can we talk? I popped the earbuds out and kicked off the blankets. Lucky for me, I've never been able to sleep in the buff. Craig caught me in a pair of worn flannel pants and a gray t-shirt for a college I'd never heard of. I think it used to be Shada's. I guess so, I said. I'd hoped my reluctance would clue Craig in that I did not, in fact, want to talk, but either he didn't notice or he didn't care. He stepped inside and handed me a piping hot mug of coffee, which I accepted gratefully. At least the guy had manners. Listening to anything good? He asked, gesturing toward my phone. Nothing you'd like, I said. I had no idea what Craig's tastes were, but telling him I was listening to a podcast about friendship was too mortifying for words. What's up? The big man twisted his mouth as he sat on the edge of my bed, a flush creeping up his neck. I have a date with Envy tonight, he began. I chuckled, taking a sip from my mug. Good luck with that. She's kind of a lot. Craig returned the laughter, but only because he was being polite. I could tell he was nervous about something. Yeah, she's unique, but I wanted to ask you about this, premonition Greed had. I blew a frustrated breath. The wind knocked out of my sails. It was too early to talk about greed. Don't take it too seriously, I said. The future isn't set in stone. Regardless of what Greed thinks he knows about the future, we can still change it. Our behaviors and choices influence the future. I was pretty sure I'd read that somewhere. Craig bobbed his head in enthusiastic agreement, his eyes lighting up. Right! That's exactly what I was thinking. See, Envy's so worried that the prediction has to do with her elementals that I think she's, gonna manifest that. You know what I mean? She's walking around here so stressed out, I think her stress makes her even more susceptible to losing control of her elementals. So I was hoping. You seem like the kind of person who gets stressed out a lot, he said. What do you do to manage it? How can I help her? I'm not sure what I'd thought Craig wanted to talk about, but managing Envy's stress wasn't it. What was that supposed to mean? I seemed like I got stressed a lot? Did I get stressed more than the average person? Well, I probably did, but what a thing to say to someone. Still, I could see from Craig's discomfort that his concern was earnest, and he didn't mean to insult me. I cracked my knuckles as I thought. I'm not actually very good at managing my stress, I admitted. You know who you should ask? Sloth. She deals with other people's issues for a living. I don't think Envy would want to cuddle with Sloth, but she might have other ideas. Craig nodded, a faraway look in his eyes. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll ask her. He sat silently for a moment, mulling over what I'd said. Or maybe he was thinking about something else entirely. Eventually, he climbed to his feet. Well, thanks. I need to run out and get some flowers. I know how Envy feels about being fawned over. I grinned. I liked that Craig wanted to make sure she had a good time. Envy might have been a handful, but she was my friend, and I cared for her well-being. Good luck. I haven't even thought about my date with Bethesda the Battle Axe yet. Do you have any ideas on where to go? Where are you taking Envy? Craig gave me a funny look. Have you not seen the board? My heart plummeted into my shoes as my whole body went numb. What board? In the interview room, he said. The network has charted all of our dates, where we are going and when. They wanted to ensure each date uniquely held the audience's interest. Plus, it had to be appropriate. Imagine if someone took their date to a strip club or something. That might actually improve ratings, I said. Maybe, but I don't think it's what the network is going for, he chuckled. Everything is planned, Pride. I kinda thought you'd have figured that out by now. I groaned, squeezing my eyes shut. Honestly, I would have thought I'd figured that out too. Yet the network never ceased to find despicable ways to surprise me. I climbed out of bed and gestured to the door. Show me this God-forsaken board. Craig led me down the hall, my dread growing with each step. I wasn't sure why this made me feel so miserable. Going on a date with Lacey at all was terrible, no matter when or where we went. But there was something about not being able to choose my own torture that made me feel like I was the final girl in a horror movie. There she is, Craig said, pushing open the door of the interview room. I stepped into the room with my fists curled at my sides. My eyes ran the length of the board, searching for my name. What terrible fate had the network planned for me? I scanned the words, hardly daring to breathe. Maybe if I passed out, I'd wake up to find this had all been a terrible dream. But then, just as I was plotting how I'd do my life over if I could, I saw it, and my jaw dropped. It was worse than I thought. Honestly, yours sounds pretty neat, Craig said. He almost sounded envious as he leaned against the wall, free hand dug into his pocket as he sipped his coffee. Envy and I are just doing dinner and mini-golf. I stared at the board, shaking my head in disgust. Mini-golf sounds like a nightmare, I agreed. But if you think doing shadow work therapy with Balthazar Andros sounds good, you need your cranium checked. Craig chuckled. Balthazar's not so bad. I snorted. In my time at Sinful House, I'd had multiple run-ins with shaman Balthazar Andros. He was a local spiritual guru who had helped me out on several different cases. And in a way, Craig was right. Balthazar wasn't the worst New Age moron I'd ever run into. He was actually talented in a number of legitimate practices like hypnosis and basic psychology. But that only made it worse. I would rather he be 100% full of it than only 70% full of it, because it made it that much more difficult to discern truth from nonsense. Craig eyed me quizzically. You're not even a little curious about the dark parts of yourself? No. I stepped away from the list and turned to Craig, scowling. And I'm even less curious about Lacey's demons. Given what I already know about her, she probably has Attila the Hun or Genghis Khan living inside her. The woman scares me. Craig snorted at that, but I didn't think it was funny. See, what I didn't say was that the network had an agenda here, and even I wasn't blind enough to miss it. The network had been trying to rope me into investigating my family heritage since day one. My parents were members of a hippie art commune that up and vanished one day, leaving no survivors but a single baby. Me. Since then, every Tom, Dick, and Harry with an interest in unsolved mysteries has dug into the commune, trying to understand what happened there. And for some reason, everyone thinks I'm the key. I'm not. I don't really care what happened to the commune. They're all probably dead or somehow got kidnapped by aliens or they vanished into another dimension. Whatever happened, they're gone, and trying to use shadow work therapy to unlock some hidden knowledge about their whereabouts wasn't going to work. But clearly, that didn't mean the network wasn't going to try. Chapter 10. At last, Friday rolled around. For normal people, that's something to look forward to, but in my case, it meant I had to go watch a bunch of easily duped mermaid worshippers pay homage to the world's biggest charlatan. As Wrath, Lacey, and I arrived at Dewey Delaney's beach rally, the first thing we noticed was the smell. A rancid stink reminiscent of the alleyway behind a fish market permeated the air, leaving sunbathers and sandcastle builders plugging their noses as they tried to enjoy the day. Lacey pressed a hand over her nose and mouth, recoiling at the stench. "Holy mackerel, what is that?" she asked, trying to speak without breathing in the smell. My eyes shifted to the shore where a series of signs dotted the beach, each carrying a warning in big red letters that read, "Keep out of water." "It's a red tide," I said. "Too much algae in the water." Lacey made a gagging sound. "Why does it smell like that?" "Lots of reasons," I said. "Decomposing algae, dead fish on the beach." But my sermon about the science of red tides was cut short by something I saw on the beach that snagged my attention. A woman in a crisp white pantsuit stood on the shore, arms crossed over her chest, watching another woman wearing waders and a big floppy hat knee-deep in the water. Big Hat was carefully collecting samples into an assortment of jars she wore in a belt around her waist. I was pretty sure I recognized the woman in white, and as we neared, my suspicions were confirmed. Portia Cameron's expression was professionally neutral as she watched the proceedings in the water. If the smell affected her, she was careful not to show it. "Lovely day for a walk on the beach," I called out. "Are you here for Dewey's rally too?" Portia's head snapped around, eyes flashing. "You couldn't drag me to Dewey's rally with a herd of wild horses," she said, mouth pinched. "But as interim mayor, I don't get days off. When I got the call from the director of coastal management that we had a problem, I had to come see for myself." "Red tide," I said for the second time that morning, feeling pretty spiffy that, as a local, I knew these things. "Seems like it rolled in overnight." Portia blew out an irritated breath and cocked her head toward the woman in the water. "The university sent out a researcher to see how bad it is." "This is just what I need," she said, clenching her jaw. "Just another calamity Dewey will no doubt use to lampoon me as mayor. As though I control the local biomes." She said this last part under her breath, more to herself than us. "What's the big deal?" Wrath asked. "I mean, yeah, it stinks to heaven and the water looks terrible, but what's this got to do with being mayor? Why is it a problem?" "These algae blooms are actually quite dangerous," Portia said. "It's hazardous to swim in the waters and the shellfish become poisoned, making them unsafe to eat. It's a serious problem for a town like Odyssey, where the beach is a huge draw for real estate investors. It's my job to protect our economy." I glanced back to the ocean to see Big Hat coming in from the water. As she drew closer, I realized it was Violet Washington from the Red Rum Book Club. She pushed her wide-brimmed hat higher on her forehead and smiled wide, showing even, white teeth. "Hello there. Lovely day for a walk on the beach." I grinned. I made the same joke. Violet's head tilted. "Joke?" Lacey gestured at Violet's outfit with an impressed upside-down grin. "Nice getup," she said. "Makes you look very professional, even if you do look like you're about to wade into a nuclear wasteland." Violet sucked her teeth and glanced back at the ocean. "That's not too far off, actually. The algae is a serious problem." "Portia's just been telling us about it," I said. "I guess the stench in the brown water is kind of a turnoff for tourists." "It's worse than that," Violet said, her mouth twisting into a moo of concern. "The algae produces a toxin I've been studying for several years. Domoic acid. Nasty stuff. In high enough quantities, it's lethal to humans, but even at low doses, it causes some brutal effects. Obviously, that's bad for Odyssey on several fronts. I'm trying to understand the environmental and economic impact on the whole ecosystem." "Sounds like you and I are in the same line of work," Lacey said. "Manhandling scum." Violet laughed and slugged Lacey on the arm. "It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it." Portia's gaze caught on the cameraman filming our conversation. After a moment, she said, "Are you here for the rally, or are you here on a case?" "Both, as it turns out." I dug my hands into my pockets and cocked my head at the gathering behind us. "Dewey might have some insights on a lead we're following. We're hoping he can shed some light that might help us find a missing woman." Portia scoffed. "I wouldn't trust anything Dewey has to say, but since you're here..." Portia affected casual disinterest. "How is your case going?" Violet hitched up her waders and thumbed over her shoulder. "Well, I better get back out there. Nice seeing you folks," she said, turning to head back into the waves. "You don't want to know what we've learned so far?" Lacey asked. Violet paused, chin dipping toward her chest. "I don't want to sound callous or uncaring, but I don't really want to talk about Paige today. I have work to do and, well, frankly, I don't know if anybody should be looking for her anyway." I gave Violet a curious look. "Why do you say that?" She faltered, her gaze listing upward as though she were choosing her words carefully. "All of us have a lot we should be focusing on right now. Marie Lore's got that Monster House project. Hannah's trying to become a world-famous writer and healer. I'm neck-deep in an environmental disaster. And Shannon, well, actually, Shannon doesn't have much going on. But for the rest of us, I hope you don't think I'm terrible for saying this, but Paige and that manuscript are a distraction none of us can afford." "She could be in danger," Wrath said, a snarl of incredulity on the edge of his words. "That doesn't matter to you?" "If a woman's in trouble, that matters a lot to me," Violet said. "But many of us have troubles. Financial, psychological, emotional. Doesn't make a lot of sense to add the burden of searching for a lady who might not want to be found." Violet headed back into the brown water, and I watched her go with a niggling curiosity and a new question running through my mind. Did Paige disappear on purpose? "We'd better head back," Lacey said. "Nice to meet you, ma'am." Portia cracked a smile and extended her hand. "You didn't. Portia Cameron, interim mayor of Odyssey." "I know who you are," Lacey said with a grin. Her own hand dwarfed Portia's as they shook. "I watched the show. Good luck with your campaign." We left Violet and Portia to their beach work as we slogged through scorching sand toward the rally. An honest-to-God tent city had sprung up along the shore, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors and fluttering banners emblazoned with the rally's name, The Tide That Binds. The Children of Poseidon logo, a stylized trident encircled by cresting waves, was plastered on every surface, from the tent flaps to the banners to the t-shirts of the enthusiastic staff and attendees. And good grief, but there were a lot of attendees. The sheer number of people milling about was staggering. I had expected a handful of devoted followers, perhaps a few dozen at most. But this was a full-blown extravaganza, a carnival of idiocy that stretched as far as the eye could see. Okay, that's an exaggeration. But I figured there were about a couple hundred people at the event, which is about a couple hundred more than Dewey deserved. I can't believe this many people willingly listened to Dewey's nonsense, I muttered, my lip curling in distaste. The sea breeze carried the mingled scents of sunscreen, sweat, and patchouli incense struggling to mask the underlying stench of the red tide. Wrath snorted, his bleached hair ruffling in the wind. Never underestimate the power of a charismatic con man. People will believe anything if you package it right. He kicked at the sand, sending a spray of grains into the air. Don't be so cynical, Lacey said, punching me in the arm. I'd wager half these people aren't here because they believe. They're looky-loos like us. They smelled a train wreck and had to be part of the carnage. Or they're just here to have a good time. A party's a party. Even half this number is too many, I grumbled. It'll look great on camera, Lacey said with a shrug. Looking around, I realized Lacey might be onto something. Ours wasn't the only cameraman in attendance. I noticed at least 2 other crews, including one local news crew. Dewey probably hired the other guys to record the event. I was sure he could use it for campaign propaganda. He wouldn't be the first politician in history to conveniently forget that we have separation of church and state in America. As we weaved through the crowd looking for a place to hunker down until the main event started, snippets of conversation drifted past us, each more absurd than the last. A woman with flowing, salt-tangled hair and a shell necklace gestured wildly as she spoke to a group of wide-eyed listeners. And that's when I realized the ocean is the key to unlocking our true potential. Her voice was breathy, almost reverent. The ocean truly is the living water of our precious Earth's womb. We have to stand brave against those who would hurt her. This red tide proves the ocean needs our help. A man with a sunburned face and a faded Children of Poseidon t-shirt nodded sagely. I've been making my coffee with seawater every morning, and I've never felt more aligned with my inner goddess. Seashell Woman nodded in agreement, but another woman with a wiry frame and short spiky blue hair snickered. You can't drink seawater, she said, her voice dripping with disdain. It's literally poison. It screws up the osmosis in your cells or something. The sunburned man gave her a droll look. Exactly. That's why I mix it with coffee. Dewey's teachings have transformed my life. A woman with a flowing skirt and seaweed crown sighed, eyes closed in blissful rapture. I feel so connected to the cosmic energy of the tides. She got a whiff of rotting fish and wrinkled her nose. Well, not the red tide. This stink is a serious vibe killer. I could barely suppress an eye roll. How could anyone fall for this spiritual mumbo-jumbo? The heat, the noise, and the sheer absurdity of it all were giving me a headache. I glanced at Lacey, hoping to share a moment of incredulity, but she seemed more intrigued than skeptical. Gotta admit, they've got quite the setup here, she mused, her eyes roving over the elaborate displays of sea-themed artwork and altars adorned with shells and driftwood. Dewey sure knows how to put on a show. I scoffed, wiping a bead of sweat from my brow. That's all it is. A show. And to think we paid $40 a ticket for front row seats to DeweyCon. We paid $40 a ticket for a front and center view of Dewey, Lacey reminded me. Now that we're paying customers, he won't be able to give us the slip, and then we can corner him about this business with the manuscript. Eyes on the prize, pride, eyes on the prize. We continued navigating the throng of devotees, their excited chatter and the pounding of distant drums swirling around us. The air was electric with anticipation, and I could feel the energy building as we drew closer to the main stage. The main event, Dewey's sermon, wasn't scheduled to begin for another hour, but I didn't want to lose the best seats in the house to his zealots. So I chose a seat right up front and sat down. We were here for answers, and I'd be damned if I let Dewey Delaney's dog and pony show distract me from getting them. Wrath hung back, eyeing the crowd. "I think I smell nachos," he said. Lacey mimed, rubbing her belly. "I'm a fool for processed cheese." She turned to me with a quirked brow. "Save our seats?" I waved them away and placed my backpack on the empty seat to my right and a sweatshirt on the seat to my left. Now that my companions were gone, discomfort settled in. I was the only person sitting, which made me look either like a total loser wallflower, which I am, but I didn't need anyone else to think that, or like I was so excited I had to stake my claim first. I hated people thinking either of those things, but I had a job to do. The wait for Dewey's sermon stretched on, and with each passing minute, the anticipation in the air grew thicker. My anxiety doubled. Most of the other attendees ignored me, too excited to pay much attention to the grumpy psychic in the front row. But a few overzealous fans recognized me from the show and stopped to ask for photos. As we got closer to the sermon, a couple of people had the audacity to ask if they could sit with me. I thought the backpack and the sweatshirt were dead giveaways that I was holding the seats for someone, but some people just can't take a hint. For example, when you're wearing headphones at the grocery store or airport, people still motion at you to take them off so they can yammer at you. Honestly, some people just have no home training. Just when I thought I couldn't take another minute of this torture, Wrath and Lacey returned with nachos and slushies. They slid into their seats and offered me some of the gooey, nuclear yellow junk food. I wanted to decline, but my stomach rumbled, so I took a few chips. They were actually pretty good. "Has anybody spotted Marie Lore?" My companions twisted in their seats, craning their necks to look around. "I haven't seen her," Lacey said. "There's a lot of people here, so we could have missed her." "Does seem weird, though," Wrath said. "If she's the groupie everybody says she is, you'd think she'd be right up here in the front row with us." A voice over a loudspeaker announced for everyone to take their seats. The crowd murmured as they chose their places, eventually quieting with anticipation. A stagehand turned on a blue mood lamp, lighting up the makeshift stage with the shifting hues of the ocean. Soft music filtered in, and the crowd went silent. At that moment, Dewey made his grand entrance, and boy was he dressed for the part. His button-up shirt was covered in mermaids, their iridescent tails shimmering in the sunlight. His glasses had actual waves for frames. His orange hair was tied away from an overlarge forehead slick with sweat. Still, his expression was severe and somehow commanding. I had to hand it to him. The guy knew how to make a statement. As Dewey took the stage, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. He basked in the adoration, bowing and throwing kisses to the crowd before launching into his speech. "My dear children of Poseidon," he began, his voice booming over the audience. "We gather here today to celebrate the power of the sea, the very lifeblood of our planet. The ocean is not just a body of water, but a living, breathing entity filled with magic and mystery." The crowd hung on his every word, their eyes wide with wonder. The rhythms of the tides, the ebb and flow of the waves, they are the heartbeat of the earth itself, and we, as the children of Poseidon, have been chosen to bear witness to its majesty. Dewey began to pace the stage, his movements fluid and mesmerizing. The sea holds untold secrets, depths we have yet to fathom. It is a source of power, of healing, of transformation. When we immerse ourselves in its waters, we are reborn, cleansed of our impurities, and awakened to our true potential. The audience murmured in agreement, heads nodding in unison. And yet, some would seek to destroy this precious gift. Those who would pollute our oceans, who would exploit its resources for their own gain. But we, the children of Poseidon, stand as guardians of the deep. We will not let the sea fall victim to the greed and ignorance of man. Dewey's voice grew louder, more impassioned with each word. Together, we will harness the magic of the ocean. We will unlock its secrets and use its power to heal ourselves and the world. We will be the tide that binds, the force that brings change and enlightenment to all who seek it. The crowd was on their feet now, their cheers and applause thundering through the tent. Dewey raised his arms, his face ecstatic. So let us dive deep, my brothers and sisters. Let us embrace the power of the sea and let it guide us to a brighter future. For we are the children of Poseidon, and the ocean is our birthright. As Dewey's voice rose to a crescendo, I gripped the edge of my seat, my heart bumping against my ribs. The energy in the space was electric, almost tangible. It washed over me in waves, pulling me under its sway. But even as I felt myself being drawn in, a part of me, the logical part, resisted. Something about Dewey's words, about the way he commanded the crowd, made my skin crawl. It was almost as if he wove a spell over us, drawing us in with false promises and lies. I glanced around, trying to gauge the reactions of the other attendees. But all I saw were blissful faces and swaying bodies lost in the thrall of Dewey's sermon. Even the camera crews seemed under his influence, their lenses trained on him with reverent focus. As Dewey's sermon reached a fever pitch, he threw his arms wide, his face rapturous. "And now, my beloved children of Poseidon, let us call upon the spirits of the sea to grace us with their presence." The crowd hushed, their eyes wide with anticipation. "Mermaids, kelpies, undines, nereids," Dewey intoned, his voice full and reverent. "We beseech you, our benevolent guardians, to join us in this sacred space. Let your essence wash over us, cleanse us, and guide us on our journey." He closed his eyes, tilting his head back as if in prayer. "Can you feel them, my brothers and sisters? Can you sense their presence among us?" A murmur rippled through the crowd, a steady susurration of movement and whispers. I looked around, my brow furrowed in skepticism. But what I saw sent chills down my spine. Faces were damp with tears, eyes closed in rapture. People swayed, their arms uplifted as if to embrace an unseen force. Shouts of "I feel it" and "Welcome, mermaids" pierced the air, mingling with the crash of the waves and the cries of the gulls. I wanted to scoff, to dismiss it all as showboating for the cameras, but something stopped me. Because, as much as I hated to admit it, I felt something too. An energy swelled that hadn't been there before. Subtle, like a whisper at the edge of my consciousness, but unmistakable. A tingle at the base of my spine, a prickling of my skin, a sense of presence all around me. What the crap was going on? I shook my head to clear my thoughts. This was ridiculous. I might be a ghost whisperer, but even I knew no invisible mermaids or selkies were wandering around Odyssey. Charmaine was a selkie, and she was very visible. So were Envy's undines. But as I looked around at the enraptured faces of the crowd, at Dewey's ecstatic expression, I couldn't deny the feeling that had taken hold of me. It was confusing, unsettling, and somehow exhilarating. Lacey and Wrath were similarly affected. Lacey's eyes were closed, her face blank and calm. Wrath's hands were clenched into fists, his jaw tight, brow scribbled with a scowl. "Mermaids, Kappa, Naiads, King Poseidon, bless us now." Gasps rippled through the crowd, cries of ecstasy and delight. The air grew thick, charged with an unseen force that I couldn't name. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Dewey lowered his arms, his face breaking into a wide grin. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, their faces flushed with emotion. I sat back in my seat, my mind reeling. I had come here looking for answers, but now I was left with even more questions. What had I just experienced? As Dewey basked in the adoration of his followers, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been tricked, duped, but I didn't understand how. I turned to Wrath questioningly. Did you feel what I felt? Wrath's mouth pinched. I don't know, man. That was amazing footage, Lacey crooned with a huge grin. The network is going to eat that up. She jabbed me in the arm with an elbow. How many votes do you think you'll get, huh? Wow, I am so psyched to be on this case. And with those words, I was zapped back to reality, any lingering sense of something numinous or spiritual gone in a flash. Come on, I said. Let's go wait for Dewey in his trailer. The sooner we can get out of here, the better. For once, Wrath said, climbing to his feet, I agree with you. Let's move. Wrath, Lacey, and I made our way to Dewey's trailer. The network made our appointment beforehand, so we didn't have to worry about evading overzealous bodyguards or anything like that. One nice thing about Dewey being a fame-hungry megalomaniac whack job is he's always up for being on camera. Getting an interview with him was a breeze, even if it meant we'd probably get asked to donate to his church juice campaign at least a dozen times. A small crowd had already gathered at the trailer, hoping to meet the man himself. We pushed our way to the front, flashing our media badges, which were just laminated cards Wrath had printed out. The security guard, a burly man with a shaved head and a tribal tattoo peeking out from under his collar, gave us a once-over and, noticing lanky camera guy, nodded us through. Inside, the trailer was a mess of costumes, props, and various nautical-themed knickknacks. The space was cramped and smelled like a mix of suntan lotion and body odor, but it was still a step up from the 1970s Sears catalog office I'd met Dewey in a while back. It seemed his donations were being put to good use. It wasn't long before Dewey burst through the door, his face flushed with sun and excitement, eyes gleaming with manic energy. He was still wearing his mermaid-covered shirt but swapped out his wave glasses for gold-rimmed aviators. Trailing closely behind him was a woman in a sundress, her wavy aqua hair tumbling over her shoulders. If she was supposed to resemble a mermaid, she'd pretty much nailed the look. Wasn't that incredible? He crowed, throwing himself into a faux leather executive chair that creaked under his weight. Did you feel the energy out there? The connection? The raw, primal power of the ocean flowing through us all? I schooled my face into a mask of neutral boredom. I would rather camp out at the mall on Black Friday with greed than give Dewey Delaney the satisfaction of knowing I'd experienced something. The only thing I felt was hot, I said. Yeah, Wrath chimed in. Maybe we were too far in front. Maybe the mermaids came in through the back and didn't have time to reach us. Dewey's grin faltered, but he quickly recovered. Ah, well, that's a shame. But I'm sure you'll feel it next time. Speaking of which, have you considered donating to the children of Poseidon? Every little bit helps in our fight to protect the sacred waters. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and reached into my pocket, pulling out my phone. I scrolled through my photos for the images I'd taken of the manuscript at the Paranormal Research Society. Bringing the document to the beach seemed like a bad idea, but the photos were clear enough. Actually, Dewey, we were hoping you could help us with something. I held out the phone, the images of the intricately illustrated pages glowing on the screen. We've been investigating a case involving a missing woman and a mysterious manuscript. We were told you might know something about it. Dewey leaned in, squinting at the photos. The woman with him hovered over his shoulder, scanning the images. She glanced up at me, eyes wide. I thought she might say something, but she bit her lip and looked away. Dewey straightened, handing the phone back to me with a shrug. I'm afraid I don't know anything about that, he said. I've never seen anything like it before. Where did you find that? And what does it have to do with your case? I narrowed my eyes, studying his face for any sign of deception. We can't tell you that without potentially compromising our evidence, I drawled. You're sure you don't recognize this? Maybe one of your followers created this? Dewey leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled over his ample stomach. Whoever made that document is touched by something that also touches me. That's clear, he began. The spirit of the ocean flows strongly in Odyssey. I can't pretend I am the only conduit through which the mysteries of the deep make themselves known. You see, the tides that bind us? Oh, give us a break, Dewey. Wrath leaned forward, elbows on his knees, giving Dewey a look that was supposed to be threatening. But he was wearing a tank top emblazoned with pink-haired anime girls, so it kind of ruined the effect. You know something about this. You have to. A woman is missing, Dewey. Don't you care about that? The mermaid woman's head snapped up at the mention of a missing woman. Her body stilled, and she glanced furtively from me to Dewey and back again. I half opened my mouth to ask what her deal was, but a slight movement of her head and the barest narrowing of her eyes conveyed a command even I understood. Stay quiet. The orange-haired evangelist let his eyes flit to the camera, ensuring it was still recording, before returning to us. The ocean is vast and mysterious, and while I would love to help you find your missing woman, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that manuscript. I'm not grandstanding. I honestly don't know. He let his voice drop low, gears turning in his head. Though it's a great idea for a future rally. Receive your own encoded mermaid message for the low price of $100. Translation fees not included. Dewey shot a hand out to the cameras. Cut that last bit. That's for my ears only, you understand? I'll sue. I tutted in exasperation. Dewey was a slippery shyster. I knew that for a fact. He'd purposefully given me bad information once just to make me look stupid on camera. But this time, I had a weird feeling. I felt like he was telling the truth. The mermaid preacher sighed, folding his arms over his mound of belly. Is there anything else? Yeah, actually, one more thing. I pulled up a photo of Marie Lore on my phone. Do you know this woman? Dewey leaned forward, took one look at the photo, and shrank away like he'd been bitten. Good oceans! What's this about? Is she the one missing? If so, good riddance. I sat up taller. So you do know her. That's Marie Lore Perot. He spat the words out like poison. Of course I know her. I have a restraining order against her. Wrath, Lacey, and I shared a glance among ourselves. This was a twist none of us saw coming. What do you mean? Why? Lacey asked. She broke into my house and chained herself to my water heater. The fire department had to come get her out of there, Dewey exclaimed. Wrath blew a raspberry and slunk down in his chair. Maybe you'd better start at the beginning. Dewey threw a dark glance at the camera. I can't say anything more on the record. If we go off record, I said, you need to tell us everything. Not your spin-doctored version of the truth, but every sordid detail. A woman is missing, possibly in danger, and we don't have time for baloney. Dewey considered my request, then dropped his chin in agreement. Fine, I'll tell you what I know. But it can never leave this room, or so help me, I will sue the network into oblivion. Do you understand? Let the record show we've been duly informed, I said. Now talk. The camera guy turned off the camera and set it aside. Dewey huffed, round shoulders sagging. Marie Lore was an early devotee of mine, one of my beta recruits, you might say. She was useful because she had a genuine desire for knowledge, and she was very... He rolled his hand in circles as though hoping to snatch the right word from the ether. Very malleable, you might say. Her mind was pliable and eager to be molded, and I needed types like her. In the early days of founding a religion, you must test your theories and your delivery. I needed an audience sensitive to the energies I corralled that could help me refine my stage appeal. Marie Lore fit the bill perfectly. But I soon discovered that Marie Lore was too suggestible. Meaning what? Lacey asked. Most people take a lot of convincing to believe in phenomenon outside the everyday experience, Dewey explained. If you tell your average person there's a ghost standing next to them, they won't believe you. Lacey nodded. I can verify that. I experienced that just recently. But people can be convinced. I was. Yes, they can be convinced, but most people are resistant, Dewey said. Marie-Laure was not. Quite the opposite. If I told her the mermaids had a message for her, she believed instantly, to the point where she could even recite the message she'd received, which was ludicrous because there wasn't any message, I finished for him, my disgust mounting. There wasn't even any mermaid. Well, of course there was no mermaid, Dewey spat out. This was very early in my career, and I hadn't learned how to summon mermaids yet. That part came later. Of course it did, I said. Continue. I realized rather quickly that Marie-Laure would make a great devotee, but she couldn't be someone to help me refine my practice. She was simply too easily led. So I called on her less and less until I stopped communication altogether. My waning interest left her bereft. She begged for my attention. She pleaded for her spot at my right hand. But all the mermaids in the world can't heal whatever's wrong with her. After the chaining herself to my water heater incident, I advised her to seek professional help. Dewey leaned back then, readjusting his shirt and smoothing a few wiry tendrils that had escaped his ponytail. Now, if we're done rehashing disturbing old business, I have some urgent matters to attend to. He made a dismissive shooing motion with his hand. Oh, and don't forget to stop by the merchandise table on your way out. We've got some great deals on t-shirts and seashell necklaces. And of course, we accept donations. Thank you for considering our worthy cause. We stood and made our way to the door. We were almost outside when a question struck me. Hey, Dewey. Do you know if Marie-Laure took your advice and got help? Of course she took my advice, Dewey said, frowning deeply. She did everything I told her. She went to a holistic wellness practitioner at a place called Labyrinth Light. Now get out. I was only too happy to oblige. Chapter 11. Outside again, my companions and I were wending through the crowds, heading back to Sinful House when a hand clutched my elbow. The mermaid-haired woman from Dewey's trailer stood before me, a sheen of sweat on her brow. She flushed, embarrassed. Don't worry, she said. I'm not like a fan or whatever. It's just that... Is that manuscript you showed Dewey really connected to a missing persons case? I squinted at her. The sun was piercing my eyeballs after being inside Dewey's trailer. Yeah, why? The woman hesitated, looking over her shoulder to confirm she wasn't being followed. Then she stepped nearer, folding tanned arms over her chest. I didn't want to say anything in front of Dewey because what I'm about to say, well, he's sensitive about it. But I couldn't let you leave without saying something, not if it will help you find this woman. She took a breath. I've never seen anything exactly like that document, but I've seen similar things. Where? Rath asked. At the university, she said. I have a PhD in folklore and mythology from Odyssey University. The professor who oversaw my dissertation was Dr. Javier Guzman. His academic interest is the lost city of Atlantis. If anyone can help you with this document, it's him. I just stared at her for a second, certain she was pulling my leg. Then, before I could rein in my natural response, I sputtered, Atlantis? The woman chuckled good-naturedly, the color rising in her cheeks. I know it sounds crazy, she admitted, but he's dedicated his whole career to finding Atlantis and proving it exists. He's deciphered all sorts of ancient texts and pictographs in his search. I know because I saw it with my own eyes. She gestured toward my phone. And some of it did look like that. You really should speak to him. I bet he'd even clear his schedule for you. If this can further his research, I promise he'll be all over it. I made an upside-down grin of appreciation and nodded. You know what? That's a good idea. Thank you. I'll see if I can— Already on it, Wrath said, peering into his phone. Gonna have Trisha get us an appointment ASAP. Good luck, the woman said, backing toward Dewey's trailer. And may the peace of the sea be upon you. Wrath tucked his phone into a pocket. Let's head back to the house and get something to eat, he said. Turning to Lacey, he added, maybe we can play a couple PvP matches if you're up for it. Lacey punched the air with a grin. Heck yeah, I'm down. I'm gonna smoke you so hard, you're gonna be crying to your mama about how you got wasted by a girl. Wrath gave her a dark look. I meant we could play on the same team against another team, but if that's how you want to do it. He shrugged like he didn't care, but the cords standing out along his neck told me he probably did, at least a little. While Wrath and Lacey smoked each other at PvP, I looked up the Labyrinth Light Spiritual Center. According to the website, Labyrinth Light was a holistic wellness practice offering alternative therapies to address physical, emotional, and spiritual health. The site claimed their practices put seekers directly in touch with the light that radiated from their center being, whatever that meant. They specialized in flower medicine, aromatherapy, and herbal remedies, but also dabbled in Reiki healing, hypnosis, and Gestalt psychology, whatever that meant. The proprietor was a woman the site only referred to as our high priestess, which I thought was either corny, ludicrous, or pathetic. Maybe all three. But it seemed precisely the kind of thing Marie-Laure would be into. I filled out the Contact Us form, asking for their earliest available appointment. Not long after, Wrath and Lacey sauntered into my room without knocking. Wrath tossed me a chocolate protein bar that I snatched out of midair like a pro. I'm guessing you didn't eat, and it's time to go, he said. I bit into the bar. Predictably, it tasted like milk chocolate-dipped sawdust. Where are we going? Wrath thumbed over his shoulder. I got us an appointment with that Atlantis professor. We're meeting him at the university in 10. It'll take longer than that to get there, I said, climbing to my feet and throwing the protein bar in the trash. Wrath didn't believe in tardiness, by which I mean he thought the whole concept of time was an oligarchic plot to subdue the working man or something. He ranted about it once, but I mostly ignored him, which is the only way a sane person could spend any significant amount of time around Wrath without their head exploding. Guess we better get a move on, Lacey said, heading purposefully out the door. I'm dying to hear what the Atlantis guy has to say. Truthfully, so was I. As we pulled up to the Odyssey University campus, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement mixed with apprehension. The prospect of finally getting some answers about the manuscript was tantalizing, but I also knew better than to get my hopes up. So far, everything about this case had been a jumbled mess with no clear end in sight. Wrath, Lacey, lanky camera guy, and I crossed the sun-dappled quad, dodging frisbee-throwing students and clusters of eager college tourists. Dr. Javier Guzman's office was in the Humanities Building, a stately brick structure with ivy-covered walls and arched windows. We climbed the steps and entered the cool, echoing foyer, our footsteps squeaking along the polished stone tiles. We found Guzman's office on the 3rd floor. Sitting at a large, old-fashioned desk was a man who looked like he'd just stepped out of an Indiana Jones movie. Dr. Guzman was tall and well-built, with a neatly trimmed goatee and salt and pepper hair pulled into a low ponytail. He wore a tweed jacket with elbow patches, a button-up shirt, and a pair of worn jeans. He was hunched over a stack of papers and hadn't noticed our arrival. I cleared my throat. Dr. Guzman? The professor started, head snapping up in surprise. His eyes widened behind horn-rimmed glasses, glinting with frank excitement. He leaped from his seat, the chair scraping across the floor. He reached out to shake my hand with gusto. Ah, you must be the Sinful House crew, he exclaimed, shaking our hands in turn. So sorry. I've just been reviewing a research report and, oh, you don't care about that. Come in, come in. He ushered us into his office's sitting area with a wide grin. "I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The office was a cluttered mess of books, maps, and artifacts. Shelves lined the walls, overflowing with everything from disintegrating leather-bound tomes to cheaply printed mass-market schlock titled Manifest Big. Harness the energy of Bigfoot and other cryptids to bring your dreams to life. A partially assembled model of an ancient city was stuffed into a corner. Various mismatched chairs that had seen better days were scattered around the office, and we all found seats, getting as comfortable as possible. "Thank you for seeing us on such short notice, Dr. Guzman," I said. "We could really use your help." Guzman shook his head, waving away the tacit apology enthusiastically. "Nonsense. The pleasure is all mine. When I heard you had a manuscript possibly connected to Atlantis, I couldn't clear my schedule fast enough. So..." Guzman leaned forward eagerly, his elbows resting on his knees as he rubbed his palms together. "Can I see the document?" Carefully, I retrieved the manuscript and handed the pages to the professor, who accepted with shaking hands. "It's connected to a missing persons case we're working on," I explained. "A woman named Paige Nesbitt disappeared after receiving a copy of this manuscript. We don't know what it says or what it means, but we think it might hold clues to her whereabouts. We heard you might be able to help." Guzman adjusted his glasses and brought the pages close to his face, examining each with reverential attention. "And where did you say you found this?" "That copy was slipped under the door of the Odyssey Paranormal Research Society," I said. "Another copy was left for a local book club to find, but we're unsure if they are the same document or if two distinct documents are floating around." "Incredible," the professor breathed, slowly rifling through the pages. "The illustrations, the symbols. I've never seen anything quite like this, but there are definitely similarities to some of the artifacts I've studied in my research on Atlantis." "Yeah?" Rath looked skeptical but intrigued. "Do you recognize that language?" The doctor's face wrinkled as he carried the papers to his overflowing desk. He rearranged his junk and laid the pages horizontally across the surface. "No, but I have a few books around here that might help me identify the script." "I'll need some time, though," he said. He moved the pages around carefully, rearranging them, trying differing combinations. "The first order of business is to discern the right order of the pages. These symbols along the edge might offer a clue, but again it will take time." His brow wrinkled as he pressed a knuckle to his lips. It's a strange way to lay out a manuscript. The illustrations are all on the left side. In a book with facing pages, you'd expect illustrations in both the right and left margins. "How much time do you think you'll need, Professor?" "We have a missing woman to find." The doctor either didn't hear me or ignored me, his attention still focused on the manuscript. "You know, the last major breakthrough in Atlantis recovery was almost 50 years ago," he said. "An incredible woman named Dr. Gabriela Arana uncovered evidence that the likely location of Atlantis was, in fact, not the Atlantic Ocean as legend suggests, but the Pacific Ocean, which is why much of the research happens here on the West Coast and in Hawaii." I exchanged a glance with Rath, whose expression mirrored my own skepticism. "That's interesting," I said carefully. "But right now, our priority is finding Paige. Do you think you can help us decipher the manuscript? If we can figure out what it says, it might be a clue in finding her." Guzman nodded, his enthusiasm suddenly tempered as he recalled the gravity of the situation. Of course. Forgive me, I get a bit carried away sometimes. Yes, I'll do everything I can to help you solve this mystery. And if along the way, I get closer to my own goal." He chuckled, a chagrined blush climbing into his cheeks. "We'll need the manuscript back eventually," Lacey said. "It's not ours to give you, so don't get too attached. And we'll need it back in the same condition." "Of course." The professor looked offended by the implication that he might somehow endanger the manuscript. I'll keep it safe. Don't worry. And thank you for entrusting it to me. I hope to have something to report soon." That was obviously our cue to go. We lingered a moment, waiting politely for the professor to walk us out. But he had already turned his focus back to the document. In his mind, we were already gone. We were heading back to the car when a familiar voice drifting from the outdoor hallway of the life science buildings across the quad caught my attention. "Yes, just start with the sample preparation. First, centrifuge the water samples to concentrate the algae." "Right. Make sure they're well concentrated." Phone pressed to her face, but still wearing her waders and oversized hat, Violet barked instructions, oblivious to us on the other side of the green. Walking alongside her was Shannon, who raised an arm in greeting and beckoned us over. "What brings you to my neck of the woods?" Shannon asked. "After that, filter the concentrated samples to isolate the algae from the water. Use the fine mesh filters we talked about. Yes, those should work." "We were just meeting with an expert about your manuscript," Lacey said. "Turns out another group in town received a similar manuscript. We're unsure if it's the same or a separate document." Shannon's eyes grew wide, body snapping to attention. "No kidding? What are you doing right now?" Violet gave a loud sigh of exasperation. "No, you need to break open the algal cells to release the domoic acid. I've been using methanol as the solvent to extract the acid from the cell debris. Yes, just make sure the cells are completely disrupted." She held the phone away from her lips and mouthed, "Sorry," with a roll of her eyes. "Right, so put the extract in the chromatograph to get a concentrated toxin solution. We need it to be as pure as possible for accurate analysis." "That's not true. I've done it before, Jeff. If you can't handle it, maybe you shouldn't be in my lab." She punched the phone to disconnect the call. Everything okay?" Rath asked. "Not really," Violet said, the corners of her mouth pulled into a frown. "The kids in my lab are morons. Someone should put them out of my misery. I have to do everything myself." "I was just about to invite the team to have a late lunch with me," Shannon said. She cocked her head at us. "You game?" "Starving," Rath said. "Lead the way." But Violet made a disappointed sound in her throat, thumbing over her shoulder. "Sorry, I'd love to, but I've got to get back to the lab. If Jeff screws up those samples I spent all morning collecting, I will literally kill him, and then Portia Cameron will kill me." She waved distractedly as she punched another number into her phone and pressed it against her ear, hurrying away. Shannon adjusted her shoulder bag with a chuckle. "To be fair, Jeff is an idiot," she said. "Poor Violet keeps getting unlucky with her students. The last one destroyed half the extracts he was supposed to be refining, and then he dropped out." Rath sucked his teeth. "I'd drop out too if I destroyed my professor's hard work." "He dropped out because he had a heart attack that nearly killed him," Shannon said mournfully. "Very unusual for a kid that age, but I guess he couldn't handle the stress." "So, cafeteria?" We wended through campus to a bustling building that smelled like pheromones and clogged arteries. The aroma of hamburgers, fried chicken, greasy pizza, and French fries wafted from the building like a beacon, and my mouth watered at the scent. I loved Gluttony's homemade meals as much as the next deadly sin. But there's just something about a good burger, even an average burger, that I can't resist. We grabbed our food and found a place to sit outside, away from the commotion of students. Shannon took a bite of her burger, and her eyes rolled back into her head. "I'm supposed to be on a diet," she said from around a mouthful of beef and cheese. "But I'm so hungry and these burgers are so tasty." "You should eat what you want anyway," Rath said. "Diet culture is a tool of—" "So I guess you want to hear about the manuscript," I said to Shannon. Shannon nodded vigorously, grease dripping down her chin. "Tell me everything," she said. We told her what we knew, which wasn't much. When we'd finished divulging, Lacey asked, "You guys must have had your own thoughts about the manuscript. What did you come up with before it vanished? Shannon popped a French fry into her mouth and shrugged. To be honest, none of us were really that interested in the manuscript. In fact, when it first showed up, I was convinced it was one of Hannah's social experiments. She loves to do weird stuff and then watch how we respond to her strange puzzles. She's working on a second book all about groupthink, New Age relationships, and social phenomena like parasocial relationships and whatever. So, yeah, when it first showed up, I was like, here we go again. I took a swig of my Diet Coke. What changed your mind? Shannon pondered the question a moment, chewing thoughtfully. Well, like I said, none of us were that interested. Violet and I were thinking the same thing about it being a prank. But Marie-Laure got really into it. Apparently, she used to have a guru who was a water spirit priest or something, so she took it as a sign. Marie-Laure is always looking for signs. Shannon rolled her eyes dramatically. But anyway, I noticed that Hannah wasn't intrigued by Marie-Laure's interest. She was annoyed by it. Lacey nodded. Ah, so then you figured Hannah wasn't behind it after all. Shannon pointed at Lacey with her left hand and touched her nose with her right. Bingo. The thing about my sister, I love her to death, but she's kind of an attention whore. That whole high priestess thing, she says it's just so she can sell more books or whatever, but it's more about her ego than anything. She's in her element when everyone is fawning over how smart and amazing she is, and it bothered her to death that the manuscript snatched Marie-Laure's attention. That was interesting. I was no great judge of character, but Hannah hadn't struck me as particularly self-absorbed. She hadn't dominated the conversation at the house, or tried to upstage the other book club members or anything like that. I wondered how much of Shannon's assessment of her sister was real and how much was classic sibling rivalry. What other experiments did your sister do? Shannon hesitated, chewing her lips, eyes neatly avoiding my gaze. Just kooky stuff. Pretending to have psychic visions. Trying to gaslight us into believing things that never happened. She was testing the power of rumor, so sometimes she'd suggest things about other people to see how we received the information. Just weird things like that. Just stuff for her book. I see. So you didn't think much of the manuscript after all that, I said. Right, I just chalked it up to a prank or experiment, whatever you want to call it. And how about Violet? I asked. What did she think? Shannon snorted. Violet? Nothing at all. Violet only cares about two things: work and mystery novels. She takes both very seriously, and nothing better get in the way of either. You want to know why our lab no longer has a coffee maker? Rath raised his eyebrows. Why? Because the coffee kept getting contaminated, and people kept getting sick. Rath and I exchanged glances, unsure what this had to do with the topic at hand. Okay. The question my sister posed to me, Shannon said, is why would the coffee keep getting contaminated? Once? Okay, maybe. But multiple times? Violet used to complain that the coffee maker was a gathering spot for gossip and time wasting. She doesn't complain about that now. Hold on, Rath said. Are you suggesting Violet intentionally contaminated the coffee? I'm not suggesting anything, Shannon said evasively, except that even the famous physicist Robert Oppenheimer tried to poison his teacher's apple simply because the man annoyed him. I had no idea who Robert Oppenheimer was, but I wasn't going to embarrass myself by admitting that. What kind of contamination? I asked. Domoic acid would be my guess, Shannon said. Although, maybe not. That stuff could kill you. You never had the coffee tested? Lacey asked. The coffee maker was removed, Shannon said. Problem solved. That seemed like a reckless oversight. But then again, Odyssey University was a public institution, and I knew how funny the state was about money. Testing for contaminants was expensive. Easier to just remove the problem. Okay, well, what about Paige? I asked. What was her opinion about the manuscript? Shannon took another bite of her burger and chewed thoughtfully. She didn't really care about it. Paige pretty much agreed with whatever Hannah said. I mean, that was the whole point. The whole point of what? Wrath asked. Shannon hesitated. Of being in the group, she said slowly. I told you. Hannah likes attention. She especially liked Paige's attention, and we all knew that. Paige was there for Hannah. I turned that over in my brain. So if Paige wasn't interested in the manuscript, why did she volunteer to take it home and study it? Shannon dabbed at her mouth with a napkin, eyes downcast. You'll have to ask her. Chapter 12. Saturday morning arrived with a pit in my stomach. The sun streamed through my window, and I rolled away from the light, clutching the pillow to my face. If I could blot out the sun, perhaps I could skip the whole day and avoid subjecting myself to yet another humiliating experience that would make me look a fool in front of the entire country. But someone outside was using a leaf blower, and the smell of coffee from downstairs was wafting into my room, so there was no use fighting the inevitable. With a groan, I dragged myself out of bed, stuck my feet into my favorite pair of unicorn slippers, and stood in the middle of my room, eyes squeezed shut. Today was my date with Bethesda the Battle Axe. I stomped down the stairs to find Sloth in the kitchen slathering jelly on a fresh buttermilk biscuit. My stomach rumbled at the sight. "What are you doing up so early?" I asked her. Sloth set the biscuit on the counter, didn't even bother using a plate, which I should be used to by now, but some things are just too disgusting, and poured herself a giant mug of coffee. She wrapped both hands around the mug like she was soaking in the warmth and then took a long sip. "Couldn't sleep," she said. "Couldn't blot out everyone's thoughts. People were thinking really, really loud. I blame all the extra hormones, what with all the dating and stuff." She took another sip from her coffee, shoulders sagging. "I'll be glad when things go back to normal. I don't mind the other contestants as people," she amended quickly. "But I don't think the network considered how hard it is on me to have the extra minds around." Of all the people at Sinful House, Sloth was my favorite, aside from Lust, of course. So seeing her so despondent and exhausted tugged at my heartstrings. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I asked, as I poured myself a mug and snagged 2 of Gluttony's biscuits. We carried our breakfast into the recreation room and snuggled into the couch, balancing our plates on our laps. "Not really," she said. "I'm going to Erin's tonight to escape all this," she said, gesturing around her. "I already had my date with Craig, so I think the network is done filming me for a while." I munched on my biscuit gleefully. Man, Gluttony was really a great cook. "Oh yeah? How'd it go?" Sloth's face turned bright pink, and she tried to hide her blush by sticking her face into her mug. She slurped the hot drink while avoiding my eyes. "Craig is actually really sweet," she said. I gaped at her. "Sloth! Are you telling me you have a crush on Craig? Our Craig the camera guy? I never saw that coming." "Me either," she agreed with a grin, "and I wouldn't say it's a full-blown crush or anything. But yeah, we had a good time. He's a really good listener, and he seems to really care about all the housemates. If you want to know the truth, I think he's doing the dating show just to be back at Sinful House after the network canned him. Anyway, I don't want to talk about our date. It's too embarrassing. But do you want to come with me to Erin's tonight, just for a little while to say hello?" Playfully, I bumped her leg with mine, ignoring the guilt that gnawed at me over not having made time for Erin. There was only so much of me to go around. "Of course I'll go with you," I said. "It might be nice to escape the house after my date with Lacey." I made a face and bit aggressively into my biscuit. "I like Lacey," Sloth said with a shrug. I mean, she's totally a weirdo in the best way, but she's also, really cool. She's got a really great energy about her, you know? I do not know, I said, but I'll take your word for it. So, where are you guys going on your date? I groaned, leaning my head back to stare at the ceiling. We're doing a shadow work workshop with Balthazar Andros. It's going to be the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Sloth laughed, a tinkling sound that warmed the bottom of my stomach. Why do you say that? It's just a feeling. I took a final sip of my coffee and climbed to my feet. Anyway, I'm going to go listen to a few more episodes of Fellowship by Design in the meantime. See you tonight? Sloth raised her mug with a grin. It's a date. Is that what you're wearing? Envy sauntered uninvited into my room and plopped onto my bed. I was standing before my full-length mirror, trying to decide whether to button the top button on my pink chambray shirt. I didn't want to look stuffy, but I also didn't want Lacey to get the wrong idea on our cockamamie date. I'm done taking fashion advice from you, I said, tucking the tail of my shirt into my dark jeans. The last time I let you dress me, I looked like a blind clown. And anyway, I think I look nice. Envy's face scrunched as she examined me. I tried not to make eye contact with her in the mirror. It's not a bad outfit, she agreed, if you're interviewing to be a children's pastor at a summer camp. But with just a few adjustments, you could look really dapper. I scowled. I'm a grown adult, I said. I don't wear outfits. Envy raised an eyebrow. Oh? What do you call it then? An ensemble? A get-up? A costume? I sighed and left the top button undone. I began rolling up my sleeves to heighten the casual look. Is that better? I asked. Envy leaped off the bed and rushed to my side. She pulled the hem of my shirt free on one side, leaving it tucked on the other. Then she ran a hand through my hair, tousling it and ruining the careful coif I had going, but encouraging a wave I didn't even realize I had. Then she dove into my closet, emerging with a pair of sneakers I usually reserved for my jogs on the beach. Wear these, she said, tossing the shoes to my feet. Those loafers are... She grimaced to complete the sentence. I kicked off the loafers and tried on the sneakers. They were certainly more comfortable. I wasn't sure they looked as good, but it wasn't like I actually wanted to impress Lacey. Looks nice, I said, making an upside-down grin of approval as I examined myself in the mirror. Lacey's waiting for you downstairs, she said, smiling at her handiwork. You look great. Now try to have a good time. Lacey's not so bad. She's kind of fun in a feral sort of way. I grunted. Sure. Well, wish me luck. No, scratch that. Don't. The last thing I want is to get lucky. Envy guffawed and waggled a finger. And people say you're not funny. Break a leg. She disappeared from my room before I could ask, who said I wasn't funny? I'm not funny, but geez, way to be supportive. Lacey was waiting for me in the rec room, just as Envy said. I took one look at her and stopped dead in my tracks, staring in bewilderment. What are you wearing? I asked. Lacey looked down at her outfit, arms spread before her. What do you mean? What's wrong with my outfit? I blinked and sputtered, hardly knowing where to begin. You look like a reject hippie, I said. I mean, you look absolutely insane. Lacey was wearing a tribal print skirt that was supposed to be maxi-length, but hit mid-calf, revealing a pair of cheap flip-flops and toes in dire need of a pedicure. A cropped tank top a size too small made her cleavage spill out the top. Not in a sexy way, but in an exploding biscuit can kind of way. Her hair was wrapped with a scarf, and she wore mala bead bracelets up and down both arms. We're going to a shamanic workshop, she said, exasperated. I'm dressed for the part, but don't worry. She lifted the hem of her dress to the middle of her thigh, where she had an enormous hunting knife strapped to her leg. If anyone tries anything funny, I can protect us. Who's going to try anything funny at a shamanic retreat? I asked. But Lacey just dropped her skirt and gave me a dark look. You have to expect the unexpected. Then she tramped out the front door. Arriving at Balthazar's, I was stunned to see that Lacey had actually been correct in her choice of outfits. Most of the women wore clothes that actually fit, but every single one of them looked like they'd time-traveled from the original Woodstock. Flowered skirts, tie-dye, natural jewelry, and peasant tops were everywhere you looked. Lanky camera guy and I were the only people who looked like we actually had a job. Which I guess is why they say you can't judge a book by its cover, because I was as unemployed as they come. Being on a cockamamie reality show hardly counted. Lanky camera guy hurried ahead to set up his equipment in a corner where he could record without being obtrusive. As Lacey and I stepped into Balthazar's sacred space, I was immediately overcome with dread. True to form, the room was dimly lit, with dozens of candles flickering in every corner, casting shadows along the walls. The air was thick with the cloying scent of incense, a heady mix of sandalwood, patchouli, and something sweet. It was the kind of smell that clung to your clothes and hair, lingering long after you'd left the room. It reminded me sharply of envy's air elemental, which contributed to my disorientation and anxiety. "This is amazing," Lacey breathed at my side. "Considering this place is in a regular office building, I was expecting, well, I don't know, but not this." "I think Balthazar bribes the cleaning crew to keep quiet about what he does in here," I said, glancing around at the accoutrements. "Pretty sure the candles are against the terms of his lease." Lacey chuckled as we moved deeper into the room. Balthazar had done some redecorating since the last time I was here. The room was still light on furniture, as Balthazar preferred to force his clients to sit on the floor. Crystals of every size and hue were scattered about, catching the candlelight and throwing off prismatic rainbows. A large circular rug dominated the center of the room, its intricate mandala pattern reminding me of a kaleidoscope I'd had as a kid. I suppressed a snort of derision. This was exactly the kind of New Age nonsense I'd expected from Balthazar. The guy had a flair for the dramatic, and he certainly knew how to set a mood. Lacey was practically ecstatic as she oohed and awed over every little thing. Somewhere, wind chimes tinkled, and all eyes turned to a man appearing from behind a beaded curtain. Balthazar was dressed in nothing but a pair of gauzy purple genie pants, his broad chest and feet bare, dark skin glistening with scented oil. His locks were pulled away from his face into a long ponytail that he'd decorated with stones and seashells. I closed my eyes in shame. He was really laying it on thick. But of course he was. After all, this was being recorded for the show. "Welcome, seekers of inner truth," Balthazar intoned, his voice deep and resonant. "Today, we embark on a profound journey into the depths of our psyche in a practice known as shadow work. But we will approach this from a unique, more magical angle." I blew out the breath I'd been holding. This was going to be a long night. Balthazar gestured for us to sit on the floor, forming a circle around the mandala rug. The shaman took his place at the head of the circle. He lit a bundle of sage, wafting it before his face, then set it to smolder in an abalone shell censer. Imagine your mind as a vast stage where you are the lead actor, but you're not just playing one role, you're playing all of them. Some of these roles you love, some you tolerate, and some you'd rather not acknowledge at all. These are your shadow selves. Tonight, we will invite one of these shadows onto our mental stage. It might be a part of yourself that you've rejected, or an aspect of yourself that has let you down. I scoffed inwardly. What parts of myself hadn't let me down? "Now, here's where it gets interesting," Balthazar continued. "We're not just going to confront these shadows. We're going to interact with them, talk to them, maybe even have a little mental tête-à-tête. The goal isn't to banish these shadows, but to understand them, accept them, and ultimately, make peace with them. Normally, this would be an ongoing process lasting weeks or months. But tonight, we'll just dip our toes in." "Why is this important?" one of the attendees asked. "Like, what's the point?" This process can be powerful for dealing with grief, rejection, abandonment, or any form of emotional wound, Balthazar explained. By engaging with individual pieces of ourselves, we can address our issues in a more focused, manageable way. Trying to address the whole self can be overwhelming. This allows for a safer, easier confrontation. At my side, Lacey whispered, "If she didn't see the point, why did she pay for this workshop?" I bit my cheeks to repress a chuckle. It was a good question. So, let's prepare to meet a part of ourselves we've long ignored. Be patient, be kind, and most importantly, be open to whatever emerges. This is your journey of self-discovery and healing. Embrace it. Balthazar clapped his hands together, the sound reverberating through the room. Now, my dear seekers, I invite you to lie with your heads pointing towards the center of the mandala. This positioning will align your chakras and allow the cosmic energy to flow freely through your bodies. My classmates arranged themselves on the floor like spokes on a wheel. With a resigned sigh, I followed suit, trying not to think about how many germs were probably lurking in the carpet beneath me. And God forbid any of the others had head lice. I would sue the network if I had to shave my head. I stared at the ceiling, noticing a water stain that looked suspiciously like a spaceship. As Balthazar droned on about chakras and cosmic energy, I slowly relaxed, letting my muscles go slack. I was here, after all, and a little nap didn't sound terrible. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, Balthazar's voice cut through my thoughts. And now, as you feel your vibrations aligning with the universe, we will begin the individual shadow work. Lacey, you're up first. Are you ready? Ready, came the breathy reply. Lacey, Balthazar began, his voice low and soothing, I want you to take a deep breath and let yourself sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the warmth of the candles, the softness of the carpet beneath you. Now, as I count down from 10, you will feel yourself drifting deeper and deeper into a state of peaceful trance, ready to encounter your oldest friend, your longest enemy. 10, 9, 8. I felt a hand on my shoulder and opened my eyes. Pride, you are our final seeker. It's your turn to meet the shadow. I frowned, confused. It was my turn already? I must have dozed off, but it couldn't have been for that long. Had I really missed all the other exercises? Dread filled my stomach as I realized I had no idea what to expect, and I hated this feeling of bare-naked ignorance. Pride, my friend, Balthazar intoned, his voice taking on a hypnotic quality. As you lie here, feeling the gentle pull of gravity, I want you to imagine a dark mirror before you. This mirror reflects the hidden aspects of your psyche, the parts of yourself you've repressed or denied. See it shimmering in the darkness, pulsing with energy and potential. Now, I want you to step towards that mirror, letting it draw you into the depths of your unconscious mind. As you move closer, you may see flashes of memories, hear echoes of past hurts, or feel emotions you've long buried. The dark mirror is your gateway, your connection to the truth that lies within. Face it, my friend, and let the mysteries of your shadow self be revealed to you. I breathed deeply, feeling my skeleton relax against the floor. I let my mind empty as much as I could and searched my mind for the dark mirror. At first, there was nothing but darkness. Then, slowly, a shape emerged from the murky gray. It was a mirror unlike any I'd seen before. The frame was dark, gnarled wood, like the branches of a tree that had grown in darkness. Faces were carved into the wood, their expressions varying from delighted to tortured. I recognized them as the faces of ghosts I'd seen over the years. The glass itself was black as pitch, absorbing everything and reflecting nothing. Pride, my friend, Balthazar intoned, his voice taking on a hypnotic quality. Look into that mirror and see an aspect of yourself that you don't like or can't accept. See that version of yourself standing right before you. What does it look like? How is it standing? Take in every detail. As I stared, the mirror's surface began to ripple like disturbed water. Whispers emanated from it, too faint to make out words, but carrying a tone of urgency and desperation. The longer I looked, the more I felt like the mirror was trying to pull me in, to drag me into whatever dark world existed on the other side. It was suddenly hard to breathe, and I was about to bail on this creepy experience when the mirror cleared and an image formed. But it wasn't me reflected in the mirror. It was the ghost girl. She stood akimbo, hair fluttering in a breeze, her eyes narrowed at me. What is this? What are we doing here? I glanced around the empty dark. I don't even know where here is, I thought at her. Hey, take a hike, okay? Now's not the time. We can play a game later, but right now I'm busy. The ghost girl didn't move. I groaned involuntarily. Don't force it, Balthazar cooed. Let the image come to you naturally. It's there, waiting to be acknowledged. A heartbeat of silence passed. Then Balthazar said, Do you see your shadow self, Pride? I stared at the ghost girl still standing in my mirror, unchanging. I didn't know what she was doing here, but now wasn't the time to deal with her. I just wanted this to be over. Yeah. Yes, I do, I lied. Excellent, he purred. Now approach your shadow self with love and acceptance. Tell this part of yourself that you acknowledge its presence, that you accept it as a part of you. My face burned hot with embarrassment. This kind of thing is exactly why people fear going to therapy. But if I wanted to go home, it was best to play along. I, acknowledge your presence and accept you as a part of me. Balthazar murmured his approval. Tell your shadow self that you love and cherish it, even the parts that are difficult to embrace. I love and cherish you, I said to the ghost girl, ignoring her bewildered expression, even though you are impossible to embrace. Technically true. I couldn't even touch the ghost girl, let alone embrace her. She made a gagging noise. Have you gone crazy? Are you on drugs? What's the matter with you? Why are you talking to me like a moron? She waved her arms crisscross before herself like she was flagging down a passing car. Hello? Are you even in there? Pride, is your shadow self responding? Balthazar asked. Oh, it's responding all right, I said. Wonderful. Now, step toward the mirror and embrace your shadow self with love and acceptance. The ghost girl took a step back. Pride, answer me. You're freaking me out, she said, her voice warbling with fear. I snorted. I'm freaking myself out, okay? Do you think I want to be here? Relief flooded the ghost girl's face as her posture softened and she pressed a hand to her chest. You scared me half to death. I thought I lost you. Are you okay? What's going on anyway? Where are we? I think you're inside my head, I told her. Don't worry, it's just some hocus-pocus grown-up stuff. But get out of here, okay? We'll talk later. The ghost girl gave me a bright smile and a thumbs up, and then vanished from the mirror. And now, everyone, please start your journey back to the present, back to the here and now. Feel yourself returning to your physical body, Balthazar was saying. Take a deep breath and slowly open your eyes. Welcome back, my dear seekers. I sat up, blinking in the dim candlelight, and glanced at the other participants. They all had a dreamy, faraway look in their eyes like they were doped up on really good pain meds. We stretched, yawned, and slowly clambered upright, readjusting to the waking world. I never realized how much anger I've been holding on to, one woman was saying, her eyes shining with newfound awareness. Should I start kickboxing? Balthazar made his way over to me, briskly rubbing his palms together. Pride, can I speak with you privately? We moved to a quiet corner with Lacey in tow. Balthazar beamed at me with the kind of excitement usually reserved for kids on Christmas morning. That was incredible. Your shadow work exercise was by far the best of the group. You had a real conversation with your shadow self. People are usually too self-conscious to do that. It speaks to a deep connection with your unconscious mind. I blinked, a sick feeling in my stomach. Wait, what? I spoke aloud? Yes, it was brave and powerful. It was mortifying is what it was. I'd thought I was speaking to the ghost girl in my head. I'd had no idea I'd spoken the words out loud. I actually didn't know which was worse, admitting that I'd been chatting with my ghostly sidekick, or letting him think I was gabbing with some deep, repressed part of myself. Balthazar clapped me on the shoulder. You should be proud, Pride. No pun intended. This is a huge step in your personal growth journey. Have you done shadow work before? I scoffed. Definitely not. But that exercise was pretty similar to something I heard about from a podcast, except you envision another person, not yourself. You interact with other people in order to get over the way they've hurt you or whatever. It's called evoking the spirit. Balthazar stilled, and I thought I noticed a vein bulge in the center of his forehead. Let me guess, he said, his voice flat. You're talking about the infinite masquerade? My brows peaked in response. You know it? Balthazar made a disgusted sound in his throat and thrust his hands into the pockets of his purple genie pants. Oh, I know it, all right. It's a pretty popular blog in the metaphysical space. It's also a forthcoming book, I said. I haven't read it, but my favorite podcaster made an episode talking about it before he died. Balthazar sniffed. Sorry for your loss. Well, the autobiographical stuff on the blog is interesting if true. I like that she uses her own techniques to heal her relationships with people who've wronged her. But the author lifted some of my rituals word for word and claimed them as her own. Evoking the spirit is just another kind of spiritual theater, like most of my transformative rituals. Balthazar scoffed, lip curling in a sneer. I'm certain she was a student of mine, but she must write under a fake name because I've never had a student named Inga Baptiste. Anyway, would you like to come in and try this again in a one-on-one session? I shook my head. No, I only came tonight because the network forced me. Between this and the Dewey rally, I've had enough abracadabra for a while. The shaman chuckled. Oh, you went to the rally? How was it? I shrugged dismissively, but Lacey straightened, a cloud moving over her face. It was strange, she said. I expected to feel nothing. I mean, it was a religious rally about mermaids and sea gods for crying out loud. But I experienced something, an invisible presence that seemed tangible. But that can't be, right? There's no such thing as invisible mermaids, and Dewey Delaney is clearly out of his gourd. Balthazar didn't look the least bit surprised by this information. Well, even if nothing spiritual was happening, you still could have felt something. There's a psychological phenomenon called a felt presence, where you feel like someone or something is in the room with you even if they aren't. And that feeling can be heightened by things like paranoia, religious ecstasy, or drug use. Lacey narrowed her eyes. I wasn't on drugs. Balthazar grinned. Never said you were. The power of suggestion is stronger than people give it credit for. Right, I said. Well, thanks for... I gestured vaguely around me. All this. It was something. I turned to Lacey. Let's get out of here. When we arrived at the house, I leaped out of the car, ready to be done with my humiliating date and eager to hunker under my covers and fall asleep listening to another episode of Fellowship by Design. Lacey and I were almost to the front door when lanky camera guy said, I can't let you in the house until you wish each other a proper good night. His cheeks were blotchy with red. Network says, we need the shot for the show. What does that mean? I asked. What's a proper good night? Lacey cleared her throat. Hands dug into her pockets as she rocked awkwardly back on her heels. I think he means we have to kiss. I stood rooted to the spot, too shocked to say anything. Lacey shifted her weight from foot to foot, clearly wanting me to make the first move. It's just showbiz pride, she whispered. We're just putting on a show. People watch shows like for love or money to feel something. Whether you like it or not, our job is to help them feel the thrill of a first date, okay? So you don't have to mean it. You just have to kiss me for the camera. I turned to lanky camera guy. Will I get fired if I don't do it? He stammered. I don't know, but... I twisted the door handle and stepped into the house. Let's find out. Good night, Lacey. I slammed the door behind me. Chapter 13. The evening's events had me feeling strange and out of sorts. I wanted nothing more than to climb into bed and watch cat videos on social media. But I'd promised to accompany Sloth to errands, and I had about an hour to kill before our rendezvous. I decided to check out the Infinite Masquerade blog Balthazar had mentioned. The blog had hundreds of entries dating back several years. I was surprised at how lively the comment sections were since I didn't think people read blogs anymore. But it seemed Inga Baptiste had a pretty dedicated fan base. I browsed through the archives until I found her first article on evoking the spirit. I hunkered down under my blankets and started to read.
Evoking the spirit, a revolutionary approach to healing and forgiveness. Have you ever been deeply hurt by someone and struggled to move past the pain and resentment that their actions have caused? Do you feel stuck, unable to forgive or let go, even though you know it's holding you back? If so, you're not alone. Many of us carry emotional wounds that can hinder our personal growth and prevent us from living our best lives. That's why I've developed a groundbreaking technique called evoking the spirit. Evoking the spirit is a powerful metaphysical practice that goes beyond simple visualization or meditation. Instead, it's a daily active practice of life-changing spiritual theater. The process involves creating sacred space and calling upon the spirit of the person who hurt you. You will invite them into your space and interact with them as an honored guest. You will have meals with them. You will relax with them. And importantly, you will converse with them, expressing your thoughts and feelings openly and honestly. In turn, you'll allow yourself to listen to their perspective and be open to the insights that may arise. Evoking the spirit is especially useful for healing absentee relationships, where someone is physically present but emotionally absent or vice versa, such as with an absent parent. Left unattended, dysfunctional relationships can lead to obsession. You may find that your life starts to reflect that of the person who hurt or abandoned you. Their interests become your interests, and their goals become your goals. If you find yourself mirroring someone else's life, evoking the spirit can be a powerful tool to help you regain control. In my own journey, I first used this technique to heal from a toxic friendship that left me feeling betrayed, unoriginal, and emotionally drained. By evoking the spirit of my former friend and engaging in many heartfelt conversations, I was able to express my hurt and anger in a safe, controlled environment. This experience was a turning point in my healing journey, allowing me to release the past and move forward with newfound peace and resilience. I've been using this technique to heal different relationships for years, and I continue to use it today. But evoking the spirit is not an overnight therapy. You will not see success within hours or even days. But by evoking the spirit daily for several weeks, you will find the clarity and satisfaction you need to heal your wounds and step bravely onto the center stage of your life once more.
The article continued with a recipe for the ritual itself, including suggested accoutrements, chants, and herbs to heighten the experience, but I skipped over all that because it gave me secondhand embarrassment to read it. Still, I could see why Balthazar thought the ritual was lifted from his practice. It had a shamanic stink about it, but I wasn't familiar enough with Balthazar's rituals to recognize if she'd lifted the chants verbatim. I had no reason to doubt him, though. The comments section didn't disappoint either, underscoring how well-respected Inga was in metaphysical circles. She seemed to strike a chord with people. As I read through the comments, I couldn't help but wonder how much of Balthazar's disdain might have been professional jealousy. After all, I wasn't aware that he had a well-respected blog. Maybe he needed to evoke the spirit of Inga Baptiste and work it out for his own peace of mind and refreshed spirit. Perhaps I'd give him that advice the next time I saw him. Anyway, the comments went something like this. Crystal Mama Witch said, "This technique is pure magic. I evoked the spirit of my ex-best friend who stole my favorite essential oils, and now I feel so much lighter. Thank you for sharing this gift with the world." Astral Traveler 444 said, I astral projected into my past life and used this method to forgive my ancient Roman nemesis. Worked like a charm. Namaste. Well actually said, why evoke and not invoke? Seems like you should evoke the use of a dictionary. Moonbeam Manifester said, wow, just wow, I manifested my toxic boss's spirit and had a cosmic heart-to-heart. After several weeks of grueling conversations with his spirit, I got a raise and a corner office. Coincidence? I think not. Hehehe. Sage Goddess 77, heart_heart said, I've been smudging my aura for years, but nothing quite cleared my energy like evoking the spirit of my high school bully. Now I'm vibrating at a whole new frequency. Bless you for this transformative work. Astral Traveler 444 said, I will actually, I'm sure you won't see this comment. Ugh, trolls. But both words can be used in this context. I personally like evoke better because invocation feels like prayer. I'm not out here praying to my ancient Roman nemesis. Hop, that helps. Rainbow Reiki Master said, as a Reiki master, I've seen countless techniques, but this one takes the cake. I used it to heal my inner child and mend my relationship with my childhood crush, who married my best friend and had the nerve to ask me to be in the wedding. I declined, and we are not friends anymore. Pure brilliance. Well, actually said, at Astral Traveler 444 LOL okay. Simp. Golden Retriever Mom 00 said, I don't have any enemies. Does this technique work on cats? Yoga Unicorn said, I incorporated this into my daily yoga practice, and the results have been mind-blowing. I evoked the spirit of that famous YouTube yoga guru who talks too much, and now I can get my sweat on without wanting to smack a witch. Namaste, and thank you. For anyone on the fence, it works, it just takes time and practice. Hope that helps. Rainbow Reiki Master said, at Golden Retriever Mom 00 get a life. Green Energy Booster said, get 80% off your first order of Soul Cleansing Green Energy Boost when you use coupon code NEWAGE4LIFE at checkout. I read a few more articles on evoking the spirit before I got bored. It was more of the same. Invite the person into your life and work things out with them so you can move on in your journey. It sounded like decent advice, but no particular person was causing me grief except maybe Trisha Woodward, and there was no way on earth I was going to invite her spirit to have dinner so we could talk about all the ways she was taking advantage of me. No, in all honesty, the shadow work stuff Balthazar suggested was probably a better fit for my needs since my biggest saboteurs were me, myself, and I. But it would be the 8th day of the week before I'd intentionally start doing shamanic rituals to improve my mental health, even considering it gave me a case of the all-overs. My phone buzzed. Are you ready to go? I'm downstairs. I shrugged into a jacket and headed out. Sloth was waiting for me in the recreation room, She looked really put together for a change, with her hay-colored hair tied into an intricate braid falling over one shoulder. She wore a turquoise jumpsuit and sandals, and a bouquet of fresh flowers lay across her lap. "You look fancy," I said, by which I just meant that she didn't have a single stain on her clothes, and she'd brushed her hair. "I thought we were going to errands." "We are," Sloth agreed, "but I wanted to show you these." Sloth stuck the bouquet in my face. "Aren't they beautiful?" I glanced at the flowers and shrugged. They would be more beautiful if they weren't dying. Giving cut flowers to someone is a strange way to show affection. Makes no sense. "Did Aaron send you those?" Sloth laughed. "That would be weird. No, they're not for me. They're for you." "Really? From who?" Sloth pushed the flowers into my hands, and my fingers closed around the cellophane involuntarily. "Don't know, but there's a note." She handed over a cream-colored envelope with my name scribbled across the front in a looping, elegant hand. We schlepped to the kitchen, where I filled a vase with water and dumped the flowers inside. Curious, I ripped open the envelope and read. "I heard of Mr. Nesbitt's untimely passing. My condolences. I do hope you find our lost sister. These violets from my garden should help increase your psychic ability. I've included some seeds as well, as everyone should have their own garden. Tend to your garden, and your worries will tend to themselves. With kindness. Hannah." I eyed the flowers with mild disgust. She shouldn't have done this. Sloth shrugged offhandedly. "Some people just need to be liked. I guess Hannah just wants you to think highly of her. Is that so bad?" I wrinkled my nose and turned the envelope upside down, spilling an assortment of seeds into my palm and making a face at them. "No, I mean, this is a waste. Gardening is not my thing," I said. "Oh? Well, hand them here." Sloth held out her hand, and I poured the seeds into her cupped palm. I think flowers are wonderful. I have a huge garden back home. It's one of the few tiring things I actually enjoy. In fact, I've been thinking about starting a garden here at Sinful House. Maybe this is my sign. That's a nice thought she had, about how your worries will tend to themselves. I made a non-committal thinking noise as I pondered, turning the words over. I'd heard that phrase before. Tend to your garden, and your worries will tend to themselves. But where would I have heard it? It wasn't the kind of thing any of the housemates would have said. Maybe I heard it on a TV show. Or maybe from Dr. Zena. I handed Sloth the envelope so she could put the seeds away until she was ready to do whatever she was going to do with them. She shoved the whole thing into a pocket. "So how do you think the violets work? Do you have to burn them or just sniff them or what?" "How they work?" I gave her a quizzical look. "They're flowers. You just smell them, or look at them. Either is fine." Sloth grinned. "I mean, how they increase psychic abilities. Not that I want mine increased," she clarified, making a face. "But I just wondered." I scoffed. "Oh, that? They don't. They're just flowers." "Poppies are just flowers," Sloth pointed out. "But they're how you get morphine and heroin. You can't discount the power of something just because it's a flower or a rock or whatever." I considered her point of view and decided it wasn't worth arguing over. "Yeah. Well, we better get going," I said, shoving the note into a pocket. "You want to drive?" Sloth made a face. "Why would I want to drive? I like being the passenger princess. Means I can nap if I want to." I clucked my tongue at her. "It's like a 5-minute drive." Sloth grinned. A 5-minute catnap is better than no nap. "If you say so," I said. Aaron answered the door looking like he hadn't slept for days. Deep purple moons under his eyes looked like bruises, and his eyes were bloodshot. His posture, too, was wrong. He'd pulled the door open with a lumbering lurch, his feet shuffling along the floor. He sort of looked like a corpse, and believe me, I've seen a lot of corpses, so that was saying a lot. You look terrible, Sloth said as we entered the apartment. Are you not sleeping well? Aaron shrugged a single shoulder, stifling a yawn. It's, the sleepwalking stuff. It's gotten worse. He gestured sleepily toward the living room. You'll have to excuse the state of the house. With my mental state, I can't really control the telekinesis. Stuff's been falling over all day, and I just can't be bothered to clean anything up. I'm exhausted, and I'm painting again. One of the side effects of having your body taken over by an obsessed painter who can no longer use his own hands is that he uses your body to make art. Which might not be so terrible, except that he always seemed to take over Aaron's body at night, leaving little time for the guy to get any sleep. But when I entered Aaron's living room and saw what he'd been painting, my heart shot into my throat. I stared dumbfounded at Aaron's easel. Without taking my eyes off the art, I asked, Aaron, did you paint those? Again he shrugged. Yeah, I guess. I don't know what the deal is with them, but I've been painting them for weeks. Mesmerized and bewildered, I stepped toward the artwork, unable to believe what I saw. Sloth, can you call Wrath and Lacey and tell them to get over here immediately? Sloth's eyebrows shot up. Sure I can, but why? I swallowed hard. The mysterious manuscript we've been investigating? I gestured to the easel. That's one of the pages. Aaron's been painting them all along. Wrath and Lacey arrived in record time. As we stood around the easel staring, Aaron made a pot of coffee. If I knew you all were coming, I'd have baked a cake, he called from the kitchen. You shouldn't be operating ovens in your current state, I said. You might burn the apartment complex down. Lacey clucked a tongue at me. It's a song. I raised an eyebrow. What's a song? If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, Lacey said. Doesn't ring a bell? I frowned as Aaron returned, carrying a tray of coffee with cold cuts and crackers. No, people make songs about the dumbest things. She goes on to say, if you'd written me a letter, I'd have hired a band. Typical 50s housewife stuff, Lacey said with a grin. For a split second, I worried this information would send Wrath into a furious diatribe on the state of womanhood and wifedom in post-war America. But apparently, he wasn't interested in mid-century ethics. Can we focus on the relevant thing here? What the heck is going on? Sloth and I exchanged glances, sucked in our breath, and explained everything from the beginning. About Aaron's trances, his sleep painting, and our 99% positive suspicion that Aaron's father was using astral projection to take over his son's body to make paintings. So your dad's the one behind all this? Wrath asked. I guess so, Aaron said, shrugging glumly. I swear, if this missing woman is dead and I'm somehow involved again, I don't know what I'll do. The room grew quiet as a chill ran down my spine. I had no reason to believe our Paige Nesbitt was dead, but Aaron was proof that stranger things had happened. For all our sakes, I hoped he had nothing to worry about. So, what's the deal? Wrath said, not catching the vibe that had settled over the room. Do you know why he's got you painting alien manuscripts? Aaron rubbed the back of his neck, confounded. I've never met my biological father, so even if it is him, I don't know any more than anyone else. All I know is the pages seem to come in sets of 8. There's always 8 pages before they disappear. Sloth's brows shot up as she piled ham atop a Ritz. Disappear? Aaron nodded. Yeah. After the last page is done, the paintings vanish. I don't know where they go. I do. I sighed, running my hands through my hair. You've been delivering them to people around town. Both the Paranormal Research Society and the Red Rum Mystery Book Club received these manuscripts, probably others too. We weren't sure if they had the same manuscript or different ones. I guess now we know. How many sets have you completed? Aaron looked up at the ceiling, thoughtful. I'm not sure. 5, maybe? Wrath turned to Aaron. Do you have any idea what they're about? Like what they are? The artist rose to his feet. Actually, yeah, I have a theory. It sort of jumped out at me when I got one of Dewey Delaney's flyers in the mail. He disappeared down the hall and returned a moment later carrying an advertisement for the beach rally. He thrust it into my hands. Notice anything? I studied the flyer like I'd never seen it before. There's definitely a similarity between the two, but we already talked to Dewey, and he doesn't know anything about the manuscript. Aaron shook his head. It's not about Dewey, per se. The artwork on Dewey's flyers shows sea creatures off the shore of a beach. He tapped the paper with a forefinger. And that triggered something in my brain. He waited for me to catch up, but apparently my brain was on vacation because I wasn't understanding him. Undeterred, he walked to the easel, retrieving the paintings. I thought these were all pages of a book, he explained. But they're not. He crouched in the middle of the floor and laid out the pages. But instead of laying the pages side by side like a book, he laid them out top to bottom. The room was almost too small for this with the art supplies and furniture, but Aaron managed to get all 8 pages in a column. And when he did, my breath caught. As you can see, he said, sitting back on his haunches, each page lines up perfectly. The artwork at the bottom of the first page lines up perfectly with the artwork at the top of the next page. And when I figured that out, I realized, it's a map! Lacey shouted so loud I nearly jumped out of my skin. The artwork isn't just random. It's a coastline. It's the California coastline. My breath caught as I stared down at the pages, astounded. She was right. The squiggly lines in the margins of each page lined up perfectly to create the ragged coastline of California. It was obvious once you knew what you were looking at. A wavy line ran the length of the paper. That was the actual coast. To the left of the black line were various sea creatures, mermaids, sea dragons, fish, etc. That was obviously the Pacific Ocean. But to the right of the squiggle were various symbols that meant nothing to me. Diamonds, squares, circles, stars. I tapped one of the symbols. Do you know what these are? Aaron shook his head. No, I haven't had the energy or time to figure it out. We need to make time, Wrath said, pushing up his sleeves and scooting onto the floor for a better look. You got a laptop? Aaron retrieved his computer from his bedroom and handed it to Wrath, who flipped it open with one hand. Computer, show me a detailed map of California. The browser loaded, and an image flickered across the screen. Wrath hunched over the laptop, his brow furrowed in concentration as he studied the map of California. The rest of us huddled around him, trying to make sense of the symbols that dotted Aaron's mysterious pages. Okay, so we've got the coastline, Lacey said, tracing her finger along the margin, and these weird symbols on the right. Diamonds, squares, circles, stars. There are more diamonds than anything, so maybe we start with those? She pointed to an indentation on the coastline. Find this area on the map and see what's there. Wrath zoomed in on the map, scrolling slowly to match the screen to the location Lacey pointed to. It looks like maybe that's an elementary school, he said. No, that's not the right place. That section is too curved. Look for a part that's more squiggly. More squiggly? Wrath snorted, shaking his head. Lacey, it's a coastline. The whole thing is squiggly. Well, look for a part that looks like this. She drew a nonsensical, jagged shape in the air with a forefinger, which Wrath ignored. I couldn't blame him. The diamonds run almost the entire length of the coast, Aaron mused aloud. So maybe they mark something related to water? Possible sites for Atlantis exploration? Lacey offered. I frowned. Maybe. An idea struck me, and I turned to Sloth, eyes wide. Have you been reading Aaron's dad's book, The Invisible World Within Our Reach? Aaron cleared his throat. Do you mind not calling him my dad? That person isn't my father, he said. I dipped my chin with chagrin. As a fellow adoptee, I should have known better. Of course. Sloth, have you been reading Gaspar's book? She perked up. Yes, actually. It's truly fascinating. If he taught a university course, I would sign up for it. Why do you ask? Well, we keep saying Aaron painted these, but it was really Gaspar using Aaron's body, so we need to think like he thinks. Does the book talk about sacred sites or special places in California or anything like that? Or just an obsession with anything that might clue us into what these symbols mean? Sloth's eyes widened. Good thinking. Well, he talks a lot about ley lines. Pathways for magical energy to travel, basically. He talks about how people learning astral projection or any other psychic activity can benefit from living near ley lines to heighten their power. I squinted at the map with this in mind. That's interesting, but these are specific locations instead of pathways, so I don't think that's it. Anything else you can think of? While Sloth thought, we all peered at the map. Something about the arrangement of those symbols itched something in the back of my mind. Were they locations along the San Andreas Fault? Popular beach resorts? Famous? Oh, wait, hang on. Lacey leaned forward, her eyes bright with concentration. After a moment, she tapped the map fervently. Am I crazy, or is this right here Odyssey? She tapped a spot on the map that contained 3 symbols, all but the star. Wrath snapped his fingers. Computer, show me where Odyssey, California is on the map. A second later, the on-screen map flickered, zooming in on Odyssey. Sure enough, the squiggle of coastline next to the marker was the same as the squiggle of coastline next to the 4 symbols on Aaron's map. What does Odyssey have in common with the other diamonds on this map? Lacey mused aloud. What do we have a couple dozen of in California? We sat in silent contemplation until Sloth gasped, both hands flying to her mouth, eyes wide as saucers. Missions, she breathed. Old Catholic missions. Pride. Odyssey is the 2nd oldest city in California after San Diego, remember? And both were originally missions. She dropped her hands into her lap as her gaze returned to the map. Wrath, ask the computer to show us Catholic missions in California. I know I'm right. A second later, a new map flickered onto the screen. It didn't take much cross-referencing to see that the stars on Aaron's map aligned precisely with El Camino Real, a 600-mile route that connected 22 missions up the coast of California. The trail started in Odyssey, originally a mission called Santa Angela de la Cruz, and ended in Sonoma at Mission San Francisco Solano. How did you know that? Aaron asked, impressed. I grew up in California, and even I didn't recognize that. Pamela Arquette told us, Sloth said. She was the old city manager before the mayor killed her for being a corrupt old murderer herself. Pride and I were investigating an illegal bounty hunting organization, and we interviewed her about Odyssey's history. She showed us this book filled with photographs and stories about all the California missions. That's incredible, Lacey breathed, shaking her head in disbelief. She was still staring at the map. The attention to detail here is just astonishing. But why paint this? And why deliver them encoded around town? What's so special about these missions? Aaron stretched and yawned, not even trying to suppress it. The guy looked like he'd been hit by a truck. Well, I don't mean to be a poor host, but I ought to try to get some sleep. He turned to Sloth, his expression soft. Are you staying? Wrath and Lacey lifted their eyebrows in surprise, and I clenched my jaw, waiting for one of them to make bow chica wow wow sounds, but to their slim credit, nobody did. I'd like to stay if it's okay with you, Sloth said. The house is so loud lately. Aaron nodded in sympathy. I get it. You're welcome to stay anytime you want. I arrived home bone-weary and brain-dead, 1,000 questions running through my mind. The missions, the manuscript, the missing woman. What did it all mean? I fell into bed like a sack of coal, puzzle pieces still trying to fit together in my mind. But before any theories could find a meaningful shape, I passed out to sleep a dreamless sleep. Chapter 14. The next morning, I woke up refreshed, though the questions from the previous night still lingered in my mind. As I sipped my coffee, I scanned a text from Sloth saying the cuddling session went well, and Aaron slept almost a full 8 hours. I had to grin at that. It felt like the kind of message new pet parents would send about their ill-mannered new puppy. As I typed out a reply to Sloth, my phone chimed with an email from Labyrinth Light. It read, "Please feel free to come by this morning. I look forward to seeing you." I finished my coffee, grabbed a croissant I hoped was magic-free, and went to find Lacey and Wrath. 20 minutes later, we were parked outside 1746 Nautilus Cove, a mid-century residence in a quiet neighborhood. "This is the right address," Wrath drawled, glancing from the on-screen GPS to the street number painted on the curb. "But it doesn't look like a healing center. This is just a house." "This is the right place," I said, opening the car door. "Not everybody is Balthazar, casting magic circles inside office buildings. At least this place has the right aesthetic. Come on." The house was pink stucco with a red adobe shingled roof, common in this part of the state. The lawn was well manicured, with a row of tall purple flowers lining a tiled patio. An assortment of chipped plaster garden gnomes poked out from between the bushes. The paint faded from time and sun. They were cheesy and juvenile, but their round cheeks and bashful expressions reminded me of Sloth. So I snapped a photo and dashed off a note to her. "Saw these and thought of you. Inspiration for your garden?" I hit send and rang the doorbell. Hannah answered the door wearing a crystal-encrusted headband and a flowing violet gown that looked more like a dressing robe than a dress. A pair of opal earrings dangled from her lobes. She smiled, head cocked to the side. "So glad you could make it," she said. I gaped, confused. "Hannah, what are you doing here?" She pushed the door open, ushering us inside. "This is my center, come on in." The house was small by Odyssey standards, but it made up for its size with smart interior design that made the place feel spacious. The ceiling was painted to resemble a sky. Robin's egg blue provided a backdrop for fluffy clouds tinged with peaches and pinks. White living room walls were bathed in warm, natural light, courtesy of the large bay window that overlooked a lush flower garden in the backyard. The floor was light-colored bamboo, reminding me of a dance studio. Along the far wall was an oversized fireplace. I'd have to check it later for trapdoors. Now that I knew how many Odyssey homes had trick fireplaces, I had to investigate every one I saw, and the other walls were lined with shelves overflowing with books. "This place is incredible," Lacey breathed, taking it all in. "You do have an eye for design." "Years of practice," Hannah laughed. "Although I have to admit, I've had some help. Marie-Laure helped with the color scheme and the decorations. Violet is my right hand when it comes to the garden outside. She loves those flowers just as much as I do. Maybe more. She's the one who taught me how to make herbal tinctures and elixirs when I was just starting out. You know, she works in a lab. It turns out that making magic potions from flowers isn't so different from extracting the essence of algae. The equipment is simpler, though." She dropped us a wink, and her smile widened. "So, what brings you to this neck of the woods?" "We're following up on a lead about Marie-Laure. We heard she was a client here. We'd like to talk to whoever was treating her," I said. Hannah motioned for us to get comfortable on the overstuffed couch. She took a seat opposite us in a taupe velvet armchair. "I see. Well, that was me." She smiled, a languid expression that didn't wrinkle the corners of her eyes. Marie Lore was referred to me after her then guru abandoned her. You mean Dewey Delaney? I said. That's right. Marie Lore came to me because nothing she had tried previously worked. Work to do what exactly? Lacey asked. Hannah tutted, bobbing her head side to side. Marie Lore is a very sensitive person who has endured a lot of trauma. Her husband died early in their marriage. As a result, she has abandonment issues. That alone isn't uncommon. But in Marie Lore's case, she tried to fill the void with gurus, leaders, and guides. People like Dewey Delaney and Victoria Webster. It's been a long road, but I think she's finally found her place. You mean the book club? Lacey said. Hannah shrugged a shoulder. Sure. I sucked in a breath. Wait a second. Isn't this a conflict of interest or something? You two are friends. Hannah chuckled and crossed her legs, her bare foot bobbing carelessly. Her toes were painted lavender. I'm not a medical doctor. If I were her yoga instructor or her hairdresser, would you have the same reaction? I didn't know what to say to that. Helping someone through personal trauma felt different than snipping off their split ends, but who was I to judge? If Marie Lore was okay with their arrangement, maybe that was all that mattered. If it worked, it worked. Wrath inched forward, elbows on his knees. What kind of therapies do you use in your practice? Depends on the client, Hannah said. Letter writing, mirror exercises, dream interpretation therapy, play acting, whatever evokes the best response. I shuddered. And people really do that? Don't they feel stupid? I know I would. Sometimes, Hannah agreed, but you can lower your inhibitions with things like alcohol or mild hallucinogens. She smiled lightly and pulled herself to standing. Would you like to try? Not really, Wrath said, but Hannah was already on her feet, heading into the kitchen. She returned carrying a tray of 4 leaf green crystal goblets with leaves etched into the surface. She handed them out before settling back into her chair, taking a glorious deep sip from her goblet. Curious and skeptical, I sniffed mine. It smelled like old socks stuffed with weeds. It's mugwort tea, she said. Some other herbs as well. It's mildly hallucinogenic and relaxing. It's what we drink to begin our book club meetings, except with wine and spices to hide the taste. Lacey held her goblet up to the light. Green rays filtered across her nose and cheekbones. Are these the same goblets Marie Lore has? Marie Lore has fire. I have earth. They were Christmas gifts from my sister, Hannah confirmed. She gave all of us our own unique set. The goblets correspond to the 4 elements: earth, air, water, fire. It's very witchy and romantic, but also very healing. Which elements do the others have? Lacey asked. Shannon has water, so hers are blue. Violet has air, and her goblets are yellow, poor thing. Hannah chuckled a sweet laugh. They're the ugliest of the lot. And what element does Paige have? I asked. Hannah's eyes flickered. I don't remember. Lacey made a thinking sound in the back of her throat and then gulped down her drink, which was either brave or reckless. I couldn't decide. Maybe both. Tastes terrible, she said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Flavor isn't really the point, Hannah giggled. Plants can carry tremendous power. They have the power to heal, the power to sicken, and the power to alter the brain. I work extensively with herbal medicine and herbal tinctures in my practice. And I grow all my own herbs, of course. Gardening is part of my holistic practice, and I encourage everyone to have their own garden. Tend to your garden, and your worries will tend to themselves. Would you like to see? Lacey was already on her feet before Hannah even finished the question, trailing behind Hannah and asking a bunch of inane questions. I stood behind, my brow furrowed as I crossed my arms over my chest. There was that line again. Tend to your garden, and your worries will tend to themselves. Where had I heard that before? Wrath, too, sauntered out behind them, though I noticed he also didn't drink his tea. While the three of them explored the backyard, I explored the fireplace. It was probably the only opportunity I'd get to check for trap doors and secret passageways. How lucky would it be if this house had a secret basement? And my incurable curiosity led us to find Paige holed up underground. When I was sure no one was watching, I crept over to the fireplace and stuck my hand inside, looking for a button. I ran my hands over every inch of stone and metal, fingers probing every crevice, my hopes diminishing with each passing second. Nothing. Perhaps it was for the best, but the disappointment still stung. I was cleaning soot from my hand with the hem of my t-shirt when something in the ashes at the bottom of the fireplace caught my eye. My breath caught as I knelt to pinch the fragment between my thumb and forefinger. I brought it to my face, scrutinizing it to be sure, but I needn't have bothered. The art style was unmistakable. It was a mostly burned corner of paper painted with a mermaid tail. A chill ran down my spine as certainty welled within me. This was a piece of the manuscript Aaron had painted. The same manuscript that had been left on Marie Laure's porch. The same manuscript that Paige had taken. The same manuscript that had gone missing. My heart raced as I stuffed the evidence into my pocket and blew out a hot breath. So I'd found the missing manuscript. Hannah had burned it. Or at least someone had burned it in Hannah's fireplace. But why? And if Paige had taken the manuscript home to study, how had it ended up at the Labyrinth Light Health Clinic reduced to ashes? Understanding danced in the wings of my brain without actually taking center stage. I felt there was something there, something that would give me all the answers if I could just fit the pieces together correctly. But I was still missing something. I padded over to Hannah's bookshelves, perusing her many titles. Hannah read widely, her tastes running from mysteries to romance to pop science and financial strategy. But in addition to her extensive, beautiful collection, she also had an entire shelf full of just one book. I teased a volume from the shelf, admiring its cover. It was a hardcover copy of Inga Baptiste's The Infinite Masquerade, the same book Schuyler had on his desk the day he died. Unlike Schuyler's copy, these books were pristine. The back door opened as I was flipping through the pages. The trio filtered inside and came to stand beside me, Hannah with her arms propped on her hips. "You found my little library," she said with a smile. "These are all my prettiest books, useful decoration in my line of work. The eyesores are in the back." I held up the book in my hands and gestured to the row of identical volumes. "Big Inga Baptiste fan?" I asked. Hannah's eyes brightened. "Do you know her work?" "Not really. I perused her blog a bit. I found a hardback copy of this book on Schuyler's desk the day we interviewed Paige, the day we found him dead." Hannah's mouth twisted, and her head bobbed thoughtfully. That's interesting," she said. "Was it signed?" "Yeah, it was," I said. Hannah nodded. "I wonder how he got a copy. The book isn't for sale yet." I quirked an eyebrow. "What do you mean? You have at least a dozen copies." "Yes, author copies," she grinned. "I'm Inga Baptiste. That's my book. My life's work whittled down to under 400 pages. I turned to Hannah, examining her face in profile. She looked tense, but something else too. Sad, perhaps? She had a faraway look in her eyes, like she was thinking about something else. I gave copies to all the rummies. I knew they'd appreciate having a book no one else in the world had yet. Everyone was very excited to get an autographed copy from me. Well, everyone except Violet. Her mouth dipped into a frown. I heard she gave her copy away. "Why all the fake names?" Wrath asked. "High Priestess Inga Baptiste? Is Hannah Otto even your real name?" "Is Wrath your real name?" she asked. "Of course not," he sneered. "But I'm just playing a part." "So am I." She paused, taking the book from my hands and leafing through the pages, fingertips caressing the text as she riffled through. When we first met, I explained why people might use an alias. I didn't want to write as boring old Hannah Otto. I wanted to reinvent myself. Be the priestess, the healer, the writer with a stellar reputation. I have evoked so many spirits trying to find my power and get away from being just Hannah Otto. We wear myriad faces trying to get others to notice us, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. But sometimes, no matter how perfect the mask, we remain invisible. She flipped the book closed with a snap of her wrist. You know, I've reached out to Dr. Nesbitt in the past about collaborating. It seems like our different approaches to healing could be complementary, but she's never bothered to return my calls. Don't take it personally, she's a very busy woman, Lacey offered gently. After all, she runs a family, a clinic, hosts a show. Why are you defending that woman? Hannah asked, a jagged, mirthless smile playing over her lips. How hard can it be to send a quick note? She scoffed, shaking her head as her eyes flitted back to her bookshelf. Well, if you don't have more questions, I should get outside and water my plants. The lavender needs pruning, and I have some basil about to go to seed. It's a never-ending process, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I watched her try to smile, but her strange, sullen mood hadn't quite evaporated, and my stomach sat sour at how the interview had turned out. Before I even knew that my subconscious had finally worked it out, I said, "Tend to your garden, and your worries will tend to themselves, right? Paige Nesbitt says that frequently on Fellowship by Design." Hannah chuckled, dipping her chin toward her chest. Yes, she does. I know all Dr. Nesbitt's little sayings. I'm probably her biggest fan. We exchanged goodbyes and went back to the car. On the other side of the street, a bare-chested man wearing a bolo tie and tennis shorts whistled a jaunty tune, shimmying his shoulders as he walked. He shielded his eyes to look in my direction, and when he caught my gaze, he squeezed his belly fat with both hands and jiggled it at me. It took me a moment to realize the guy was dead. "So what do we think?" Lacey asked once we were all ensconced in the car. "Did we learn anything useful?" Rath whistled, running a hand through his hair. "I'd say so. That woman has an ego the size of New Hampshire. The way she prattled on and on about her garden and the labyrinth she built and—" I swiveled in my seat to look at Rath. "She built a labyrinth? Really?" "Apparently she got the idea from the Fellowship by Design podcast," he explained. "She said Dr. Nesbitt grows a garden, so she did the same. Dr. Nesbitt built a maze, so she built a labyrinth." He gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles blanched, then blew out a noisy sigh. "The way she talks about Dr. Nesbitt, it's like she hates her, but she also seems to respect her. I don't get it." In the back seat, Lacey sucked her teeth, fluffing her curls in the window's reflection. "No, I think you got it wrong. I don't think that was hatred you saw. I think it was envy. I'm telling you, parasocial relationships are weird." I waited until we were a few blocks away from home to say, "By the way, I know what happened to the manuscript." Rath's head swung around. "What? How?" "Watch the road," I shouted. I don't know why I let Rath drive. The guy was a total menace. "I checked the fireplace for buttons that opened secret passageways," I explained. "I didn't find any hidden rooms, but I did find the manuscript burned to ashes." Lacey sat forward, pressing her face between Rath and me. There was no way she was actually buckled up. "Seriously? Are you sure? Why would Hannah burn the manuscript? She said Paige took it home to study." I leaned my head against the window and closed my eyes against the dull throb at the front of my skull. This case was shaping up to be more of a pain than I'd signed up for. "Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. I need to sleep on it. When we get home, I'm going to go for a run on the beach, take a long bubble bath, and go to bed early." "Sounds like a dream," Lacey said, "but you really need to take Trisha Woodward off ignore because you miss all the important stuff." I didn't need to turn around to know she was smiling. I could hear the self-satisfied needling in her voice. Cold dread filled my belly as I pulled out my phone. The first message I saw was a reply from Sloth. What made you think of me? The gnomes or the flowers? I hope you mean the gnomes. The flowers are monkshood, beautiful but really poisonous. I would never plant anything toxic in my garden. Just feels like asking for trouble. But the second message was from Trisha Woodward. After I read it, I put my phone away, and not for the first time doubted every single life choice that led me to this very horrible moment. Chapter 15. By the time we arrived, Sinful House had been completely transformed. Well, not completely, but the living room was unrecognizable. All the furniture had been rearranged and several new chairs brought in. The set was dressed with so many vases of flowers, the place resembled a funeral parlor. It's a good thing I didn't have allergies. Votives flickered in faceted glass holders that threw sparkles of light across the walls and along tabletops. Someone had plugged in enough Glade air fresheners to make your eyes water, which I found especially worthless since the home audience couldn't smell them. Trisha materialized out of nowhere, her signature megawatt smile blinding at 20 paces. I see you finally decided to show up, and only an hour late. Didn't you get my text? Yes, I said. But only just now. Your text just said to report back for a wardrobe check. What the heck's going on here? Why does the house look like a set for Bridezilla's Gone Wild? Well, if you'd bothered to read the call sheet I sent you earlier, Trisha crooned, voice oversaturated with saccharine sweetness, you'd see today we are filming the reveal segment for Love or Money. Thanks to your tardiness, we're already behind, and people are getting grumpy. You do realize the crew is all unionized, right? They'll get overtime if we don't keep to the schedule. So it would be great if you'd go upstairs to hair and makeup right away. I groaned, running a hand down my face. I guess nobody cared that I was getting paid minor ducats for their juggernaut show. Seriously? Now? We just got back from a case, Trisha. Can't this wait? Unionized, she shouted, herding us toward the stairs. The show must go on, and we have a budget and a production schedule to keep. They're waiting for you upstairs. Hurry up! I exchanged a look with Wrath and Lacey, resigned that there was no getting out of this. But if this was the final segment, at least it meant this fresh hell was almost over. We spent little more than 10 minutes in hair and makeup and trudged back downstairs to find that the rest of the house was congregated in the living room, waiting to get the show on the road. Trisha clapped her hands, signaling for everyone's attention. All right, let's get started. As you all know, our contestants will choose to pursue a professional or romantic relationship, and our housemates will do the same. If those aspirations align, you'll be matched for a longer-term relationship outside the show. If not, everyone will go their separate ways with no hard feelings. Any questions? No? Excellent. Charla, you're up first. Lust, greed. Please follow Kirk into the quiet room so you can't hear Charla's interview. Lust and greed obliged, disappearing into another room with Kirk, leaving Charla alone in the hot seat. She fidgeted nervously, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. So, Charla, Trisha began, her voice dripping with fake sincerity. She was using her TV star voice, all honey and bubbles. Tell us about your time at Sinful House. How did you find working with lust and greed? Charla took a deep breath, a nervous smile fluttering over her mouth. Honestly, it's been an incredible experience. It's been more rewarding than I thought possible. Lust and greed are both such enjoyable people, and I've learned so much from them. I fought back a snort. Enjoyable? Greed? Charla must have some kind of brain injury. However, Charla continued, her smile faltering slightly, I couldn't help but notice the special chemistry between lust and greed. It's like they have this unspoken connection, and I don't feel I can compete with that. My stomach dropped to the floor and my skin went cold. A special connection? Between lust and greed? I closed my eyes and let my lips part as I mouth-breathed, trying to steady myself. We'd already been down this road. Lust and I had talked about it, and she'd assured me she was just playing a part. But here was Charla confirming all my worst fears on national freaking television. I felt like I was going to be sick. I wanted to bolt out of my chair and run to the bathroom, but the cameras were recording, and I couldn't look a fool. Charla was doing a great job of that for me. Trisha nodded sympathetically, her eyes wide with feigned understanding. I see. So, given the choice, would you rather continue working with lust and greed professionally, or pursue a romantic relationship with one of them? Charla squirmed, wringing her hands in her lap. As much as I've enjoyed my dates with them, I think it would be best to keep things professional moving forward. All right, Trisha said, her smile growing impossibly wider. Let's bring lust and greed back and see how they feel. Charla, would you please follow Kirk into the quiet room? Lust and greed sauntered back, taking their seats and flanking Trisha. My psychic ability is not telepathy, and yet I still found myself willing Lust to look at me, to connect her gaze with mine and reassure me that I had nothing to worry about. But she never looked my way. Lust, let's start with you, Trisha said, leaning forward in her chair. How do you feel about Charla and your time together at Sinful House? Charla is so sweet and eager to learn. She was a great teammate. We had lots of giggles and shared some secrets and, I admit, I felt some tingly feelings for her sometimes. She grinned, throwing Charla a long, wistful glance and batting her lashes like a master coquette. I felt a hot blush crawl up my neck, the heat causing my palms to break out in a sweat. I prayed no one was looking at me, which they probably weren't. Not when they could be looking at Lust in that low-cut silk blouse that perfectly showcased her glorious brown skin. But, she continued, I don't think I felt a lasting connection with her. And whether in romance or work, you should jibe with your partner. So I'm afraid I must say that Charla and I will go our separate ways. Trisha nodded, her attention shifting to Greed. And what about you, Greed? How do you feel about Charla and the possibility of a future together? Greed leaned back in his seat, a lazy grin spreading across his face. Well, Trisha, I have to say that I found Charla absolutely delightful. She's intelligent, witty, and an absolute pleasure to be around. I narrowed my eyes, trying to figure out his angle. Greed never complimented anyone unless he had something to gain from it. In fact, he continued, his grin widening, I would love nothing more than to continue exploring our connection and seeing where a romantic relationship could take us. The room fell silent, everyone staring at Greed in disbelief. Fantastic, Trisha crooned. Let's bring back Charla and share the results. Charla returned to the empty seat next to Greed. She looked as nervous as a deadly sin in church, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt and smoothing down her hair. All right, Trisha said. We've talked to both parties for feedback on their time together. Charla, Greed, and Lust, I'm here to inform you. She paused dramatically, amping up the tension in the room. I'm sorry, there's no match. Thank you all so much for playing. Charla, we wish you well in all your future endeavors, and may your next relationship be your last. Someone shouted, "Cut!" from the wings, and Lust, Greed, and Charla vacated their seats. Trisha snapped her fingers, glancing down at her phone. All right, let's move on to our next group. Envy, Sloth, please take your seats. Craig, if you could follow Kirk to the quiet room? Craig nodded, saluting the audience before disappearing into the other room. The two women settled into their seats. Ladies, Trisha began, her voice syrupy sweet. Tell us about your experience with Craig. Envy, let's start with you. Envy tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a soft smile playing on her lips. Craig is, well, he's absolutely dreamy, handsome, funny, and so kind, but... She paused, biting her lip. I get these big brother vibes from him, you know? It's not romantic at all. I'd love to keep working with him professionally, though. Trisha nodded, her plastic smile never wavering. I see. And you, Sloth? What are your thoughts? Sloth nodded enthusiastically. I totally agree with Envy. Craig has the best personality of anyone in the house, hands down. No offense to the other housemates. But he feels more like family than a potential boyfriend. It's like I've known him forever. Interesting, Trisha mused. So you both would prefer a professional relationship moving forward? Both women nodded in unison. All right then. Envy Sloth, please follow Kirk to the quiet room while we hear from Craig. As the women left, Craig returned, high-fiving Lust and Envy as they passed him on their way out. So, Craig. Trisha clasped her hands beneath her chin, beaming for the camera. How do you feel about your time with Envy and Sloth? Would you like to pursue a romantic relationship with either of them? Craig chuckled, shaking his head. You know, I loved dating both of those amazing women. They're funny, smart, and absolutely gorgeous. But my feelings toward them are purely protective. I wouldn't want to ruin our good vibes by trying to woo them. He paused, his expression turning thoughtful. Actually, if I'm being honest, I'd much prefer to return to Sinful House as a full-time cameraman. That's where I feel I belong. Trisha's eyes lit up with excitement. Well, that's certainly interesting. Let's bring Envy and Sloth back in. As the women returned and took their seats, Trisha stood, her face a mask of exaggerated suspense. Ladies and gentlemen, she announced, drawing out each word, I have some thrilling news. After careful consideration and heartfelt discussions, she paused dramatically, milking the moment for all it was worth. We have a match. Envy and Sloth screamed, each clutching one of Craig's arms. Craig, Trisha continued, her voice reaching a crescendo, will be returning to Sinful House as a full-time cameraman once again. The room erupted in applause, with Envy and Sloth jumping up to hug Craig enthusiastically. This is the best news ever! Envy screeched. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to post this on Instagram. While Sloth and Envy giggled and bounced around a red-faced Craig, Trisha motioned for me to stand. Okay, that just leaves Pride, Lacey, and Wrath. A wave of nausea washed over me. I'd known this moment was coming, but that didn't make it any easier. I twisted the mood ring around my finger, and then, thinking better of it, slipped it into a pocket. I didn't need anyone spying on my emotions right now. Pride, Wrath, please follow Kirk to the sound booth while we chat with Lacey, Trisha chirped, her smile so bright it could probably be seen from space. Resigned, I followed Wrath into the sound booth, and Kirk closed the door firmly behind us, giving us a thumbs up once we were safely deaf to the goings-on outside. I blew out a noisy breath and turned to Wrath. Well, I guess this is it. The moment of truth. So, what are you going to say out there? Wrath's eyes lit up with an all-too-familiar revolutionary fire. Well, let me tell you something, man. This whole idea of romance is a capitalist construct designed to keep us trapped in a cycle of consumerism and unrealistic expectations. Oh boy, here we go. Hollywood and greeting card companies have brainwashed us into believing in some fairy tale version of love that doesn't exist. It's all about grand gestures and picture-perfect moments, but that's not real life, man. Real relationships are messy and complicated and hard work. And as for me, I tuned out as Wrath continued his tirade, nodding at appropriate intervals and silently cursing my ham-fisted attempt at casual conversation. I should stick with what I know, not talking to people unless absolutely necessary. By the time we were called back to set, I tumbled out of the sound booth, ready to do anything to avoid hearing another word about the bourgeois propaganda of Valentine's Day. As we settled into our seats, Trisha turned to me with her practiced look of intense interest. Pride, let's start with you. How do you feel about your time with Lacey? Bad, I said. A titter rippled throughout the room, and Trisha twisted her mouth in an amused half-smile. Don't you have anything nice to say about Lacey at all? Sure, I said. Lacey's actually pretty insightful, and as an investigator, she could probably have a bright future. Just not with me, I amended quickly. Trisha bobbed her head. So you're saying you'd prefer to go your separate ways? After we solve our case, yes, I answered. All right, let's move on. Trisha turned to Wrath. How about you, Wrath? How would you characterize your experience with Lacey? The room fell silent as Wrath looked down at his hands. I braced myself for another lecture on the evils of modern romance, but to my utter shock, Wrath smiled. Actually smiled, looked Trisha dead in the eye and said, You know what, Trisha? I'd like to date Lacey. I think she's pretty rad. I nearly fell out of my chair. Had Wrath lost his mind? Lacey was a walking disaster, a loose cannon with a bias for violence and terrible decision-making. They'd kill each other within a week. While my housemates whispered excitedly among themselves, Kirk brought Lacey out for the final reveal. She looked ready to stab someone at any moment, which was the baseline for her. I tried to imagine her and Wrath going for a romantic walk on the beach and stifled a laugh at the thought. As much as Wrath was a giant pain in my side, I wasn't looking forward to him getting humiliated on national TV when Lacey rejected him. All right, Trisha said. We've talked to all three of you about your time together on Sinful House, and it looks like the results are in. Wrath, Pride, and Lacey, I'm here to inform you. It looks like we have a match. Lacey and Wrath, you both requested to date each other, and here on For Love or Money, your wish is our command. Congratulations, you two. The network will be sending you on an all-expense-paid spa weekend to stoke the flames of your passion. We can't wait to see where this journey takes you. As the chaos of the reveal episode finally died down, I was ready to escape into a pair of chenille pajamas and another episode of Fellowship by Design. The living room, with its cloying floral scents and flickering candles, felt suffocating. I was halfway to the stairs, tranquility tantalizingly close, when I heard Lust's voice behind me. Hey there, freak show. I turned, my heart doing that annoying flutter it always did around her. Lust stood there, hands on her hips, long hair streaming like liquid over her shoulders. She looked ethereal, and for a moment, I forgot how to breathe. You know, we never did take that walk on the beach, she said, a hint of a smile in her voice. Are you busy right now? My pulse raced. Part of me wanted to retreat to the safety of my room to process the day's events in solitude. But a larger part, a part I was still getting used to, craved Lust's company. No, I heard myself say. I'm not busy. The beach at sunset was a quiet spectacle. The sky was ablaze with oranges and pinks, the sun a molten gold orb sinking into the horizon. A gentle breeze floated in off the ocean, fluttering Lust's skirt around her bare legs, blowing her hair in a lacy tangle around her face. We walked silently for a while, feet kicking up sand still warm from the day. I was hyper-aware of Lust's presence beside me, the occasional brush of her arm against mine, sending electricity through my body. Finally, Lust broke the silence. I heard about what Charla said during the reveal, about my relationship with greed. And there it was, the elephant on the beach. I felt my muscles tense, bracing for something. I wasn't even sure. I want you to know, Lust continued, her voice soft but firm, that what I have with greed is purely for the cameras. It's all part of the game, nothing more. I wanted to believe her. God, how I wanted to believe her. But years of disappointment and misunderstanding had left their mark. I found myself searching for the waiting heartbreak, the inevitable hammer that had to fall. I'm not sure how to feel about all this, I admitted, my voice husky with emotion. Romantic interactions, they're like a foreign language to me. My last relationship didn't end well. Right now, I feel like I still need my training wheels on. Lust nodded, her gaze sympathetic. Yeah, I understand. I know it's confusing. I also noticed you took off your ring. I glanced down at my bare finger, feeling a pang of guilt. It's not what you think, I said. It's just that I don't know, it's up to you if you want to keep wearing it, Lust said, her voice gentle. But I'd like it if you did. No matter what happens, I'm here for you, Pride. At the very least, you are a dear friend. And I'm not friend-zoning you, she said with a playful grin. I'm just saying I'll follow your lead. I hope you can continue to trust me. I pulled the ring from my pocket, its weight familiar in my palm. I stared at it, torn between desire and fear. I'll try, I said finally, slipping the ring back on. But you might need to be patient with me. All of this, it doesn't come easily to me. Lust's smile was radiant, lighting up her face in a way that made my heart skip. I have all the time in the world, freak show. And before I could process what was happening, she leaned in. Time slowed to a crawl as her lips met mine. The kiss was soft, gentle, a whisper of a promise. It was over far too quickly, leaving me breathless and slightly dizzy. Was that okay? Lust asked, smiling. I nodded, words failing me entirely. For once, I didn't want to analyze or overthink. I just wanted to be here, in this moment, with Lust. As we continued our walk, shoulders and elbows playfully bumping more often than strictly necessary, I felt a warmth spreading through me. It was unfamiliar, this feeling of contentment, of possibility. Maybe, just maybe, I could learn to navigate this romantic stuff after all. But even as I reveled in the moment, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered doubts. Could I really trust this? Could I trust myself? Only time would tell. For now, though, with the sun setting on the horizon and Lust's warm presence at my side, I allowed myself to hope. I floated back to my room, still riding the high of my beach walk with Lust. It was like being drunk, but without the nasty side effects. I was so caught up in the memory that I almost didn't notice the lump in my bed. Sloth's blonde head poked out from under my covers, a mischievous grin on her face. She was surrounded by a sea of pillows, and clutched in her hands were a book and a bag of hot fries. Sloth, what are you doing eating hot fries in my bed? You'll make crumbs. Get in here, you goof, she exclaimed, throwing aside the blanket and patting the space beside her. You're not going to believe what I figured out. I chuckled, shaking my head. You know, we really have to stop meeting like this. People are going to talk. Let them talk, Sloth said, shoving a handful of fries into her mouth. This is way more important than gossip. I kicked off my shoes and climbed into bed beside her, careful not to disturb her pillow fortress. I brushed a smattering of radioactive orange crumbs from my sheets. All right. What's got you so worked up? Sloth held up the book, and I recognized it immediately. It was a dog-eared, tattered copy of The Invisible World Within Our Reach by Gaspar Mascarenhas, Aaron's bio-dad. Did you finish it already? Finish it? I've read it twice, Sloth exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Pride, Gaspar's book isn't just a how-to manual for astral projection. This is, well, it's kind of crazy, but also kind of brilliant. I raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. Okay, so get this, Sloth began, sitting up straighter. Gaspar believes that all those lost civilizations we learn about on the History Channel, Atlantis, Lemuria, El Dorado, those cities didn't just disappear or get destroyed. He thinks those civilizations were purposefully abandoned because they were no longer needed. Like Kmart, I said, nodding. No, not like Kmart. They weren't needed because the people there no longer needed an earthly form. They evolved their consciousness to a higher level of being, so they only needed to exist on a different plane, the astral plane. I blinked, trying to process this information. So, what, they just ascended? Like in that sci-fi show Stargate? Yes, actually, that's a really good comparison. Sloth nodded enthusiastically. Mascareñas writes that the citizens of those lost cities sublimated from their physical bodies and now exist as transcendent beings that guide regular humans, like super-evolved spirit guides or something. I snorted. That's absurd. Oh, it gets better, Sloth continued, undeterred by my skepticism. Mascareñas doesn't think these people just evolved on their own. He believes the places they lived in, the civilizations they built, the architecture they developed, the flora and fauna they were surrounded by, all of it, actually facilitated their evolution. Like, there's something special about these locations that helped them transcend. I frowned, a nagging thought at the back of my mind. I feel like you're going somewhere with all this, but I'm not sure I'm catching your enthusiasm, I said. Mascareñas believes that if regular humans could find these magical locations, we might be able to tap into the same powers these enlightened beings discovered. And with that power, we could save ourselves, save the whole human race. That sounded like one hell of a tall order, but I liked science fiction, and science fiction was all about saving the human race. Or destroying it. It was a spectrum, really. So, what does this have to do with astral projection? That's the kicker, Sloth said, lowering her voice conspiratorially. She plucked a fry from the bag and munched on it, following it up by sucking the nuclear waste from her fingers. She flipped through the pages until she came to a page covered in pink highlighter. This part, she said, tapping the highlighted section. She cleared her throat of fry dust saliva and read aloud. Astral projection isn't a parlor trick or a new age fantasy, nor is it just about leaving your body. Projection is a way to explore the world without limitation, without expense, and, importantly, without surveillance. It allows you to experience the world in a pure, sacred way. When you learn to project, you can search for magical locations with the same energies of Atlantis or El Dorado. Projection gives you the ability to find magic that can change everything. I leaned back against the headboard, my mind reeling. So, Aaron's bio-dad isn't just some kook obsessed with out-of-body experiences. He's on a spiritual treasure hunt for magic cities. Pretty wild, right? Sloth grinned, stuffing another handful of fries into her mouth. When she finished munching, she sucked her fingers again, making me cringe. That's so gross, Sloth, I said. It's really unsanitary. The hot fries stain my fingers, she complained. And I know this book is already old and falling apart, but I don't want to ruin the pages with hot fry fingerprints. I was about to tell her that capitalism had already solved that for her with the invention of the wet wipe when suddenly the world spun out from under me. I bolted up in bed, eyes wide and wild as my mouth dropped open. Sloth poked me in the side with an elbow. You okay? I blinked. I just figured out what happened to Paige Nesbitt, I said. I jumped out of bed to call an emergency meeting of the Red Rum Mystery Club. After that, I called the police. Chapter 16. I stepped out of the car, my stomach churning with anticipation and dread. Marie Lore's house loomed before us, its Victorian architecture casting long shadows in the late afternoon sun. Detective Kelly Doyle was already there, leaning against his unmarked car with his arms crossed, a scowl etched deep into his face. "This better be good, Pride," Doyle growled as we approached. "I've got real cases to solve, you know." I fought the urge to roll my eyes. Doyle and I had never seen eye to eye, and his constant digs at my fake psychic detective work were getting old. "Trust me, detective," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "This is as real as it gets." Rath and Lacey flanked me, both looking uncharacteristically serious. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small, sleek radio receiver. "Here," I said, handing it to Doyle. "The network hooked us up with some high-tech recording equipment. You'll be able to hear everything that goes on inside." Doyle grunted, clearly not thrilled with the arrangement. "Fine. But if this turns out to be another wild goose chase for your reality TV ratings, I swear I'll—" "It's not," I cut him off. "Just listen in. You'll see." We left Doyle grumbling by his car and headed to the front door. Marie-Laure answered after a single knock, looking confused and a little worried. The living room was exactly as I remembered it. Overstuffed furniture, too many throw pillows, and the lingering scent of incense. Violet, Hannah, and Shannon were already seated, each clutching a goblet of what I assumed was their special book club tea. "Thank you for having us," I said, settling into an armchair. Rath and Lacey took up positions near the doorway, their postures tense. Marie-Laure beamed at us, but I could see the strain around her eyes. "Of course, we're always happy to assist with your investigation. Are you here about Paige? Did you find her? Please tell me you have good news." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. "Actually, yes. We know what happened to Paige." The room went silent. I could feel the weight of everyone's gaze on me. "Well?" Shannon prompted, her voice tight. "What did you find out?" I looked each of them in the eye before speaking. There is no Paige. There never was. The reaction was immediate. Marie-Laure's face drained of color while Violet's fingers tightened around her goblet. Shannon looked nervously into her lap, and Hannah watched me with detached curiosity. Marie-Laure scoffed, her expression open and guileless. "What? Of course there's a Paige. We've told you all about her. She's our friend. She's a figment of your imagination," I interrupted gently. "A character you all created together." Marie-Laure swallowed hard, mouth gaping. "What are you talking about?" The tension in the room was palpable as I prepared to reveal what we'd discovered. I knew Detective Doyle was listening outside, probably wondering what circus he'd gotten himself into this time. I needed to present the facts and my conclusions methodically and logically because the story I was about to unwind was a whopper. I leaned forward, elbows resting on my knees, and drew a deep breath. It all started during our first meeting. Marie-Laure, during our initial interview, you did almost all of the talking. That struck us as suspicious at the time. We thought you were the ringleader and the others were following your lead. But everyone we've spoken to says you're more of a follower than a leader. So there must be another reason they let you speak. Marie-Laure's face flushed, but she remained silent. "Whose idea was it to report Paige missing?" I asked. "Mine," Marie-Laure answered. "Was it?" Marie-Laure's lips twitched, hands twisting fruitlessly in her lap. "Well, Hannah may have suggested it first. I can't remember, but I'm the one who took the initiative." "Okay, we'll get back to that," I said. I gestured to the ornate glasses on the coffee table. "Hannah, you told us the goblets represented the 4 elements: earth, air, water, and fire. You said every woman in the club received a unique element. But there are 4 elements and 5 club members." I allowed myself the pleasure of a small smirk. "That is, if you count Paige. When I asked you what element she received, you conveniently couldn't recall." Hannah's eyes widened slightly, but she didn't interrupt. "The final piece clicked into place during a conversation with Shannon," I said, turning to face the woman in question. Shannon squirmed in her seat, avoiding eye contact. "You mentioned that Paige was only in the group for Hannah. That this was the point." At the time, I thought it was an odd thing to say. But then I found Inga Baptiste's blog and read about evoking the spirit. I turned to Hannah. I'm no good with emotions. I'm not sure I would have figured out the connection between you and Paige Nesbitt on my own, but Lacey did. Lacey perked up. I did? I grinned. You did. That day at Labyrinth Light, Rath mentioned that Hannah seemed to do everything Paige did. You suggested Hannah was deep in a parasocial relationship with Dr. Nesbitt because of her podcast. That was important to hear because I would have just dismissed her as a crazed fan and moved on. Lacey scrunched her nose. Why is that important? What's the difference between a crazed fan and someone in a parasocial relationship? I shrugged. Technically, nothing really. It's just a matter of degree, but the word relationship stuck out to me. I turned to Hannah, head cocked inquisitively. Would you consider a parasocial relationship the ultimate absentee relationship, Hannah? The kind of relationship that can be most successfully healed by evoking the spirit? You suggested as much in your blog, I pointed out. Hannah's face remained impassive, but the glimmer in her eyes hadn't been there before. I don't understand what you're saying, Marie-Laure whined. Can you please explain what's going on? Lacey cleared her throat and gave the distraught woman a sympathetic smile. I think what Pride is trying to say is that Hannah developed an unhealthy, one-sided relationship with Dr. Paige Nesbitt. To try and heal that obsession, she used her own technique to evoke Paige's spirit, she explained. Evoking the spirit is a kind of spiritual theater. She pretended Paige was present. Every time she interacted with Paige, Hannah was acting. It wasn't real. Marie-Laure sat in stunned silence before swiveling to look at her friend. Hannah, is this true? Hannah scoffed. Well, I don't know if obsessed is the word I would use. I'm very fond of Dr. Nesbitt, that's true. I tutted at her. How many times have you tried to contact Paige to get her attention? Too many to count, Hannah admitted, but she ignored all of my requests. She treated me like just another rabid fan, not worthy of her attention. And that hurt you, didn't it? I asked. You started a healing clinic just like Paige. You built a labyrinth and garden in your backyard, also just like Paige. All that must have taken a lot of effort. It did, Hannah agreed. I invited her to see the clinic for herself and celebrate what she inspired. However, she let her words fall off with a shrug. But that wasn't even the worst of it. I reinvented myself publicly as Inga Baptiste, and she never caught the significance. I cocked an eyebrow. Which is? Inga Baptiste, she drawled, is not just a random pseudonym. It's an anagram of Paige Nesbitt. I created a beautiful puzzle in her honor, and she didn't even bother unraveling it. I blinked back my surprise. That was a detail I never saw coming. But I still don't understand, Marie-Laure said. I saw Paige here in this house. I talked to her. I heard her sing along with my opera records. I didn't just imagine all that. Perched on the edge of her seat, swallowing continually and worrying her thumbs over her fingers in an attempt to self-soothe, Marie-Laure looked frail and helpless. I tilted my head back and closed my eyes. I'd grown so used to the soft music drifting in that I hardly noticed it anymore. I wondered how it sounded to Marie-Laure when the phantom voice of an imagined friend warbled along with the melody. I opened my eyes with a sigh. Dewey Delaney mentioned that you were particularly susceptible to suggestion, very malleable in your beliefs. Marie-Laure recoiled, blood draining from her face, but she remained silent. Since Hannah has been staying with you off and on, I continued, you've been routinely exposed to these evocations. You've witnessed Hannah interacting with Paige so often that you started to believe Paige was with you. And because you are so susceptible to suggestion, your fascination with Paige grew to match, maybe even surpass, Hannah's. The difference is, Hannah always knew Paige was in her head. You, Marie-Laure, came to believe Paige was real. The trembling woman glanced around the room, and I imagined she was seeing her illusory friend, remembering her in this space, how she laughed, how she moved, how she filled the space with her energy. The opera music overhead swelled, and Marie-Laure clutched at her chest. "No, you don't understand. I felt her. You did," I agreed. "Your experience was real, even if the woman herself wasn't. You experienced something called a felt presence." I recited the words Balthazar used to describe my experience at the beach rally. It's when you feel like someone is there even when they're not. The sensation can be enhanced by drugs or mind-altering substances. I gestured to the goblets on the table. Like, say, the special red rum you drink at your gatherings. Marie-Laure followed my gesture, eyes lingering on the 4 goblets. "I just don't... What about the others? They saw her, too. It wasn't just me." Shannon and Violet exchanged uncomfortable glances before Shannon spoke up. "I'm so sorry, Marie-Laure. We played along longer than we should have. Hannah asked us not to say anything to you, even once it became clear you couldn't discern reality from make-believe. We wanted to, but Hannah, well, she was curious where it would lead. It became yet another of her experiments." All eyes turned to Hannah, who offered a nonchalant shrug in response. "I wanted to write about it in my next book. The power of suggestion, the creation of a forced delusion, it was all so fascinating." The room fell silent as we watched Marie-Laure process this information. Her expression cycled through a range of emotions: shock, betrayal, anger, and finally, a deep sadness. "So Paige was never here? Ever?" "Never," I said. "Your friends tricked you." "Well, hold on a second." Wrath was standing on the far side of the room, leaning against a wall. "What about the message? If there's no Paige, who sent the message that said, 'She's going to kill me'?" Again, Shannon and Violet exchanged looks. "That was a group decision," Violet admitted. "I was sick and tired of this charade. It interfered with our meetings, overtaking all our discussion and time together." She shot a pointed look at Hannah. "I suggested we kill Paige off. It's what Marie-Laure needed, that finality." Shannon nodded in agreement. "We hoped it would snap Marie-Laure out of it. Only a lunatic would think they were having lunch or whatever with a dead person." I cringed at that. I'd eaten lunch with the ghost girl plenty of times, but maybe it was best to keep that to myself. And anyway, I saw Shannon's point. Hannah agreed to send the message and to temporarily stop evoking Paige while we waited to see if the plan worked, Shannon continued. If Marie-Laure would return to normal. Shannon at least had the decency to look ashamed of herself, but Hannah looked pleased as punch, while Violet just looked angry. "We argued about that too," Violet said. "I wanted to end the whole exercise forever, not just temporarily, but Hannah has to have everything her way, so she sent the message, but not like we agreed. The message was supposed to say, 'She's going to kill me.' But Hannah had to add, 'Please help,' to insinuate that Paige might yet live, which was not the plan." Violet bit out the words, her nostrils flaring as she glared at Hannah. "Why couldn't you just stick to the plan?" Hannah shrugged, unbothered by the accusation. "It was too valuable an experiment to abandon completely. I wanted to see how long the illusion would persist without active reinforcement." Wrath made a disgusted sound. "You're a terrible person. You know that?" Hannah examined her nails as if she didn't hear him. I watched Marie-Laure's face crumple, the full weight of the deception finally sinking in. "So it was all a lie?" she whispered. "All of you? You were just playing with me?" She blinked back fresh tears, turning to face Hannah. "You told me to file the missing persons report when you knew there was never anyone to report?" "I needed to know how you'd handle that. For my book," Hannah explained, her face open, calm, and neutral. Then she turned to me, and her expression shifted, her eyes glinting. "And then I wanted to see how long it took you to figure it out. Marie Laure loves your show. She thinks you're a genius. Me? She shrugged. I suspected you were average at best. I wanted to know for sure. The tension in the room grew so thick you'd need a chainsaw to hack through it. Shannon looked guilty, Violet looked angry, and Hannah remained frustratingly satisfied with her performance. I glanced at Wrath and Lacey, seeing my own disgust mirrored in their expressions. Lacey went to the despondent woman, putting an arm around her shoulder. You're going to be okay, she said. It's better for you to know the truth. Marie Laure buried her face in the crook of Lacey's arm, her sobs muffled by the bounty hunter's leather jacket and underscored by the melancholy opera floating on the air. I dipped my chin. As for the manuscript, we're still not sure why it was left on your doorstep, but it has nothing to do with Paige. In fact, it was a distraction from the experiment Hannah wanted to run. I turned to Hannah. That's why you told Marie Laure that Paige would take it and study it, right? So you could destroy it? Hannah nodded, a small smile forming at the corners of her mouth. I wanted to see how long Marie Laure's delusion would last without outside provocation, but the manuscript was a complication. If Marie Laure's interest in Paige dwindled, how would I know if it was because the delusion wore off or because her attention was fixed elsewhere? That's at least one thing I agree with, Violet said. The manuscript was a waste of everyone's time. The manuscript page, all of it. An enormous waste of time. Lacey squeezed Marie Laure tighter, her head snapping up to throw Violet a look of disgust. Why are you so angry? Marie Laure is the victim here, but you're acting like everything was all about you. Violet threw her hands in the air, purple bob snapping across her face with the movement. These distractions were ruining my experience of our club, she said, her voice tight with barely contained annoyance and frustration. I don't have a husband or children to fill my time. I don't even have pets. I care about two things in life, my work and red rum. Solving mysteries with my girlfriends is my one social outlet, and this farce was destroying it. I'm ready for everything to go back to the way it was. That's right, I said, nodding. Hannah's experiments were putting a cramp in your style. Seriously, Violet agreed, and I hate having my time wasted. Is that why you tried to poison Dr. Paige Nesbitt? The room fell silent, save for the melodramatic French aria trilling overhead. Violet's face drained of color, her eyes wide with shock. I don't know what you're talking about, she stammered. The book, I continued. Inga Baptiste's book. I found it on Skylar Nesbitt's desk. The pages were water damaged. Paige told us it was likely damaged in transit, but it wasn't, was it? The water damage was your doing. Violet pressed her palms to the sides of her face. What are you talking about? You poisoned the book, I said. You coated the pages with the domoic acid toxin you gathered from the algae. I mean, isn't that how you poisoned your idiot student assistant? Slipped him some of the toxin you've been studying to induce a heart attack and get him out of your way? Shannon gasped, her face white with horror. Violet! Dosing the coffee maker was one thing, but did you really? Tell me you didn't intentionally hurt that kid. Violet's mouth fell open. Dosing the... Shannon, what in God's name are you talking about? She repeated. I sucked in a breath, raising my voice to be heard over Violet's frantic denial. You thought if you could eliminate the real Paige, the source of Hannah and Marie Laure's obsession, this whole spectacle would finally end and you'd have your beloved book group back. After all, we all know how much you hate wasted time, but you made a crucial mistake. You poisoned the wrong person. Shannon gasped again, staring at Violet with horror and disbelief. Marie Laure's hands covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Hannah, however, smirked silently, shaking her head. Violet's eyes darted around the room like a cornered animal looking for escape. I could see the wheels turning in her head, trying to find the words to talk her way out. But I wasn't done yet. Unfortunately, Skylar got a hold of the book first. He opened all the fan mail and decided to use that book for a raffle. He was annotating it while eating Doritos, I said. There was a half-eaten bag on his desk, but there were no napkins or wet wipes anywhere and no orange fingerprints on the annotated pages. You know why? Lacey gasped. He sucked the Doritos dust off his fingers, she breathed. Thereby ingesting the poison, I agreed. What I can't figure out, though, is why you chose such an unreliable murder weapon as a poisoned book. Hannah snorted, the inappropriate sound making my head snap around. We read it in a mystery novel, she said. The Name of the Rose. A monk poisons a book he doesn't think others should read. Classic case of control. That sounds just like you, doesn't it, Violet? I blinked in surprise. We'd searched the group's reading list for true crime books, but it never occurred to us the inspiration might have come from fiction. Do you have any idea, Violet drawled incredulously, how difficult it would be to poison a book with domoic acid? The amount of toxin you'd need? Domoic acid can't be absorbed through the skin, she continued with a sneer, and that's a lot of finger licking. She's right, you know, Hannah said. Violet wouldn't have relied on anyone licking their fingers that much. Hannah tisked at her friend with a mocking shake of her head. No, she didn't use domoic acid from her lab. She used monkshood from my garden. Right, Vi? Hannah sighed dramatically, head cocked to the side. You came by to collect mugwort for the red rum and helped yourself to some of the highly toxic flowers on my stoop, didn't you? You're all out of your mind, Violet said, her face blanched with stark disbelief. This is the craziest. If the cops test the pages of the book, what will they find, Violet? I gave her my best wolfish grin. I'm not telling you anything, Violet spat. You can all go to hell. Hannah waved a dismissive hand. Oh, don't be so dramatic. This is exactly the kind of thing we've always talked about. A perfect, real-life mystery. I admit I never anticipated a murder mystery, but the rest is so on brand for us. You should be proud of what we accomplished here. It's thrilling. Marie-Laure sagged, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. Violet remained frozen in her chair, looking as if she might be sick. Even Shannon seemed to be struggling to process everything that had happened. I took a deep breath, suddenly exhausted. I think that's everything. The music had ended, and my voice felt too loud in the nascent silence. Detective Doyle, you can come in now. There was a moment of confusion among the book club members, followed by the sound of the front door slamming shut and heavy footsteps climbing the stairs. Detective Kelly Doyle strode into the room, flanked by two uniformed officers, their faces grim. Ladies, Doyle said, his voice gruff, but controlled. I'm Detective Kelly Doyle with the Odyssey Police Department. His eyes shifted to me, questioning. Which one's Violet? I indicated the purple-haired murderer with a lift of my chin, and the detective marched over to her, handcuffs in hand. Violet Washington, you're under arrest for the murder of Skylar Nesbitt. Violet didn't resist, as Doyle helped her stand, reading her Miranda rights as he gently but firmly secured her hands behind her back with handcuffs. The click of the metal seemed to echo in the stunned silence of the room. Marie-Laure let out a choked sob while Shannon sat frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief. Hannah, disturbingly, still had a hint of excitement in her eyes. You snake, Violet spat, eyes full of fire and vitriol as she stared Hannah down. You viper! She's lying! Violet howled, her stoic veneer finally breaking down. It seemed she now realized this was real life, and she was going down for murder. You're all idiots! The woman is lying! I watched as the officers and Violet disappeared through the doorway, the reality of what had just transpired settling over the room like a wet blanket. Detective Doyle sauntered over to me, hands thrust deep in his pockets. You surprised me today, he said. You pieced together a puzzle no one else knew existed. As far as we knew, Mr. Nesbit died of natural causes." "I know," I said. "It was meant to look that way. Using the book was clever. Even if you'd suspected poison, you might have checked the chips and the water. Nobody would think to check a book." The detective sighed, his eyes going soft and unfocused as he stared out into the distance, thoughtful. I should have known the day would come that someone would contrive a mystery for the sake of being on the show. If any of the injured parties get smart, they might sue the network. I raised an eyebrow. "You think Violet murdered Dr. Nesbit to be on the show?" Doyle laughed and shook his head. "No, not Violet. The other one. Hannah, with her whole fake page thing. Do you have any idea what this will do for her book launch? She'll be raking in the dough. She orchestrated the whole thing. This was an incredible marketing ploy. Soon, everybody and their mom will know about evoking the spirit. Her schedule will be booked 6 months out with people wanting to consult with her. She got what she wanted, all right. Too bad poor Marie Laure had to pay the price for it." Doyle slapped me on the arm and turned to follow his officers downstairs, crossing paths with lanky camera guy bounding into the room. "We got it all on audio, man," he said, grinning ear to ear. "I was a little worried it wouldn't come out so good, but it's great. We got the crying, the accusations, all of it." I shot the camera guy a horrified look, but wrath beat me to the lecture. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," he said, not even bothering to look the man in his face. He was watching Marie Laure, her face buried in her hands. "I'm ashamed just for being part of it." We filtered out of the home, leaving Marie Laure in the care of the women she'd previously called her friends. Would she still consider them such after this? I mean, with friends like those, who needs enemies? The whole thing sat wrong with me, and while I was glad we'd gotten to the bottom of it, I hated that we did so at the behest of a network that only cared about ratings. They didn't care what happened to Marie Laure. They didn't care that this sweet, vulnerable soul would continue to wander, looking for guidance, setting sail toward the next spiritual mentor who would use her naivety for their own gain. No, that didn't matter at all. As long as we got our story, everything was hunky-dory. That was it then. The story of Paige Nesbit, the missing woman who never existed, had come to an end. But for the women of the Red Rum Mystery Club, a new chapter was just beginning. Chapter 17. The late afternoon sun streamed through the windows of Sinful House, motes of dust dancing in the thin light. I was celebrating my victory by lounging on the overstuffed couch with Sloth's dog-eared copy of The Invisible World Within Our Reach balanced on my chest. For the first time in what felt like ages, I was utterly, blissfully relaxed. The case was solved, the villain apprehended. And best of all, the ridiculous romantic charade that had consumed my life was finally over. No more forced dates, no more contrived dinner chats, no more bounty hunter shenanigans. Just peace, quiet, and the satisfaction of a job well done. The doorbell chimed, and Envy shouted from somewhere upstairs. "Can someone get that? I'm expecting a delivery!" I waited for someone else to do Envy's bidding, but when no one did, I hauled myself off the couch with a groan. So much for peace and quiet. I threw open the door, expecting to find a brown uniformed UPS driver thrusting a computer in my face to sign for the delivery. Instead, I found Detective Kelly Doyle dapperly dressed in a light blue suit that almost detracted from the fact that he looked deeply perturbed. "You're not UPS," I said. "What are you doing here?" Doyle faked a tight, closed-lipped smile. A cop expression if I ever saw one. "Good morning, Pride. Mind if I come in?" A flicker of unease stirred in my gut, but I pushed it aside. Surprise visits from the police were never a good thing. "Sure. Make yourself at home." The detective followed me into the recreation room and settled into an armchair. "Are Rath and Lacey here? This involves them too." I shook my head. "You just missed them. They're, taking a romantic walk on the beach. They're dating now." Doyle raised an eyebrow as he leaned back into the cushions. "Huh. Didn't see that coming." "You and me both," I muttered, reclaiming my spot on the couch. "So, what's up? I'm guessing you're not just here for a friendly chat." Doyle cleared his throat, his discomfort palpable. "Well, there's no easy way to say this. I wanted you to hear it from me first. We're releasing Violet Washington. We don't have enough evidence to hold her." The words hit me like a bucket of ice water. "What? How is that possible? You have, ample evidence." "We thought so, too," Doyle agreed, nodding. "The yarn you spun out at the house was compelling. I don't think I could have done a better job myself, but once we started looking into it, things fell apart." The detective sighed, leaning forward and tapping his fingertips. "We went to Violet's house to do a thorough search. We found a bunch of expensive lab equipment which we had tested." I nodded. That sounded like standard procedure. "Was the equipment positive for domoic acid? Or whatever the poison in monkshood is?" The detective shook his head. "No. Forensic analysis revealed the presence of several compounds. The team detected thujone, camphor, cineol, and various flavonoids. Trace amounts of chlorophyll and essential oils were also identified, alongside some tannins and polyphenols." I spread my hands before me, confused. "You know I'm not a scientist, right? What does that all mean?" A smirk snaked across the detective's face. "It suggests the equipment was used to brew mugwort tea." He let that statement hang an uncomfortably long moment before continuing. "We checked the purchase orders at the lab and cross-referenced them with the incident reports. Someone in the lab did report breaking a significant amount of equipment, which was repurchased. But several items in the purchase order were never inventoried as part of the lab's assets. I didn't give the detective the satisfaction of saying I didn't follow. But I didn't follow. Doyle must have caught my confusion, though, because he said, in other words, someone ordered extra equipment that was never used in the lab. My guess is Violet added on a few personal items and took them home for the sole purpose of making her mugwort extract." "Well, can't you arrest her for that?" I said stupidly. "That's theft, right? That's something." Doyle dismissed the suggestion out of hand. "We searched the rest of her home too, and that's where we made an inconvenient discovery." I didn't like the word inconvenient in this context, and a snake of dread coiled in my belly. "Okay." On her bookshelf, we found her copy of Inga Baptiste's book, The Infinite Masquerade. It was signed by Inga, or Hannah, I guess, and made out to Violet. We compared that copy with Shannon and Marie Laure's copies. They look to be signed with the same pen, and the handwriting is a match. We interpret this to mean that the copy Hannah gave Violet was still in Violet's possession. It had not been mailed to the Nesbit household. I sank back into the cushions, my mind running 1,000 miles a minute. Hannah's book wasn't yet available to the general public. The only people with copies were the Rummies. "But the book on Schuyler's desk was signed," I said. "It had to have come from the book club." "It was signed," the detective agreed, "but with different ink from the copies the Rummies were gifted. Also, there was no inscription to Violet or anyone else. It just had the author's signature. You'll be happy to know that the book retrieved from the Nesbit home did come back positive for aconitine, the primary toxin found in the monkshood flower. So at least you were right about that." "I was wrong about that," I objected miserably. "I thought Violet poisoned the book with the algae." The detective grinned his lipless cop smile. I was trying to keep your ego intact. Because it gets worse. I sighed. Of course it got worse. We followed up with the dean of the College of Environmental Sciences on the alleged poisonings at Ms. Washington's lab, he continued. The coffee maker was, in fact, making people sick. It was one of those fancy espresso machines, the expensive kind that connects directly to a water line. Whoever installed it didn't know what they were doing, and the tubing had grown mold inside. Over time, it was that mold that made people sick, not any intentional poisoning. The machine was removed because the dean never approved it in the first place. Ms. Washington had nothing to do with the mold or the machine's removal. I shook my head in denial. But what about the kid from her lab who had a heart attack? Healthy college students don't have heart attacks that force them out of school. Healthy students don't, Doyle agreed. Unfortunately, the student in question, a kid named Van Modine, isn't healthy. He has a congenital heart issue and has been plagued with heart problems his whole life. The cardiac event he suffered while in Dr. Washington's lab wasn't even his first. I sat with this new information, my head spinning. Slow realization crept into my belly and climbed into my throat. I felt like I was drowning. Are you saying there's no evidence Violet poisoned anyone at all? Ever? The detective sucked in a breath. That's what I'm saying. However. My ears perked up at the however. Maybe there was a light at the end of this tunnel. However, someone did poison Skylar Nesbit. The poisoned book was Hannah's. She authored it and signed it. The poison came from monkshood likely grown in her garden. And the intended target was a woman Hannah had a complicated relationship with. The words hit me like a lightning bolt. Hang on, you're saying Hannah killed Skylar Nesbit? The detective didn't answer, instead, folding his arms and leaning back into the couch. Where did you get the idea that Violet had poisoned her lab and student? I heard it from Shannon, I said. Hannah's sister. She told us about it over lunch, the same day she told us about the experiments Hannah had been running that led me to realize Paige was never real. Doyle nodded once. Did Shannon mention any other experiments? Sure, I said, digging through my memory to find her examples. She said her sister had faked psychic messages and gaslighted the others into believing. Understanding dawned in the middle of my sentence, and waves of shame washed over me. Oh, God. She gaslighted the others into believing things that never happened. She used the power of rumor to plant false beliefs. I don't have any proof yet, the detective drawled. But my working theory is that Hannah suggested that poisoning story to her sister, and Shannon fed it to you, completely believing it. Hannah is a master manipulator. After all, she wrote a whole book about it. I rubbed my face vigorously, staring up at the ceiling, mind reeling. How had I gotten it so wrong? How had I fallen for everything? How had Hannah played me so perfectly? But she gave up important information, I objected. I was sure the book was poisoned with domoic acid. Hannah could have said nothing, but she informed me I was wrong about that. She pointed out her own flowers. The detective barked out a grim laugh. Oh, come on, Pride. You worked with the department. You know how these things go. We would have tested the book and found no trace of domoic acid. Hannah knew that, so she had to offer you a solution that still pointed to Violet. And, he continued, you also know that sometimes criminals call in their own crimes and parcel out clues. Some people need to feel smarter than the rest of us. I think Hannah enjoyed directing your investigation. She relished pulling your puppet strings and demonstrating just how much smarter she is. I didn't like the way he said that because 1, it made me sound like an absolute buffoon, and 2, because I knew he was right. I thought suddenly of the first day we'd met the Rummies, when Wrath had called them all liars and questioned why a guilty person would report their own misdeeds. At the time, I'd told him exactly what Doyle was telling me now. Sometimes it's the manipulation the bad guys love. And Hannah might be the best manipulator I'd ever met. I blew out a long breath. Okay, well, what next? Have you questioned her? Did you get a warrant to search her house? We did, Doyle nodded. He hesitated, drawing in a sharp breath. Hannah's gone. Marie Lore said she left her home after Dr. Washington was arrested and hasn't been back. We went over to Labyrinth Light with our warrant, but the place was empty. We've put out an APB, but no one's seen her. She's a ghost. I blew out a long, defeated breath. I wasn't exactly new to feeling stupid, but this was a new low, even for me. There's one more thing you should know. The detective hesitated, chewing his lips as he grappled with how much to reveal. Hannah and Shannon grew up in the Ghostfish neighborhood of Odyssey. Do you know it? I've heard of it, I stammered, but I don't remember why. About 2 decades ago, when Hannah would have been a teenager, the neighborhood suffered a rash of pet deaths, mostly dogs. The vague outline of a memory came back to me. I'd heard about this from Victoria the night we'd visited her at the Paranormal Research Society headquarters. The police never investigated, of course, Doyle said. At the time, it was just considered a blip in Odyssey history. Pets die, I agreed. Though I had a feeling there was more to the story than that. Most of the homes in the area grew ornamental flowers, Doyle continued, including Hannah and Shannon's home. The summer of the pet deaths, Shannon was away at camp. She and I spoke at length after Hannah disappeared, and she told me something interesting. While she was away, Hannah sent her a letter with a cryptic postscript. It said, "I have to tell you the nights are quiet now." Included in the letter were dried flower petals. The detective gave me a hard look. Care to hazard a guess what kind of flowers? Monkshood, I whispered. Shannon gave the letter and the flowers to her mother when she returned home. Mrs. Otto confronted Hannah, who admitted the sound of dogs barking disrupted the peace of the night. Instead of mentioning anything to the police, Mrs. Otto took her daughter in for psychiatric counseling. Dr. Andros documented everything. His files corroborate Shannon's story. I blinked, staring at the detective as another revelation slapped me in the face. Hold on. Hannah was Dr. Andros's patient? The detective gave me a quizzical look. Does that mean something to you? I nodded. Dr. Andros was the only child psychiatrist at that time. I became familiar with his work on a previous case. My client, Aaron Burton, the guy you arrested for murdering Tabitha Antoinette, he was Dr. Andros's patient as well, and Dr. Andros's son is Balthazar Andros, the shaman. I said that last part more to myself than the detective. The night at the shadow work workshop, Balthazar said he believed Inga Baptiste had been his student because she used the same language Balthazar used in his rituals. Maybe that was true, but maybe Hannah had simply picked up the language from the source, Balthazar's dad, Odyssey's only child psychiatrist. In her book, Inga Baptiste claimed she'd invented the concept of evoking the spirit. But perhaps that technique had belonged to Dr. Andros all along. Everything about Hannah was a lie. Moments passed like hours between us, the silence tense and awkward. I looked down into my lap, hands clenching and unclenching. I don't know what to say, I admitted. I got it wrong. So wrong. Doyle leaned forward, his expression a mix of sympathy and professional detachment. Look, Pride, these things happen. Sometimes the evidence seems to point one way, but... What happens now? I interrupted, my voice cracking. Do I need to go apologize to Violet, or... The first thing we have to do is inform the network so they don't use any of that footage, the detective explained. We can't let Dr. Washington be accused of murder on national television. After that, he shrugged humorlessly, we live our lives. It's all any of us can do. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, but I couldn't appreciate it. I lay flat on my back in the cooling sand, arms spread wide, eyes fixed on the fading blue above me. The rhythmic crash of waves provided just enough white noise to almost drown out the cacophony of self-recrimination playing on repeat in my head. I was on reason number 47, why I should walk into the ocean and fade into sea foam like the Little Mermaid when I heard someone approaching. "I thought I'd find you out here." I recognized Sloth's voice, but I didn't reply. Maybe if I stayed still enough, she'd think I was just another piece of driftwood and leave me to my misery. "What are you doing?" she asked, her shadow falling across my face. "Pretending to be dead," I muttered. "Well, you should pretend to be dead somewhere else," Sloth said, wrinkling her nose. "The stink of red tide is a little too convincing. People might think you're a real corpse. You don't want to scare the kids, do you?" I didn't laugh. I didn't even crack a smile. "I'd like to be alone, Sloth." She plopped down in the sand beside me, ignoring my request. "We don't always get what we want," she said. "I heard about the case." I threw an arm over my face as if to shield myself from further mortification. "How? Don't tell me Doyle's been gossiping to the whole house." Sloth sucked her teeth. "No, but Trisha sent everyone a text. Doyle contacted her and she said she had to revise everyone's scores." I dragged myself upright with a groan, sand cascading off my shirt. "What? Why?" Sloth leaned back in the sand, propping her weight into her palms. "She said even though your team technically solved the mystery of the missing woman, the network was deducting points for accusing Dr. Washington of multiple counts of murder." I brushed a stray lock of hair from my eyes. "Well, I suppose things could be worse." Sloth made an astonished face at me and poked me in the side with her finger. "Pride. What a very mature outlook. I'm proud of you." "Don't be," I said, lying back in the sand. I was being facetious. We sat in silence for a moment, the only sounds the crashing waves and the distant cries of seagulls. I felt Sloth's eyes on me and practically heard the gears turning in her head as she tried to figure out what to say next. "I bet that's why she sent the violets," she said finally. I twisted my head around and made a face. "What are you talking about?" "Hannah sent violets to increase your psychic vision, right? Or at least, that's what her note said. But I don't think that was really her intention. I think she was planting a subliminal suggestion in your mind, putting the idea of violets and, by extension, violet, into your thoughts." She chuckled darkly, digging her toes into the sand. "We'll never know for sure, of course, but the violets always struck me as strange. I think it was just another one of her tricks." Another one of her tricks I hadn't picked up on. If Sloth thought this revelation would make me feel better, she had another think coming. "You know none of this is your fault," she said. "So many people bought into the story, even Detective Doyle." "Don't," I interrupted, my voice harsher than I intended. "Don't try to make me feel better about this. Just let me wallow. I deserve to wallow." "Wallowing in defeat is one thing," Sloth said, "but you're beating yourself up about being tricked by a masterful con woman." "What difference does it make?" I snorted. "Do you know what the worst part is? I should have seen it coming. All those podcasts I've been listening to about influence and manipulation. I fell for the exact tactics they were supposed to teach me. I feel like I can't even trust my intuition anymore. If I was wrong about this, what else am I wrong about?" "Oh, lots of things, I'm sure," Sloth said, her voice light and airy. "And you'll be wrong again in the future. So as long as you're feeling sorry for yourself, go ahead and take pity on future you too. Get it all out of your system now, you big crybaby." I knew Sloth was trying to help, but I didn't want to be helped. I wanted to pack my suitcases and get the hell out of Sinful House, away from the real TV network, and never have to face anyone ever again. On some level, I knew this was an overreaction. After all, the network wouldn't air that little detective reveal of which I'd been so stupidly proud. So America wouldn't know. And nobody in Odyssey but the rummies the camera guy, and whoever was in the unmarked car with Detective Doyle would know what an ass I'd made of myself. So it wasn't like this would affect my reputation while I worked on future cases. But I knew. And thanks to Trisha sending that text, now Greed knew. That thought made me so miserable, I reconsidered death by seafoam disintegration. Come on. Sloth climbed to her feet, shaking sand from her extremities and her butt. Let's head back to the house. Envy bought a karaoke machine, and I hear Gluttony made brownies to make you sing like Christina Aguilera. I'm not in the mood for magic brownies, I complained. Poisoned brownies, maybe. But I let her pull me to my feet and tug me home all the same. Chapter 18. Days later, I lounged on my bed, tossing a beanbag from hand to hand as I stared at the ceiling. Enough time had passed since the Hannah fiasco that my mind had finally stopped replaying every embarrassing detail on a loop. Instead, I found myself thinking about the Fellowship by Design podcast. I'd deleted the show from my phone and had decided not to listen to any more episodes. Hannah had soured me on learning about manipulation techniques, even if I only planned to use my learning to get people to like me. It was probably the right decision, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a sense of loss. I'd enjoyed snuggling up to a new episode at night, Skylar and Paige laughing and sharing anecdotes in my ear. What was I supposed to fill my time with now? Did you know that male penguins propose to females with a pebble? If she accepts, she keeps the pebble to build their nest. The ghost girl was sitting on my desk, legs dangling down the side, feet swinging with carefree abandon. She'd been watching me toss the beanbag for nearly half an hour, but hadn't said anything until now. I didn't know that. I wonder how Skylar's listeners are taking the news of his death, I mused aloud. Are they devastated? Moving on to the next self-help guru? It's weird to think about all those people mourning someone they never even met. I don't think it's that weird, the ghost girl said. I think it's sweet. I should add that fact to my list. Humans mourn friends they never met. I grunted in acknowledgement, but truthfully, I found her use of the word friend poignant. How is it so easy for regular people to develop these, what did Lacey call them? Parasocial relationships? Meanwhile, I can barely maintain connections with people I see every day. Maybe you should try giving people pebbles, the ghost girl suggested. I chuckled, tossing the beanbag into the air. Maybe I could learn to juggle. Having a party trick to break the social ice might be more useful than learning how to mimic people's body language or use active listening, or whatever. It was certainly less stressful. Oh, sure. Nothing says, let's be friends, like chucking rocks at people. You never know until you try, she said. That's actually not true. Humans can learn from other people's mistakes without making them ourselves. Can animals do the same thing? Humans are animals, the ghost girl corrected. She had a point there. Right. I guess this kind of thing isn't something you have to worry about, is it? It must be nice being you, being a kid without a care in the world. The ghost girl shrugged a scrawny shoulder. I don't know. I think I'd rather be out there. Living. I let my eyes close in embarrassment. That was a stupid thing for me to say, I said. You should apologize. I should, I agreed, but you know I can't. Just then my phone rang, startling us both. I glanced at the screen, heart rate picking up when I saw the caller ID. I dropped the beanbag and answered. Good morning, Pride. I hope I'm not disturbing you. This is Javier Guzman, the guy deciphering the manuscript. I finished for him. Yeah, I know who you are. Do you have an update? The doctor's excitement was almost palpable through the phone. In fact, I do. Could you and your friends come down to my office? I have a lot to share, and I think it's best done in person. I assured him I'd be right over, and then I went down to Sloth's room. The door was already open, but I knocked anyway because I'm not a monster. "Sloth," I said, stepping inside. "You busy?" I just got a call from Dr. Guzman. He has some information about the manuscript to share with us. I figured since it has to do with Aaron. Sloth jumped up from her desk, eyes wide as saucers. No, I'm not busy. Oh my gosh, what do you think he found? I chuckled as Sloth and I tumbled down the steps. "Only one way to find out," I called. This time, those words were actually accurate. Dr. Guzman's office was much as I remembered, cluttered with books, maps, and various archaeological knickknacks. But now, a massive chalkboard stood dominating the center of the room. The manuscript pages were adhered to it in 3 columns like pieces of an elaborate puzzle, their left edges aligned in that unmistakable, once you knew what to look for, California coastline. Guzman ushered us in, and I made quick introductions, explaining that Rath and Lacey weren't really involved in this case anymore. The doctor made polite sounds, but he didn't seem particularly interested in the whereabouts of the other cast members. Which, fair enough. The archaeologist gestured to the chalkboard, bushy eyebrows working overtime as his face assumed a medley of different expressions. The key to deciphering the manuscript was first understanding how the pages were ordered. After some trial and error, I managed to piece the pages together. As you can see, the left margins align perfectly to create a map of California. I finished for him, a bloom of embarrassment in my cheeks. "Yeah, we actually figured that out too. I guess we should have told you." Guzman's eyebrows shot up, but to my surprise, he didn't seem upset by this revelation. "Oh, no worries. I'm sure you had other things on your mind, whereas for me, well, this manuscript could prove pivotal to my life's work. I've loved every moment of it." "So, you discovered it's a map as well. Marvelous, marvelous. Great minds, as they say. But that's just the beginning." "What do the symbols mean?" Sloth asked. "We figured out that the diamonds represent the missions of El Camino Real, but the others left us stumped." Guzman nodded excitedly, eyes glittering as the color rose in his cheeks. "Yes, that's exactly right. The diamonds that run along the coast are missions. With that bit of information, I was able to cross-reference this map with others. The problem is that this map isn't really to scale at all. It focuses on the coastline, which initially led me to believe all the markers indicated a location on the coast. But I no longer believe that to be true. See this location here? The doctor tapped a star on the map. I believe that's Mount Shasta, one of California's 7 sacred sites. I quickly counted up the stars. Well, there are 7 stars on the map, I agreed. Yes, exactly. If we take some license with the other positions, the locations of sacred sites on this map roughly line up with sacred sites on a real map. So I think we can safely say stars are sacred sites. Great, I said. 2 down, 2 to go. Guzman grinned and pointed to a new location. The circles were a bit harder to decipher. I noticed, however, that 2 locations have both circles and diamonds. That's Odyssey and the mission at Santa Barbara. Then I noticed that Mount Shasta here also has a circle. So I asked myself, what subset of places in California include Odyssey, Mission Santa Barbara, and Mount Shasta? And what did you answer yourself? Sloth asked. Dr. Guzman paused, smacking his lips. Have you ever heard of energy vortexes? Sloth and I shook our heads. An energy vortex is a specific location where the Earth's natural energy is concentrated, Dr. Guzman explained. These places are often associated with unique geomagnetic properties and are said to affect the physical, emotional, and spiritual states of those who visit. Many believe these vortexes are portals to higher realms of consciousness or spiritual dimensions. Sloth and I exchanged looks, her mouth dropping into a small O. Pride. Doesn't that sound like what Mascareñas described in his book? Places of power? Guzman tilted his head to the side. Mascareñas? To what are you referring? Sloth gave the archaeologist a brief rundown of what we'd learned from Gaspar's book and included our hunch that the book's author and the manuscript's creator were one and the same. When she finished, the doctor looked astonished. A slow smile spread over his lips. Mascareñas is a Portuguese name, he said. Is that significant? I asked. Yes, but we'll get to that in a moment, the doctor said. So, we know the diamonds are missions, the stars are known sacred locations, the circles are energy vortexes. But the last one? The squares? The doctor heaved his shoulders. I'm stumped. I've cross-referenced many different sources trying to piece together what they could indicate, but I've found nothing. That was a bummer, but I couldn't really be too disappointed. After all, the doctor had discovered quite a lot. But it still didn't explain why Aaron was delivering these maps all over town. So, what about the writing? Sloth asked. Did you figure out what that is? Ah, therein lies the true breakthrough, Guzman said, clasping his hands behind his back and rocking back on his heels, a self-satisfied grin on his face. I thought that would prove the most difficult part of this puzzle, but in fact, it came together almost effortlessly. The writing turned out to be a simple substitution cipher. Each character in the manuscript corresponds directly to a letter in the English alphabet. Once I made the substitutions, he paused for dramatic effect. Once you made the substitutions, what? I prompted. The encoded message became clear. That is, if you speak Portuguese. Sloth and I both stared at the doctor for a moment until understanding struck us both at the same time. The coded message is written in Portuguese? Sloth asked. Indeed. The doctor shuffled over to his desk and retrieved a printout from a haphazard stack. I asked a colleague to translate the text. I hope you don't mind. I took the paper from the doctor's hands, and Sloth sidled beside me, reading over my shoulder. Count yourself among the lucky. You are blessed with an open mind and a gift for interpretation. Otherwise, you would not be reading this message now. Like-minded souls, it's time for us to assemble and prepare together for our ascension. Come to me, and the gifts of the universe will be yours to receive. Number the stars, number the diamonds, and lay them in a row where the daughters of Pleione make their way. I lowered the paper to my side, suddenly exhausted. Why couldn't the message have been something simple like, don't forget to drink your Ovaltine? I suddenly wanted to go home and forget I'd ever found the cockamamie manuscript. But what I lacked in enthusiasm, Sloth made up for in spades. It's a riddle, she said. A challenge, even. The doctor agreed with a nod. Great, but what does it mean? I asked. This isn't just a map, Sloth said. These are invitations. Gaspar is reaching out to like-minded souls. He sent these to people he either thought would be open to his teachings or that he thought would be suitable. Marie-Laure Perrault would certainly be open, I agreed, though I'm not so sure she'd be suitable. And the Paranormal Research Society would certainly be suitable. And interested, Sloth added. She chewed her lip, looking up at me with her big round eyes. We have to decipher that last line, Pride. That has to indicate where he is. He led us this far. He wouldn't not give these like-minded souls directions. She angled her body toward the chalkboard covered in manuscript pages. The key is in here. We're so close to finding this guy and finally getting some peace for Aaron. Think, Sloth. What does that last line mean? We turned to the archaeologist, watching us expectantly. After a moment, he pushed his spectacles higher on his nose and shrugged, the corners of his mouth sagging. I'm afraid I don't know. he said finally. But now you know everything I know. As Sloth and I watched, the professor removed all the manuscript pages from the chalkboard and carefully peeled the putty from their backs before handing them to us. Sloth accepted them, pressing them close to her chest. "Thank you so much for everything," she said. "You've given us a big head start. I'm sure we can do the rest." Chapter 19. All right, everyone, let's settle down. We've got a lot to discuss tonight. Trisha's voice cut through the chatter in the recreation room, where we'd all assembled for our house meeting. The air was thick with the scent of Gluttony's latest culinary masterpiece, Korean pulled pork tacos with gochujang and pickled cabbage. I'd already eaten 2 and had been eyeing another plateful. I wasn't sure what kind of magic he'd added, if any, but the way the pork melted in my mouth was worth the gamble. I plopped down on the couch next to Lust, trying to look inconspicuous and nonchalant, a difficult task when your heart is beating a mile a minute. I balanced my plate on my knees and casually bumped my elbow against hers. "You look great tonight," I said. I hadn't known I would say it until the words were out of my mouth. Lust glanced down at her hot pink t-shirt tied into a knot at her waist. "Yeah, I just threw this on. I always get so anxious about our new tasks. I didn't have the mental capacity to put an outfit together, you know?" "You look great in everything, Lust. You could wear a potato sack and still be the best-looking woman on the block." I felt my cheeks catch fire. What was I saying? More importantly, how was I uttering these smooth, effortless comments? I mean, it was completely true that Lust looked terrific no matter what she wore, but that wasn't something I could usually just come out and say. I examined my taco for telltale signs of magic but didn't see anything. I tried to catch Gluttony's gaze, but he was studiously ignoring me. "First things first," Trisha began, clasping her hands together. "I'm thrilled to announce that our crossover with For Love or Money was a huge success. The network is over the moon with the results." A chorus of half-hearted cheers filtered through the room. The fact that the show had done so well was actually kind of embarrassing for the network if you asked me, since almost nobody clicked except for Wrath and Lacey. People must be desperate for entertainment. But aside from secondhand embarrassment, I also felt a twinge of nerves in the pit of my stomach. I didn't want the show to fail. Obviously, I liked having a place to live and money in my bank account. But in my experience, success for the network usually meant more misery for us. It was like a seesaw of pain. The higher their ratings soared, the lower our dignity plummeted. "In fact," Trisha continued, her grin widening to Cheshire Cat proportions, "they're so pleased that they've planned a surprise celebration for all of you. Details will be revealed at a later date." I squirmed uncomfortably, casting Lust a sideways glance. Surprises from the network were a bad sign, especially since they weren't telling us what that actually meant. Was it a celebration for us, like an exotic getaway? Or a celebration for them, like making us do a live show or, oh God, a musical? "Hang on, Trisha." Wrath held up a hand on the other side of the room. "Can you tell us more about this surprise? What are we talking about here? Extra money in our paycheck? Dinner with the POTUS? You gotta be more specific." Trisha raised an eyebrow. "Well, when I get more details, I'll be sure to share them with you." "It's just that I have a girlfriend now," Wrath continued. "So, if we're going on a cruise or something, I can't just leave her behind, man. That would be rude. I just want to make sure the network is taking all our needs into consideration." Trisha's expression was the picture of professional neutrality. I'll relay the message, Wrath. Thank you for your insight. Anytime, he grinned. Trisha cleared her throat. Moving on, I have some additional news that I think will make everyone happy. Our very own Craig Lamb has officially signed a new contract and will return to Sinful House as a full-time cameraman. Cheers and applause erupted around me, and even I couldn't help but smile. Things hadn't been the same since Craig left the show. His presence always made the ridiculous challenges a little more bearable, and I enjoyed having him as a partner. I turned to find him sitting in an armchair behind me, his face almost as red as his beard. Now, for some less positive news. Trisha's smile faltered slightly, and she shifted her weight as she fidgeted with the collar of her polo. I'm afraid we've made no progress on the mystery of the recording devices found in your bedrooms. As a result, the same rules will apply going forward. No using your personal devices and no chatting about cases in your rooms. Groans and frustrated mutters echoed around the room. Do you know how frustrating it is to have to watch everything I say to my girlfriend because the network is constantly spying on my phone? Wrath asked. Seriously, you're putting a major cramp in my style, man. Just tell your phone to bypass the network's security. Envy offered. You're a technopath. You can do whatever you want. It's the rest of us who are actually suffering. If you think I'd use my psychic privilege to get one over on my housemates, you don't know me at all. Wrath spat back. I follow the basic tenets of utilitarianism, man. I promise you, we are working on a solution, Trisha said. I just ask you to be patient. Wrath, I'm sure your girlfriend will understand. Can I just point out, Sloth said from her perch on the floor, that Wrath just admitted that he's upset that he can't send or receive dirty pictures? Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with grown, consenting adults. That's quite enough, Trisha interrupted. For once, I had to agree with Trisha. Of all the things I didn't want to know, number one on that list was whatever grown, consenting women did with Wrath when no one was watching. Lastly, she said, her voice rising above the grumbling like a teacher trying to regain control of a rowdy classroom, I have your new team assignments for the upcoming challenge. Pride, Sloth, and Envy, your team 1. Wrath and Lust, your team 2. Gluttony and Greed, your team 3. May the best sin win. Trisha ambled out of the room, and the rest of us got to our feet, gathering into our new teams. This whole thing was old hat by now, but even after all this time, the moment before we pulled up our assignments was still electrifying. My time in Odyssey had challenged me on several levels, and I was curious to know what new adventures lay in wait. Envy sidled beside me, lowering her voice as she glanced over her shoulder. I can't believe Wrath has a girlfriend, she said, lower lip sticking out in a pout. I mean, there's tons of fish in the sea and everything, and I know there's someone out there for everyone, but does it seem fair to you that Wrath's love life is taking off while mine is still missing in action? How is that fair? Wrath's new girlfriend is Bethesda the Battle Axe, I reminded her. Envy made a face. I thought his new girlfriend was that bounty hunter, Lacey. It is, I said. Before she became a bounty hunter, she was a warrior contestant on a show called Rogue Warriors. Apparently, she had to fight people in a leotard. I thought that would quell Envy's envy, but instead, my housemate looked more despondent than ever. You mean Wrath's girlfriend is famous? Oh my gosh, this is so unfair. People love a celebrity, and now that Wrath is dating one, his popularity is gonna go through the roof. How can any of us compete with that? You could date your own celebrity, I offered. Or a politician. I bet Dewey Delaney's single. You're probably his type. Envy's eyes narrowed, but the fact that she didn't immediately reject this suggestion loudly and with gusto was worrisome. Anyway, let's read our next assignment, Sloth said. I'm dying to know what the network has in store for us. We huddled around my phone, our heads pressed together like conspirators in a heist movie. I pulled up the email, clearing my throat dramatically before reading aloud. The Lodge for the Old Knights of Odyssey, a local fraternity, is experiencing strange disturbances. Every evening at the same time, the ghostly figure of a young woman can be seen wandering the halls. Your job is to cleanse the lodge, removing the spirit from the property. "Oh my gosh, this is perfect!" Envy exclaimed, hand pressed to her lips. "A de-haunting? When we have a ghost whisperer on our team, this'll be a piece of cake." "I don't know about that," I said. "When was the last time you saw a ghost?" "Never," Envy said. "That's another reason this is so exciting." "It should give you pause," I said. "Normal people can't see ghosts, so the fact that this one is visible should concern you." I frowned, a familiar sense of foreboding settling in my stomach. There was no way the network put me on a standard issue haunting. It would be unfair to the other teams, and more importantly, boring for viewers. Who wants to watch someone stand in the corner saying to thin air, "Hey, Ghosty, take a hike, will you? They're playing charades at the Paranormal Society and they need another player." "What's the Old Knights of Odyssey?" I asked. "It's a secret society," Sloth said. "Kind of like the Freemasons. I worked with them on one of my cases." I wrinkled my nose. "Secret society? So they're a bunch of rich old white men with time on their hands?" Sloth shrugged. "They do charity too, but yeah." "Who cares who they are?" Envy said. "We should count our lucky stars. I can taste sweet victory already." I twisted my mouth and made a non-committal, uncertain sound. "We should probably read the catch first," I said. "Nothing on this show is ever so cut and dried." "You can say that again," Sloth muttered. "Nothing on this show is ever—" Sloth punched me playfully in the arm and then clicked the link that read The Catch. "The Lodge is not alone in their sightings," Sloth read aloud. "Several other properties around Odyssey have been experiencing the same phenomenon at the same time with the exact same ghost. Your task is complete once all the locations are free of supernatural activity." I heaved a sigh. "See? That's why you can't get excited until you've read the fine print." "What do you mean?" Envy said, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "What's the big deal?" I dropped the phone to my side and ran a hand through my hair. "Ghosts are like people," I explained. "I mean, they literally were people, before they died. So every ghost is unique. There's no way a single ghost can be in multiple places at the same time. It'd be like you being at a sale at Nordstrom and Saks simultaneously." Envy's eyes widened. "Oh," she breathed. "That would be amazing." "It would be," I said. "But since no one has invented a duplication machine yet, it's utter fiction. I don't know what's going on, but I guess we're gonna find out." "Well, we don't have to worry about that just yet," Sloth said, linking her arm in Envy's. "I say we get out of the house for a while and do something fun. Beach volleyball? Facials? I hear there's a pop-up at the farmer's market. I've been craving some homemade green chili." I grinned and crammed my phone into my pocket. It had been too long since I'd thrown caution to the wind and just had a little unadulterated fun. And besides, homemade green chili did sound delicious. I linked my arm in Envy's, and the three of us strolled out of the house, giggling as we shoved each other, bumping hips as we each vied to be the first person out of the door. Heading down the sidewalk to make the short trek into town, I felt lighter and happier than I had in a long while. But even as the three of us jostled our way down the street, laughing and exchanging movie quotes and tallying up all the goodies we hoped to find at the market, my mind somehow wandered back to Greed's premonition. A tendril of worry slithered down my spine, a cloud of gray threatening to storm on my sunny mood. Wrathful spirits will claim their due, and the keep of sin will split in two. I still didn't know what it meant, and worse, I didn't have any idea when I would know. If future harbingers of doom could come with an expiration date, that would be great. My thoughts must have been written on my face because Sloth elbowed me in the side and gave me her best smile. "Penny for your thoughts?" I sucked in a breath, ready to launch into a diatribe about fate, destiny, and the dangers of fortune-telling. But the sun was high and bright, the sky was clear and blue, and I had two of my favorite people here with me, all smiles and delight. I didn't want to ruin the vibe, so I lied. "Just enjoying the moment," I said. Sloth quirked an eyebrow, not entirely convinced. For a split second, I worried she might try to peek into my thoughts, and then she'd know me for a liar. But instead, she shouted, "Last one to the corner's a rotten egg!" Envy peeled after her, all screams and squeals. I considered holding back and letting them have their fun. After all, I was stronger, faster. Oh, who was I kidding? I didn't have many advantages in life. I'd take them where I could. I darted off after them, a huge smile on my face. My earlier melancholy melted away as I ran, overtaking the other two in the space of a few breaths. And as Envy lobbed complaints of cheating and Sloth asked if I'd been on the track team in high school, I felt a surge of something I didn't quite recognize burning in my belly and radiating out to my limbs. It felt like sunshine and carbonation, energizing little sparks that put a bounce in my step and a zing in my spirit. It took me a minute to identify, but I'm pretty sure it was optimism. I put my arm around Envy and bumped her hip with mine, smiling face upturned to the sun. Spooky premonitions, unknown room spies, and secret network agendas be damned. This town wouldn't get the best of me. Not today, not tomorrow. Bring it on, Odyssey. I'm ready for whatever you've got. Well, maybe not ready, but I'm here and I'm not backing down. Let the games begin. This has been No Sin Situation, Book 6 in the Lights Camera Mystery Series. I hope you enjoyed this story. It helps if you subscribe to the channel, like the video, comment, and tell a friend. More of Amber's stories, books, and audio projects are available at amberfishermedia.com. Be sure to subscribe to the newsletter for more treachery and magic straight to your inbox. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you again on the other side.